We fly the straight and narrow here. What a solid group of boys we got.
All right, are you ready to go live?
I'm ready to go live.
Well, then go live.
I'm so ready to go live that I've already gone live.
What?
I've already done it.
Wow.
There they are. The almost birthday chat.
How's everybody doing? Everyone's having
Happy, all right, happy
Monday.
National Handjob Day, chat. Everybody, please turn to your left and give your partner give the person sitting next to you a nice little jerk. Just a casual one, just a nice friendly jerk. Go for it.
I've always found those like, oh, it's National the Hot Dog Day and those kind of national holidays. Like, who the fuck is making these? Who's writing the like who
The Handjob Society of America, maybe.
big hand job is trying to force it.
It is today, Eric. You got anything? If you've got anything special planned for National Handjob Day, it's the time to let us know. Some
I
of
hope
them
you
are
guys
really
are.
funny too, because Handjob Day. That's
Where did you hear that? Was that on your local news this morning?
yeah. Fredericksburg's a big fan of the old fashioned.
Yeah, it's across America. No, that's a good joke. I like that. I hope you guys are enjoying our low res picture of Nic Cage as Longlegs in this movie. We
A
got
very yes. We're very Nic Cage themed today.
yes, we don't have our usual backgrounds because I'm reporting from an Airbnb in Jackson, Mississippi, so I didn't have time to make them. But we're gonna push ahead with some still images. Hopefully, you guys are here for our commentary and not the backgrounds of the stream, because
That would be real
if it doesn't,
disappointing.
that would be real disappointing all around for you and for us.
Indeed.
He used to live in Fredericksburg. Then
Oh
how did you
shit.
not know it was National Handjob Day?
Yeah, come on, man. Fredericksburg's like the hand job capital of the United States of. It's on our flag. I'm pretty.
I shudder to picture what that flag looks like. Well, I hope everyone's having a wonderful National Handjob Day. Today we're going to be talking about a movie. It's called Longlegs. You might have heard of it. It's the spookiest movie of the year.
Oh, it's sure vibin',
Lots of hype.
spooky,
Lots,
lots of hype.
lots,
The next Silence of the Lambs, a Silence of the Lambs for this generation.
uh, stop. Don't say that to me. That hurts. This is our generation, Silence of the Lambs. That's not good at all.
No,
That is
that's
mean.
I quake. I quake for this is the detective drama that seeks to follow up on the success of True Detective 1.
Oh yeah, I saw people comparing it to True Detective as well, which
You
is
know, it did
also
make me think about that as I was sitting in the theater and wishing I had stayed home and watched True Detective season 1 instead.
well. I suppose we could just jump into it. You had the misfortune of going into this movie after I specifically told him I don't think you're gonna like it at all. But let's find out what he thought about it. Hugh, what did you think of Longlegs, the spookiest movie of the year?
I I you know, I blame you for this. I I was perfectly content after your review to me in private of well, not great. To just stay home and not bother with this one, but then you decided you wanted to talk about it, and I gotta tell you, I really wanted to leave. There were three times, separate times in this movie, where I kind of realized we were going nowhere. Nothing was gonna this was not going to have a satisfying ending for me, and I just wanted to get up and head home. But I didn't. I
But I
powered
told
it
you,
out, and
I told
I
you
did
I
not
had
care for it.
needed to talk about it, so I forced you to go see it, and I'm not sorry. I have to talk about the movie. First, Topaz in the chat. My new litmus test for film knowledge. If someone compares this to Cure, they have vast film knowledge. If they say Silence of the Lambs, they're probably a normie. Well, here's the thing. I haven't seen Cure. I've heard it compared to Cure. I haven't seen it myself. But the director himself is obviously comparing to Silence of the Lambs, and then utterly failing to capture anything about what is good about Silence of the Lambs, if you ask me. But that is very much intentional on the part of the director, Osgood Perkins. Very
Yeah.
much.
I'm not familiar with Osgood Perkins' work, so
Did you see The Black Coat's Daughter? That's the only one of his I've seen.
no, I don't think I have.
It's okay. It's better than Longlegs, but I wouldn't say it's great. Um, yeah, so I also did not like Longlegs. We're going to talk all about it. After watching it in the theater, I was like, I don't think that was very good. But the more I've thought about it, I actually think this is quite a bad movie, especially in the storytelling department. Terms of aesthetic and vibe and atmosphere and all that sort of stuff. It
Yeah,
scores some points. I
there
think
was
that's
there was some interesting editing and some shots. So I'm not gonna say that it was entirely. Well, I mean, it felt like a waste of time to me, but I'm not gonna say it was entirely a waste. There is something to be said about its aesthetic, but other than that, I really could not stand this movie. I had a very difficult time being the
yeah.
guy who focuses most on plot and story when I'm in a movie. This is not for me.
No. This is not for anyone. And here's the other thing. So this is arguably the kind of movie, and there are many such cases where, what literally happens is a little janky for the sake of like metaphor and allegory, thematic stuff like that. But I think this movie is rather incoherent thematically as well. I think in terms of what the point is, symbolically, I think it's a total mess. A total, utter, complete mess. I think movie fails in a lot of respects. The only thing it does especially successfully is in terms of editing and shot selection, it presents something that's quite tense while you're watching it. I don't think it would be tense at all for me on a rewatch because I know where it's going. But at least in the first half of the movie, I was at least viscerally compelled by like, oh, is something gonna come around that corner? That sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
I think if I had gone into it blind without knowing that you had kind of been let down by where it ended up, I might have had a better response to the first half of the movie. That's probably, I think on a
Yeah.
rewatch, this would only get worse. I don't think there's much that you're going to really be able to take away from it. There's not it's not my favorite of Nic Cage's bizarre performances. It's not
No.
it's really not even like particularly unique when it comes to that. He's not doing anything that stands out for me in this one.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
neither
Because
is our main actress.
oh,
Um
true. I think her character is terrible. But in terms of, okay, so the reasons you might want to watch this movie, is it scary? Yeah, it's kind of viscerally unnerving if you don't know where it's going. But then by the end, when you get to the final reveal of what the whole story has been, I think it totally undermines any value it had in the scary department. Aesthetically, it's got some neat stuff going on. The story, I think, is ass. I think the story sucks. We'll talk all about it. But the other reason you might be interested in a movie like this is you just want to see Nic Cage do wacky stuff. And he gets to do some wacky stuff in this movie, but he's been wackier in other things. He's been more prominent in other things. And he's had better characters to play in other things. So, in terms of the Nic Cage factor, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think
now
there was enough of him. They gave him enough to do, enough meaningful things to do because he does some wacky stuff, but I feel like he could have done any sort of wacky stuff and it wouldn't have really impacted his character. Like I feel like he just kind of went crazy in some scenes and they put it in the movie, but it doesn't really connect to what we're meant to believe about who he is as a person and why any of this is happening. So I don't see enough value in the wacky Nick Cage department to even recommend it on those grounds.
nah, I really can't say that there was anything that was all that enjoyable on this one for me. At best, it's going to be pretty mid. I would agree with you. The story is terrible. I like if you really want to compare this to Silence of the Lambs, it's like if Silence of the Lambs was dropped on its head as a baby. It's it's a
Yeah.
really it's a bad detective movie. So there's one way that it differs completely from Silence of the Lambs. It's a really bad detective movie. She is
Oh, awful.
like in terms of like on-screen detectives, she has to be up there as like quite probably the worst. She's
Well,
got to be
yeah.
top 5 of bad
Ooh.
detectives in a movie
Oh, I don't
in
know
the
about that, but she's definitely in the bottom half. I'll give you that. I was told that you're louder than me. Did you already adjust the volume a little
I
bit?
have adjusted you up a bit, and I can do a little more if that has not fixed the problem. So
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on the chat. Thanks for letting us know that sort of stuff. Let's see. Actual scares or quiet scenes than loud noises? No, this is not a jump scare, startle over scare type film. It's not that kind of shitty horror movie. It's much more like the artsier type indie horror movies where it's more moody and atmospheric. It's not cheap in the scare department. I just don't think the story is very good. And I think unlike a lot of better movies in this sort of indie artsy horror type, I'm using those terms very loosely, but you get the gist. Um, those tend to have more going on thematically than this does. I feel like this is a rather empty, hollow movie on
yeah,
thematic
I'm
grounds.
really not sure what it was aiming for.
Well, let's jump into it. We've talked about the different aspects of the film enough. Let's just jump into the story.
Sure. Let's start with yeah, we'll decode as Micah codes on screen there. I think this is solid with
Yeah, okay, so where to
real quick.
begin?
Dave is at. Here we go. Is she bad at acting or incompetent at detective work? I don't think she's bad at acting. As like, because I've seen her in. I recently watched a movie called Villains, which is it was like a like I think it was like straight to street movie from back in 2019 with her and Bill Skarsgård, and she's quite good. She's quite funny. She's good at the horror stuff. She's also in It Follows, and I like her enough in that one. I think she's
She's
good.
fine
It's fine.
in that, yeah.
This she just doesn't have much to work with here. Like
No,
really,
I don't
like
well, I don't know. I doubt it's a performance thing because, like you said, I've seen her in other things and thought she was fine to good. But I really do not like her character at all in this. It
no.
is that she's a bad detective, and the movie is confused, I think, as to whether it thinks she's a good detective or a bad detective. But the whole detective element of the story is just worthless, as far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned. So
she doesn't do much detecting in throughout this.
no, no, she's
Um,
led by her nose by the villains who inexplicably want her to solve the mystery but don't at the same time. It's
yeah,
very
oh
bizarre.
my god, I don't get it. But so Donald, I would say Villains is worth a watch. It's pretty fun. Everybody's having a good time. All of the actors are really enjoying themselves. It's not the worst story. It doesn't end fantastic, but it's solid. It's a solid little movie. I would recommend it. I would say
What is
probably like a 6.5 out of 10, maybe a 7 if I was feeling generous that day.
what's it about?
It's about
I
these Bill
haven't heard of it.
Skarsgård and Micah. Is it Micah Monroe? Micah
Yeah.
Monroe are they are like relatively incompetent cokehead robbers, and like on a Bonnie and Clyde sort of spree. They're just sort of like robbing liquor stores and gas stations. They're not particularly good at it, and after one robbery that doesn't turn out quite the way they want to, they're on the they're kind of on the run, and they end up running out of gas, and they can't go back to the gas station because they just robbed it. So they have to they have to try to break into somebody's house. They're out in the middle of the woods, and turns out the people whose house they break into are insane, creepy serial killer, kidnapper type people, and they are played by Kira Sedgwick, who's doing a pretty fun job, and You would recognize the guy, but probably not his name.
Fair enough.
Uh,
Sounds interesting.
yeah, it's Jeffrey Donovan of Law and Order SV and Burn Notice. He's in Burn Notice. So
Someone
yeah,
asks, is she as good at being a detective as Saga Anderson? I have no idea who that is.
I
Do you
am
know who
not
that is?
sure who.
Is that an Alan Wake 2 thing? Because I've seen some of the gameplay and stuff from those especially
Yes,
Alan
that
Wake
is
2.
one of the protagonists from
Oh,
Alan
great.
Wake 2. I
That
don't know
looked really
anything
bad.
about Alan Wake 2, so
I watched Metal playing it, and he looked miserable, so that was kind of funny in a Schadenfreude sort of way, but I felt bad for him.
yeah, wacky hijinks ensue in Villains, and I like it's funny, it's gross, it's it's good. It's a fun watch. I would say it's more worth your time than watching this.
Uh, Before we jump into the story, another sidetrack question. Donald asks, "What do we think of the other seasons of True Detective other than the first one? Have you seen all of them?" Question mark. I've only seen the
I've
first.
seen 1 through 3. I haven't seen the most recent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
well, I
I
guess
would say season 1 is by far the best. So for me, season 2 I really wanted to like it, but oh boy, that fucking sucked.
yeah.
And season 3 was fine. I enjoyed season 3 enough. I have not gone back to watch 4. I've heard mixed things. My family enjoyed it, and it seems like everybody else on the internet did not. So I don't really know. Don't really know how to gauge that.
Topaz says that the story is very silly. Doesn't this make you appreciate something like Seven, where describing it may sound silly, but Fincher actually turns in a smart and good movie? Oh my
Yeah.
goodness,
Oh
it
my
certainly
god.
does. Okay, so all the movies that this is compared to, most obviously, other than movies like Cure, which I haven't heard of or I hadn't seen, uh, Silence of the Lambs, Seven, maybe a little bit of Zodiac in there as well. Those are all really good, really, really good movies. And listen, here's the thing, guys. I like detective stories a lot. It's probably my favorite type of story, period. I like movies where it's like, oh, someone's killing people and a detective's got to solve the mystery, figure out who it is so they can stop them. Those are like my favorite kind of stories ever, right? And this movie wears one of those stories like a skin suit, like Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lambs. It has skinned a detective mystery to wear it as a cloak, but actually it's just stupid nonsense, stupid supernatural themes over plot, but the themes aren't even coherent
But
nonsense.
the supernatural stuff doesn't like I'm okay with a supernatural detective story, right? Like theoretically, you
Theoretically,
give me a
yes.
story that's like a Silence of the Lambs, but Clarice is somewhat clairvoyant. I'm kind of in. Like I'm sold on that premise. I'll watch it
Well,
as long as
yeah,
you
I
write
mean,
it.
there's going to be some traps to avoid in terms of how the mystery is solved, whether it's actually through detective work or
Yes,
whether it's just magic bullshit like this movie. You know what? We've avoided it long enough. We should jump into the story. The basic premise of this movie, we are going to spoil it quite extensively. First, I suppose I would not recommend it, and I don't think you would either. So
I really,
just
in good conscience, cannot recommend you waste your time on this movie.
so let's just jump into it. So the basic story is that Micah Monroe's character is a young FBI detective, and she is brought onto this case where a bunch of families are being murder suicided, I guess you could say, by the patriarch of the family. The dad is killing the wife and the child, and then himself. And this has happened maybe a dozen times.
It's a
Uh,
lot of times over a lot of years, like
yes,
it happens a lot. And
and
there's always a letter in some
yes, that's the
random
thing.
bizarre zodiac code, except for one word, which is signed Longlegs at the end. Uh,
Yes, to make it clear, we have murder suicides that appear to just be normal I guess you could call them murder suicides.
You're at your
Except,
run of the mill Amityville horror murder suicide crap,
but with
But
the twist that someone has claimed credit for them and is writing coded letters to the police, a la the Zodiac killer. And so she is brought on to try and help solve this case. And eventually we will find out, that she's actually more closely tied to the case than she originally thought.
even she remembered or knew. Oh boy, is
Sort
this?
of.
Oh,
Kind of, maybe. So that's the basic idea. The movie starts there are basically two time periods that this movie takes place in. The vast majority of the detective work happens in the 90s,
yes.
and there are flashbacks to the 70s or perhaps the early 80s. It's not specified exactly. You can distinguish between the two based on very obvious aspect ratio changes. The movie starts with a scene from the 70s. We're not sure who it is yet, but a young girl sees a stranger pull up outside her house, and she goes out to investigate for some reason. She goes out there and she runs into spooky Nic Cage, and except that we shoot him from the nose down, so we can't see his eyes yet. We're kind of teasing the full reveal of him for some reason. We'll talk about how effective that is later when we finally see him. But at first, at least, I enjoyed the fact that we were teasing him. There was an interest. It was an interesting way to shoot him
And at
from
this
like the
point,
nose down.
I will
Yeah.
admit that at this point, I was like, okay, yeah, like that.
Yeah,
He's what
okay.
he's doing. I like that in that first scene. It was like, okay, yeah, that this
He's
is
creepy.
he's creepy. The face that they give him is this very strange, like very highly powdered, like almost like a pseudo feminine kind of look. Big red lips and very white skin. And it's creepy and it's effective, and like, you get the
Yeah.
name of the movie as like he says, but I there she is, the almost birthday girl. But I wore my long legs today, which is that's clearly that's where we get the name, right? That's where it comes from. Um, why? I would like you to keep it as we move through. Why does he call himself Long Legs? Why does he say that? What does that mean? Let's keep that. Let's put a pin in that as we move through the plot of this movie.
Sure. So yeah, so the opening scene, she goes out when a stranger pulls up to the house, and he's like, "Oh, hello." He's being really creepy. He's got
There she is. So you're doing like it's a strange voice, right? He's doing some
yes,
weird shit, but workable weird shit. I'm into it
yes.
for now. Um,
It's the very obvious implication is that he is a child killer, if nothing else. He comes up to this girl and he says like, "Oh, look, oops, I wore my long legs today." And then he crouches into the frame, and it hard cuts to the title before we can really see his face for too long. And then the title sequence begins. Big black letters on a red backdrop, and the music playing and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, okay, that's an interesting way to start. Bold. And then it cuts ahead to the 90s, where Micah Monroe is in a briefing. They're about to go not survey people. They're going to go door to door in a neighborhood looking for a suspect. This is not the suspect of the main case of the film. This is
no, this
another
is another
unrelated.
unrelated serial killer, and they're looking for. He gives his speech. You're looking for your typical suspect, a middle-aged Caucasian male, suburban, that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
so
Your typical serial killer description.
we're going door to door. We're asking people, "Have you seen this man?" All that sort of stuff. So she gets randomly assigned with another partner. They go into this kind of cookie cutter neighborhood somewhere in suburbia. It's not clear where the film takes place. Is it Midwest or like Pacific Northwest?
Somewhere where it snows, and where there's a lot of farms and religious. That's
So,
basically like
yeah. I guessed Midwest, but it was never really specified. Anyway, they're in this cookie cutter neighborhood, and they're going to houses, and he's like, "Okay, if you wait here, I'll go to the door on this one." For some
well,
reason, I don't know why.
yeah, and he says like I'm okay with being the one who goes door to door if you want to stay if you want to be the one who stays in the car, which is a pretty silly thing. First of all, because like if you're going door to door looking for a suspect in a serial murder spree, you would
Yeah.
think that you're probably gonna, like, you don't want to wait in the car. You probably want
No.
two people with you. So we've already got a little bit of a red flag for me that this is not going to be a very good detective story because
Oh, there's
they
so
are
much
not
in this
doing
first
great
scene.
detective work.
No, because like the reason you have a partner going out and all this, you would go together,
Yes.
right? You would go to the door together, especially in a moment that will be very important. Um,
Oh, it'll
he
be
goes
even more
to
important. Oh yeah, sure it will.
oh, this first door. She waits in the car, and we're hanging on her. And then she gets out of the car and she looks over at a house across the street. And then when the guy returns to the car, she says, "He's in there." He's like,
Yes.
"What the fuck are you talking about?" It's like the suspect. He's in there. We should call for backup. He's like, "I'm not calling him backup on a hunch on our first day." And I'm like, "I like this guy. He's he's got a good head on his
He's
shoulders."
like, okay,
Anyway,
okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not
he's like,
calling
"I'll
back.
go.
I'll go up to the
I'll
door.
go." Yeah.
Now, okay, it will be revealed in about a scene or two that this is a very, not just a very strong hunch. She is somewhat psychic. She has some
Hmm.
kind of clairvoyant telepathic capability, and so she has been clued in to the fact that there is in fact a vicious murderer behind that door, to that house.
Hmm.
And this bitch lets her partner walk up to the door with just no preparation, doesn't try to like come in as
Stop
backup, doesn't
anyone.
offer
Yeah.
backup at all. Just kind
Doesn't
of
call
like
for backup.
doesn't call for backup, doesn't go against what he's saying, which he's being kind of rational. He's like, "Oh, I'm not going to call for backup on our, on a hunch on our first day in the field." She could insist, instead of she could insist. She could say, "Well, then I'm coming to the door." She could be prepared. That, like, okay, just maybe, let's take it a little easy. Let's be careful here because she would, if she really believes that this guy is in there and that this guy is a vicious murderer, she probably should be, taking some precautions here. Instead, she just kind of like chews her in the inside of her cheeks and like sulks as he walks up to the door and gets shot in the fucking face.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. He's gonna get shot in the face by the guy behind the door. There's lots to say about that, but you're absolutely right. But Hugh, what you don't understand is that the movie says she's partially psychic, not fully 100% always correct psychic. Therefore, the movie can do basically whatever it wants with her psychic powers or do nothing with it whenever it wants because it's that vague and
Yeah.
non-specific.
It's a 50-50 shot whether or not this will be right. And you could show
Well,
that to me by her having like an incorrect hunch, right? At some other point in the movie. Doesn't happen. Like you
yeah.
you could show that to me by like literally any other way than this, right? Like, as long, and I'm okay with this if she seems like she believes in her own hunches, right? Or
Yeah,
like that
but she doesn't. She
no.
doesn't, because if she really believed that there was a guy in this house that was dangerous and was clearly willing to kill other people, that he's described as armed and dangerous from the very go. First we ever hear about him, he's armed and dangerous. If she really believed he was in there and she did nothing, then she's a terrible person for one and a terrible detective. But she seems to be like unsure of her own hunches because the movie plays very fast and loose with how psychic she actually is. And I've seen a number of comments in the chat already expressing frustration with this. Yes, this is exactly as lazy as it sounds.
And it
She's
is,
psychic when she needs to be and not psychic when she shouldn't be for the sake of the plot.
and we
It's
are
really lame.
3 scenes into this.
We're so yeah. And
We
first of all, the psychic element came as such a surprise because you go into a movie like this and you think it's just going to be a serial killer, who presumably is just a guy. But as we will see, this movie is full of magic bullshit also, which we've already said could be good if they were careful and wrote, very deliberately to make sure that all the detective work in a supernatural setting still follows, right? But they don't. It's just this movie drives me nuts. It really does. But we haven't even begun to describe it. So, like, she gets the hunch. It's like, oh, he's in there. We should call for backup. The guy says, yeah, right. I'm not calling in backup on a hunch. I'll go up to the door. How about that? I'll go ask who's in there. And she just kind of sits there and sulks, like you said, kind of follows him like 6 steps behind. This is going to be very important in a second. And then the way the whole situation is incredibly contrived, but like the path up to the front door like takes a weird turn around a corner, almost like a condominium front door. It's very
Yeah.
strange. And it seems like it's only designed to let this happen, because if it were any other house in which you can just see a straight line from the sidewalk to the front door, this wouldn't work the way it does in the movie. But anyway, there's a slight corner to go around. She's following 6 steps behind him instead of right with him, or else she probably would have died too. He opens the front door and says, or someone opens the front door and he says, hey, can I ask you a few questions? Boom, gets shot in the face.
It's not even just like the door opens and he gets shot immediately. The door opens and he has time to like address the fact that there's somebody standing there, right? He's like, hi there, how's it going? I'm with the FBI. I just like to ask you a couple questions, and boom, dead. Like the gun just flies up in his face, boom. Like they could have just had it like the guy doesn't open the door and shoots him through the door. They could have, like, there's so many different ways to do this, but like the reaction time of the man at the door to not, like, I don't know. Like, it's not that he would necessarily know what was going on. It's just that, like, on top of everything else, I'm already kind of annoyed.
Yes. Yeah, I can see that. The reaction time didn't bother me as much because it didn't feel like that long, especially if the guy was just kind of hiding the gun behind him or something like that. But you don't see it off
Yeah.
screen. But I think, yeah, perhaps it takes a little long. But anyway, he gets blown away. He gets shot in the face. And then Micah Moreau's like, oh my goodness. But very, very luckily, based on where she was standing, the person at the door can't see her and she can't see the person at the door. Now, if you haven't seen the movie, you might be wondering, what does she do? If you've watched any detective movie ever, if you have any familiarity at all with how law enforcement operates, you would probably think that she should call for backup immediately.
Yes.
But she doesn't do that. What does she do instead, Hugh?
She just runs in.
She just
draws her
in.
gun and runs into the house. That's the answer.
I would also like to point out, and this is throughout the movie, but this is the first scene where we really see how not good of a police officer she is. She does not clear the house well at all.
No.
She's not like rounding the corners well. She's not. The killer could have not been around any one of those corners into different rooms, and she'd be dead instantly.
It's funny though, because it's almost as if she knows.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That he's going to, like, he shot the first one. Right? He shot the FBI agent, the first guy, square in the face. Didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence, right? Doesn't try to lie his way out of anything, doesn't, like, just shoots him. Reveals exactly who he is immediately by shooting the first FBI agent in the face. And then waits around in the upstairs bedroom with his hands up for her to get up there and arrest him.
Why? Okay, so here's the thing. Psychologically speaking, if you are a suspect in a series of murders or whatever crimes, and you're armed and dangerous and the police are after you, such that when they come to your house, you shoot them on sight, you're not just going to give yourself up after that. Right? Either you would give yourself up right away, or you're going out in a weird blaze of glory, right? Like you're not, or you... or maybe you're even doing the whole like intentional suicide by cop thing, but you're not going to shoot the first guy that comes, and then when the second person comes, go, all right,
you got me. You can take me in.
Well, and you might be wondering, like, okay, well, who is this person? Why is he making any of these decisions? What is this case? Well, we never find out.
Nope, so, we're gone. It's done. It's over. She solved her case. She solved her first case, and now she's on a bigger one. That's her character. This is where we're establishing her character.
Yeah.
Is in these 5 minutes of movie, and this is what it is she's just going to sort of luck into solving these cases because people don't behave like they did 5 seconds ago.
Yes. So to Topaz in the chat, of her being unsure of her own hunch is more a problem I have with the fact that they made her partially psychic, because they can do whatever they want now with no real consequences, no consistency. She can be perfectly, she can not see anything coming when the plot needs her to, or she can know exactly which room this guy is going to be in, so she doesn't have to check the rest of the house effectively. You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
can play fast and loose with her psychic abilities. And the only real implication of bringing up how sure she is of her hunch is that if she's sure, she should have done way more than she did to help
I
save this
think
guy's life.
I think really the problem that I have with her being unsure is that I want this character to feel like a person, right? And as it is, she just sort of she says this thing like, "Oh, he's in there," right? So we know that the story wants her to be psychic, but
Mhm.
she doesn't act like somebody who has made it through life and gotten to a point where she's an FBI agent who has these psychic abilities that have that she's ever used before, right? Like
Yes.
she's never used these psychic abilities before she got to this one neighborhood. It seems like it doesn't she doesn't it doesn't give me anything to latch onto. She's just like a scared, nervous person who sometimes has hunches that
Yeah,
we
and I
don't know
I
how right they turn out to be, and they're going to immediately undermine in the next scene how right they could turn out to be by telling us that it's like essentially a 50-50 shot.
No, it's better than 50-50, but we'll get to it. I see why you think that, but it's actually it's better than chance, but we'll talk about it. Um, Kane Carlson says, "I don't understand how Lee got past the FBI's psych exam. She's clearly not well throughout."
Oh yeah,
I
that's
totally
for
agree.
sure.
The other thing is that she's very, very socially awkward, and she doesn't seem very mentally stable. It seems odd that you would successfully become an FBI detective the way
Yeah,
she
this is
acts.
part of that subgenre of the like autistic wunderkind cinema that
Yeah,
Debs falls into a little bit too, where like
yes.
the person doesn't feel like they could legitimately function in a real human society, but the story is going to keep telling us that they managed to pull all this stuff off. Like
Yeah.
it
I
it's
mean, I've seen some people say that she is kind of autistically coded, and there is a bit of that in terms of her very poor social skills, among other things, which really annoyed me later, but we'll get to it. But see, the thing is, it's not the trope of someone who is very like doesn't have a lot of social skills and is kind of hyper autistic, but is really good at whatever detective work they do or whatever other skill that they're successful with. She's not a good detective, period. The only
no.
way she solves anything is because the villains are leading her by her nose. So it doesn't even have that. She's not really a wonderkind at all. Wonderkind, however you say it.
Yeah.
Um, Postman's Lounge, thank you for the super chat. Says, I think one of the most egregious plot holes was that the FBI didn't secure the insane asylum girl when she said she'd pitch herself off the roof. Yeah, they don't care about
Whoa.
her at all, really. It's very strange.
I think one of like that character existing is just poor writing. Like, why is she even in this movie? We'll get to that eventually. Like
I don't
they don't get
I don't
anything
know if
from
I
her.
agree with that.
They don't
No,
get
they don't.
anything.
No, it's narratively rather useless, but I don't think it's impossible that she exists. Um, we'll talk about it when we get to it. Henrique, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, do you guys like Nicolas Cage's Pig? I haven't seen it,
Neither
but
have
I have
I.
heard that I have heard that it's pretty good. So I'll definitely check it out. I've been meaning to. I just keep forgetting it exists.
Yeah,
But
I
I've heard that's one of his better recent films. So excited to check it out.
not Willy's Wonderland.
Oh, fuck Willy's Wonderland. That movie sucks. Movie sucks so it's one of the most worthless movies I've ever seen. Terrible. Hate that movie. There's a um oh god, has it come out yet? I can't remember if it came out, but there's an EFAT movies we did on Willy's Wonderland.
Oh.
We watched that. I don't know if that came out yet. Sometimes there's a huge delay on these things, so I can't remember. But if it is out, go check it out. If it isn't, well, enjoy it when it does come out. That movie sucks. We watched that in Five Nights at Freddy's. Maybe that did come. I can't remember. Doesn't matter. If she's going to stumble onto him, why not have him in the middle of the first room? Yeah, I don't know why. So the guy that she captures because he gives himself up, even though he could have easily killed her if he wanted to. goes up to the top floor of the house to give himself up instead of doing it immediately right
He
there in the
wanted to be
first.
comfortable. There's no furniture anywhere else in the house.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is that, like, what are we implying with the set design in this house with all the tarps hanging up? Like, I don't understand what the point, but the point, we don't find out anything about who this guy was because he's not really relevant. All he does is set up that she has psychic hunches and that this is a case she solved, quote unquote, and this is what helps her get promoted. And now she gets to work on the big case, the actual case of the film. So it's, I would say, rather worthless in a lot of respects because what it does establish is not good for the movie.
No.
It's not good for the narrative. So uh, is it prophetic or telepathic? The movie presents it more as prophetic than
Yeah.
telepathic. She can't read people's minds, but she can see the future kind of sometimes. That
Maybe.
seems to be the yeah.
Maybe, but so okay, so like so immediately in the aftermath of this scene is when we're going to start establishing exactly sort of how these powers work.
Yeah.
What they do immediately after she catches this killer who just turned himself into her for some reason after shooting her partner dead right in the face, right in front of her, is they put her in a room and they ask her to answer some, like, they show her some sort of like abstract questions and ask her to, say the first word that comes to mind with
They
them.
show her abstract shapes and colors on different slides on a projector, and then she's asked to say the first word that comes to mind whenever she sees these combination of geometric shapes and colors. And so she says, like, she's doing random free association, which you
And
would think is
in
just part of a generic psych exam. But then on top of that, they're saying a number has been generated between 0 and 100 inclusive. What is the number? And she says what the number is and then keeps giving one word answers to the shapes questions.
Yeah, and
So
then
that's
she does the numbers a couple times, and then we find out, I think one scene after this, that she answered 8 of those randomly generated numbers correct and 8 of those randomly generated numbers wrong. So that's a pretty
yes.
good for guessing random numbers between 0 and 100 inclusive. That's a pretty good record.
That is way better than chance.
Yes,
Yes.
way better than chance.
But not perfect.
It is not perfect, and it is still like it's like a 50. It's not exactly a 50-50 shot, but it's 50% of the time she got it right. 50% of the
Yeah.
time it works every time is basically.
Yeah. So that's what's so strange about it because I know we're not meant to think about this at all, but what does that imply that you have psychic abilities that only kind of work? Like, what is that? Like, help me understand that. I just don't understand how that's possible.
When what? How exactly? Like, is she reading the number off of a screen from
Yeah, is
the
she
other
reading the guy's
room?
mind,
Is
or
she
is it
reading
like
minds? Is like
that's the
something
other thing?
whispering in her ear? I watched this movie the other day called Vibes. With I don't know if you've ever heard of this with
It sounds made up, but go ahead.
well, it's going to sound even more made up in a second. It's Jeff Goldblum and Cyndi Lauper in a
Sounds like
like
a vibe.
yeah, it's a movie. It sure is. But it's a psychic. It's sort of like a psychic detective adventure investigation. It's a weird one. They are psychics and they have to go to Ecuador or somewhere in like South America to find these people who disappeared while searching for a lost hidden kingdom, like a la Indiana
Okay,
Jones. But
sure.
basically, in that movie, they have a bunch of psychics, and each one of them has a different way of being able to do things. So, like, one of them has the ability of like they hold those tarot cards or those cards with shapes like from the 60s up behind a screen, and the person tells them what the card is, and like
Yeah.
75% of the time he's right. Jeff Goldblum's thing is when he touches objects, he can see other people who touched them and the events that transpired with them. Cyndi
Okay.
Lauper is like a dead zone person who bumped her head as a kid, and now she has like a little ghost who whispers secrets in her ear and like tells her things that she possibly know, right? But like
Yeah.
they set up a bunch of different ways that this could work in that movie that are more coherent than what we get in this one. is basically what
Absolutely.
I'm pointing out. Like there's
Yeah.
nothing, there's no rule set up. Like she doesn't have a little friend, a little Tony, a little boy who lives in her mouth who shows her things sometimes, you know? There's none of that. It's just she got that right 50, she got that 8 of them right and 8 of them wrong, right? So she got half of them right. I guess that makes her half psychic. She also sometimes gets hunches about where things might be, and then that's it. Let's move on. That's it. That's it.
Yes. So Jay Jamison says when she's calm. So his idea for how to realistically limit this ability she has could be to like um it should be restricted by fear, anxiety, and distractions and things like that. Yeah, that's the sort of natural thing you would do. Because as someone else asked, this is not something that she doesn't know she has. This is something that she's quite aware that she has an ability for. Because this will come up. This is where we get the whole partial psychic is better than no psychic thing. So immediately after taking this test that we don't really have any context for, she is in the back of a police car and she's in a suburban neighborhood with her new superior officer and another detective. The superior officer points to a house up the street, and he this is when he starts getting into the actual case of the movie. But before he does, he asks her, like, how did you answer 8 of those number generation questions? And she's like, well, I also got 8 wrong. And he's like, well, partial psychic is better than no psychic. But she's aware of it. This is not something that she doesn't know she has, right?
Yeah.
And so then he tells her the actual case that we're going to be focusing the movie on, sort of, maybe, is like we discussed earlier, there are murder suicides that are happening, and
Dating back to like
uh,
the 70s, you know, like it
dating back to the 70s, yes, and someone is claiming credit for them. Otherwise, they would have no reason to suspect that they aren't just, I guess, average murder suicides, except that there have been many of them. But
yeah.
he never leaves any evidence. There's never any evidence of forced entry. And so the question is someone actually responsible for all of these? Certainly there's too many of them in a small town for it to just be chance. And a guy is claiming credit for it, but how do you convince a family? How do you convince a father to kill his family and then himself over and over and over again? Very strange. And so that's the central mystery of the movie. And before you know that there's actual supernatural satanic devil magic in the movie, it's an interesting question because you're like, how could someone do that?
It
You
it
know,
is it is. I just realized though that like okay, so I did not put two and two together here that this was all in like, and I'm not sure if the movie makes it clear either whether or not this is all within the same small town. This is the FBI, right? Like this is she's a special agent with the FBI, like Clarice Starling is. So you would assume it's got to be more of like or that it's a national thing.
not necessarily
Not
because
necessarily, but like it keeps happening. Like the fact that it would keep happening in a small town, and we don't like we never see them conduct interviews with locals. We never see them like ask
yeah, well,
like
yeah,
that kind of
I think that's mostly because the director isn't interested in the actual
detective
nuts
work.
and bolts
Yeah,
of detective work. But what you could argue is that that stuff has all been done ostensibly, and they're kind of at an impasse because they're stuck, right? And so they
yeah,
bring on this woman who's has some psychic ability to see if maybe she can help in some way, right? To help because they haven't had any luck decoding the messages either, even though this has been going on for years. Like with the Zodiac killer, they decoded his messages sooner than that, but whatever. No one's been able to decode it yet. And so they appear to be stuck, but it doesn't seem to be all across the country. It does actually seem to be confined to at least a state or two that all seem
yeah.
to be in the same
Well,
region.
and I would like,
Um,
and just to clarify, I would assume the FBI gets involved, especially if there's a string of murders in this
yeah,
fashion.
yeah,
20
that
over
happens a
20
lot.
years that happens in a small town. I would definitely assume that they would get involved with that, right? I
Hmm.
just if it's all happening in a small town, like or in the same small region, I want to feel that a little bit more than I get to in the movie where I'm like I because I have no sense of what this is doing to that community, and who it's like, who specifically they don't and this is mostly because the director is not, I think, like you said, not interested at all in giving that sense of reality to his movie. He's more
Yeah.
interested in just doing like a supernatural serial killer type thing. But it's just it's just one of those little things that starts pricking at me while I'm watching this, where I'm like, I don't know, I'm not like I don't know exactly how to grab onto this right now, just because it doesn't seem like they're doing things that normal detectives would do in this situation, right? Like
No.
you can say that it got that it happened off screen, but they don't really. They don't say
No.
that. They're just like, oh yeah, this just happens. This happens,
Yeah.
and we're trying to
Well,
figure out how.
there's a couple other questions that's raised by implication, especially when it comes to psychic stuff. So the lead detective is impressed that she has any psychic abilities, and also the FBI has a psychic test. That sort of implies that there are other psychic agents, right?
Yes.
It sort of implies that this movie has a number of people with psychic powers in it, enough for the FBI to test for this sort of thing. So, in a world where people have psychic powers, you might expect that the FBI to go about things a bit differently, right? Because this is not the normal world. This world has psychic powers. This world has devil magic, as
Yes,
we
we
will
will
come to
find
learn.
out eventually. Well, it does, but for some reason they're not aware. They don't seem to be aware of that as like
Yeah,
something
that's
that
it's
exists.
confusing in terms of the world building because it sort of treats it as the normal world, but then implies things that they would make it quite obvious that this isn't the normal world. This would be much more akin to something like the X-Files, where there's maybe a division of the FBI or the CIA or whatever that people with psychic abilities work in, like a special unit or whatever.
Yeah.
You might expect something like that, but no, it's just the normal world, except for when it isn't. So that's the central mystery. She's brought back to the FBI headquarters, and we know this is the 90s because there's a picture of Bill Clinton on the wall. um, and so in terms of points that the movie gets, I genuinely like her superior officer guy,
Yeah, I liked him
the
too.
head detective. I thought the actor was doing a good job, and they give him some amusing things to do. So when he comes back, he's showing her evidence on the wall, kind of like you see in the background right now, and he shows her some of the case files, and they're talking about different theories, and then she takes all of her stuff and she spreads it out on the floor, and you're like, okay, how's she going to do her detective mind work? How's this going to happen? We don't really see it. She kind of falls asleep, and he comes back in later to be like, hey, how's it going? She's like, oh, sorry, I fell asleep. I haven't really stumbled onto anything yet. And he's like, well, why don't you come get a drink with me? And she's like, no, I should really keep looking at it. He's like, there's such thing as looking too long. And she's like, well, I don't drink. And he's like, that's fine. I'll drink and you tell me things. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I
okay.
liked that. I liked that too. I
Yeah.
was like, okay, cool. Yeah, this guy seems to understand how to build relationships and rapport with his agents. You know, he's coming
He's
across as a
relatable.
good leader. He's relatable. He feels
Yeah.
like a human being.
Yes, he's
Which
one of
is
the few people that does. Yes.
more than like more so than even like the other agent in the car with her, right? Who's with him, kind of has a
The
little bit of
Asian
a
lady.
yeah. The
Yeah.
Asian lady, she feels like a prop, um, when she
A
is
lot of the
introduced. Yeah,
characters, a lot of the characters feel like props. We'll get all into it, but he's the only one I really believe is a real person, honestly, which is not good because I don't believe the villain, I don't believe the protagonist. Anyway, so then they go to a bar and he's drinking and she's not drinking, and they're talking about different theories. And basically, the best they have is like, well, is he just really persuasive? Is that how he's
yeah,
convincing them to kill themselves? Like, what's going on here? And he specifically says something to the effect of like, well, it's not voodoo magic. In the end, it is just voodoo magic.
in
So
the end, it is just voodoo magic. He also says something like, "That's a page right out of Manson," and she says, but Manson had a family. He had help.
yeah,
That'll be
so
important later too.
that will be important later because here's the thing, guys. In terms of how little the writer cares about detective work, she makes a number of assumptions, and that he must have an accomplice is one of them. And the movie just rewards her by saying, yes, that's true, but there is actually no reason to assume that he has help. And nothing about the central mystery implies, well, the only reason that this is impossible is he must have additional help. Like, no, no, no. Okay, so to lay it out clearly, murder suicides, family murder suicides, but there's no physical evidence. And how does he convince them to do it? That's the central mystery. Whether
Leaves a
he has
letter.
help,
Like
whether he has,
yeah, sorry. The only
whether
evidence
he
that he's
has,
ever even been there is that he leaves a letter at the end of every one. That's
yes. And so the question isn't how can one person do all of this? The question is how can anyone do, like, it doesn't matter if he has help. That's not relevant. That's not something that explains how this is possible. It's still just as impossible if he has 14 people working for him. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So that she naturally goes, "Oh, well, he must have an accomplice." And then the whole central mystery in the back half of the movie is who is the accomplice. I'm like, that doesn't follow from anything that came before it. It's just she's decided that he must have an accomplice, and the movie is like, you're right because I wrote the script. It's
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Yeah. Because yeah, like again, I just want to re-emphasize that they tell her, yeah, there's literally never any DNA, never any hair, never any sign of forced entry. There's never any of that, right? The fathers are the ones who are killing everybody. The fathers of these families are the ones who are murdering their families.
Yeah,
There is
and
not one reason for her to say, well, he must have help somehow because Charles
that
Manson
doesn't
had a
explain
family.
anything.
Because
That
he,
doesn't.
as far as they know, he didn't do it.
Yeah. So you think the more yeah, so either it's an epidemic of murder suicides and there would be more evidence that the fathers are going crazy, but the one thing they discuss is that the fathers never seem to show any signs of losing their minds before this happens, which is the thing that is
Yeah,
the only way you could make sense of it. You would think there'd be more skepticism about whether one person is even responsible for all these, but
it's like
it
whether or
is
not
too
it's
big of
even.
a
Yeah, I mean,
coincidence.
it's
Yeah.
too big of a coincidence that it's been like 20 something years with like the same letter from a
Yeah.
guy named Longlegs popping up at the like
Yeah.
at
Well,
every crime scene.
and so the only real plausible explanation before you include magic, like actual devil magic, which is what the movie does, is some sort of hypnosis, right? The direction you would go with something like this. He's
Yeah,
hypnotizing people into doing things against their will, or he's drugging them to do things against their will. You know, in real life, there's this drug, I can't remember what it's called, but it makes people very susceptible to influence, and you can just tell them to do things and they'll do it.
LSD,
No, no, no,
PCP.
it's not it's not LSD because LSD doesn't work like that. But there's an actual drug. I think it's
What did
like,
Manson use? He was he like I mean,
well, okay, those were a bunch of hippies. Like he had to sort of brainwash them, but there's an actual drug, and I know it's common in like places like Colombia. Um, that like if you give it to people and you just say like, let's go to the ATM, let's take a bunch of money out, and then you'll give it to me, they'll just do it. You don't
oh,
need to
interesting,
actually ideologically convince them of anything the way Manson had to do to his cohort.
interesting.
No, there's
Okay,
I can't remember what it's called now, but there is an actual drug that does that. You can look, and that's not magic, so it could be something like that. It could be old school sort of you put some sort of pendulum-like thing in front of them and put them in a trance with suggestion of some kind. There could be drugs, that's what you would expect. Something along those lines. Somehow he's hypnotizing them. No one really puts that forward as a possibility because the movie's not concerned with that.
movie's not concerned with that. And then another question that you would think might come up, as more important because they give her the case files and just basically tell her like, go to town, see if you can find anything new, right? Like that's basically what they
Yeah.
say. They don't say anything like whatever mystery is in these letters, like we need to find, like they don't give her a specific goal of like, okay, we need to decode these letters and see what they say because that's really all we've got, right? They don't say find other patterns, find other anything. They just give her the case file, put her in a room, and tell her to go to town, and she comes up with nothing, basically, except that, well, he has to have somebody helping him somehow from all of that, which they're like, again, no reason to assume that, really, from any of the evidence.
Yeah.
You might also be wondering, what are the letters? Why is he leaving a letter signed Longlegs at every one of these crime scenes?
Yeah. We'll talk about. I think we'll talk more about his motivation and what he actually wants as it comes up. For now, she's talking with her superior officer. He's drinking. They're going over different theories of what could be happening here. They don't really come to any conclusions. Then it's time to drive him home because he's too drunk.
And
And
he's kind of late. Yeah,
yeah, and he's like, "Oh, the light's on. I'm busted." He just
yep.
has a number of these little moments that are kind of funny and relatable. So he comes home and he's like, "Well, you can. Well, my family's up, so you can meet my wife." And our main character goes, "Do I have to?" Like some sort of weird, like bratty teenager. It's very
Yeah,
strange.
I did. I was just like, sir, do I have to? Like, yes, yeah. This is your. This is yes. This is how you get by in this field. Yeah,
You
like
form relationships with the people you work
yeah.
with. Yes. Well,
It's
here's
like,
the other thing.
and this is the part that like started getting me thinking about True Detective season 1 too, right? Is that like they have a very specific moment in that first season where they point out how weird it is that they haven't met his partner yet when they finally come to dinner, right?
Yeah,
Like because he has a
because he's
family.
weird.
Yeah, because he's
And
weird, and because he has a family, and they need to know who their father and husband is working with in these dangerous situations. Like, whose hands is his life in day to day when you're working on this creepy case? That's why you go and meet the family. One of the reasons why you
yeah.
go and meet the family, you know?
And here's the thing, she's clearly very antisocial in a lot of ways, and I would mind it less if the movie just treated her that way. For example, so first of all, I like his response when she's like, "Do I have to?" And he's like, "Yes, you have to."
Yes.
So that's kind of amusing. But then when they go inside, they meet. She meets the wife and the 9-year-old daughter or 8-year-old daughter, however
However
old she
old.
is.
Miss
And the daughter
Ruby.
says that Ruby says, "Hello," and she says nothing. She doesn't say anything.
And then
It's
all of a
so
sudden they're
awkward.
friends. All of a sudden the girl is like, she does, and they couldn't even have shown us that like maybe this character relates to children better, right? Like maybe she's really awkward around adults, but she's like she's got a soft spot for kids, or she's like good at talking to kids as opposed to talking to adults. She understands. They couldn't have even done us the courtesy of doing that. She's
No,
just as awkward with the children as she is
yeah.
with the adults, and the script is going to have this girl be super invested in her for some reason because
And inviting her
yeah,
to her birthday
yeah. Oh,
party.
can she come to
Yeah.
my birthday party? Like, all we ever see of them interacting is Micah Monroe sitting on her bed, chewing the inside of her lip, being really weird and acting like a caged animal. And the girl's like, "I like you. Can you come to my birthday party?"
It's like, why? Why?
Why?
Why
What?
do you want her to come? Yeah. So yes, there's that. That she didn't say hello when they said hello in the beginning. It was very strange. But then the problem, like I said, is that no one treats her like she's as weird as she is. Unlike True Detective season 1, where everyone treats him as weird as he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Everyone.
everyone treats him very weird until he meets the family, and she's the only one who like asks any questions of him and like dives into his backstory, and like you find out that oh wow, he's more comfortable talking to the wives of his partners than his partner.
Yeah.
That's an interesting character thing. That's an interesting revelation.
Yeah, but yeah, she's very awkward and she doesn't communicate well with people throughout, and she seems kind of unwell in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
No
and
one really no one
yeah,
really treats her that way.
and I don't know, man. Like I like Topaz saying like kids can be weird and randomly latching on to people and liking them. Yeah, that I guess that's true. It's just like
You would
she does.
expect a better justification than what we got, but
Yeah,
it's not
like
a huge
I
deal,
don't
really.
like that the reason that this character, like story wise, the reason that this character is latched or this girl is latched on to this character is that it's random. I'm not really thrilled by that, considering that she has no character from any of the rest of the scenes. Like there's no real traits for her apart from being awkward, shy, and incredibly painfully like frightened of the world. That's
Yeah.
basically it.
Except for when she just goes into the house without calling for backup.
Yeah.
It's a weird mix. She doesn't feel like a coherent
I don't
person.
think I would mind it as much if there was something else to latch onto, but we're now like what 15, 20 minutes into the movie and she has no fucking care.
No, I don't like it at all. But she has a birthday coming up. Remember that. The little girl has a birthday coming up. The
The
little girl
party that's being
is
planned.
is around the same age as the girls who have died in these murder suicides, and she has a birthday coming up. Remember that. If you Micah Monroe, Lee Harker is her character's name. She goes home. She has a weird log cabin house,
A very,
and
very like yeah. This is another thing that I was kind of. It reminded me a bit of a better thing, Mindhunter, a little bit. You see the agents who live in these like with the family. They've got a larger house, but it's still it's not a mansion, right? It's not like a big piece, a big house in an isolated piece of land out in the woods that you would pay out the ass to get something like that with full glass windows all wrapping around and like this beautiful deck overlooking the forest. They live in like apartments, basement apartments where they feed cats, with shared laundry, right? But somehow this girl has got this house out in the middle of the woods, this like
well, it has,
beautiful serene writer's cabin, that Stephen
are they
King would buy.
are they from here? Like
Yeah,
like they're not from DC living here while they're working on the case or anything. Are they actually from here? It doesn't really matter. But
yeah. How close are they? Is she working in DC? Is she close by to where her mom lives? Like, does she have to take a like? What's happening?
are these just local FBI? Is the local FBI field office? Is that where all these people are coming from? I'm not really sure. It doesn't really matter, but I guess they have to be local because they all have houses
Yeah,
locally.
they all have houses locally, and it has to
Okay.
be happening somewhere. It's not DC. Like I know that for a fact.
Well,
This
they're
is
definitely not transplants to this area.
she does not own that house in the neighborhood of Montgomery
No,
County, Maryland. Like there is no chance.
and so she must have lived here her whole life. So she works locally for the FBI, not in Virginia or whatever. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. So she gets home and she's looking at all the clues and she's trying to figure out what's going on. I forget the exact
She calls
order
her
of
mom
operation.
too. She
Oh
like
yeah, she calls her mom.
which
Yeah, let's talk about that. So what do we learn in this conversation with the mom?
they're sort of estranged.
Sort of a strange. The implication is that her mom is deeply religious,
Yeah, she asks her, "Have you still been saying your?"
and she either doesn't answer or lies. I can't remember. I think
I
she
think
says
she
yes.
says yes.
And so she's like asking her about the case she's working on. She's like, "Oh, they're putting me on an important case, but you wouldn't really want me to tell you the details. It's pretty dark stuff." And the mom's like, I used to be a nurse. Like, you can tell me." And she's like, "No, I'm not going to tell you." Like, okay. But they have an awkward relationship. There's some tension in their conversation. I thought this had potential narratively.
Yeah,
Um,
kind of. But then eventually, when we get to the revel, we never really understand where this comes from. Yeah, like why are they estranged? They don't really. They don't seem to be at like. There's nothing in their past that they remember. There's nothing in the past that Lee remembers that would put them at odds with each other in this situation.
I
Like
I don't know exactly how to answer that question because their relationship is very confusing to me. The mom is very confusing to me because she's going to flip flop on a dime, even though she she should be pretty set in her ways. It's very confusing. Well, there'll be more to say the more we know about
yeah, she
this.
said her mom says she didn't leave the house today, so like cuz which is implying sort of that she's like a recluse, maybe like that she's hoarding stuff and like the house is kind when we end up seeing it is kind of a cluttered mess. There's
Yeah, she's
boxes
definitely a
everywhere.
hoarder.
Yeah. Like
Definitely.
so like it could be that, but then again, she flip-flops on a dime. Like real like for we don't hear her talk about like, oh, I was at church the like she doesn't talk like a normal person, and this is one of the problems that I have with the overall the whole script. Only the head of the FBI, or like the senior agent, the boss man, talks like a
Mhm.
real person. Everybody else kind of talks around each other in ways that just don't really like, they don't tell us anything about what these characters are like. We don't learn anything about what their past looks like outside. They don't feel like they existed before they popped up on screen or in this movie. So like
Yes, and a lot of that will come when we get these weird contradictions between how they're presented at first and how they're presented at the end of the movie. But we'll get to that stuff. So it
says
has a
she used to be a nurse. Why did she stop?
unclear, unclear. Well,
Kind of unclear. It's sort of clear. I don't know. It's anyway. In the middle of this conversation with her mom, she gets a knock on the door,
a pretty loud one.
a pretty
So
loud one, and she lives in the
she
middle
hangs
of
up.
nowhere. So this, she hangs up. So this, which again, not the best option when you live in the middle of nowhere and you're scared, and somebody has knocked on your door really loudly, to hang up on the outside world. Um, you know, generally kind of a good thing to keep in contact, or like maybe hang up and call for backup, you know,
Yeah,
something.
probably.
Let
She's
somebody know what's happening so that they know to call for backup if
yeah,
something
she
goes
doesn't do
south.
that. There are so
Something that
many
a
times.
fucking FBI agent would do. I don't know.
Yeah, someone it's because remember, it's like after midnight. It's very, very late. She just got assigned to this new, relatively high profile question mark, but relatively important serial murder case. And someone's knocking at her door very aggressively at like what, 2 in the morning?
Yeah, like late, middle of the night, dark,
Yes.
spooky times, the witching hour, you could call it, a season of the witch.
She grabs she grabs her she hangs up, she doesn't call for backup or anything. She grabs her gun, she goes to the front door, she looks around and there's no one there. She goes back inside and then
Oh,
eventually
no,
she
no, no,
looks.
no. Sorry. I really want to, before we breeze past this, I really want to talk about this part, because she goes to the front door and asks who's there. There is no answer. She locks the chain latch over the door, goes back and looks out the window and thinks she sees something in the woods. So she grabs her gun and leaves the house with the door wide open. That
Yeah,
is the order of operations with this,
you're right.
which is fucking retarded. There is no way that this FBI agent does that in like in it just, this is where I sort of like immediately detach. I'm like, this isn't a detective story. This is something completely different. Like, this is not how a functioning detective who's made it through the FBI's training would have behaved. If it wasn't already a huge clue at the beginning where she just goes into the house and barely clears her corners, this is the
Yeah.
moment where you realize she has no idea what she's doing.
Like, why did you leave the house? Why did you leave the house with the front door open?
Yeah, and
Why
like,
why
what? You're in the middle of the woods. You're the only thing around. Just
She sees a figure. Okay, she sees a dark figure lurking at the edge of her vision. Like, you can barely make it out, but there's clearly someone there, standing ominously in the woods behind her house. And then she goes all the way outside and leaves the front door open.
leaves
Like,
the
you
front
would
door open.
call the police,
Yeah, call the cops.
lady.
Like, they're already like, you live in the middle of nowhere. The cops are at, like, seconds matter. They are at minimum minutes away in this
And here's
situation.
the
So
other
like, you
thing:
need to do this as quick as possible.
if there's someone out there, you call the police and you keep an eye on them.
Yeah, stay in there.
You-
Here's another crazy thing that you could do: get some blinds. Like, you have windows all around your house. They have no blinds. You are exposed at every minute of your time in here. And like, yeah, I get it. You're in the middle of the woods, right? But in this exact kind of situation, wouldn't you have rather had the option just like pull them closed a little bit so that they can't see what you're doing if they're
yeah,
out there?
I mean, you would just any house should have blinds in general.
Yeah.
So yes, but also it's the other sort of thing. Like, okay, if you saw Michael Myers like standing outside don't take your eyes off of him. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like it's like the mistake Jamie Lee Curtis makes a couple times in Halloween that bugs me, among other big mistakes she makes. But yeah, our trained FBI agent, and this is the thing that really confused me about the movie. Is like, is she supposed to be a good FBI agent? The movie seems to imply that she is, but she clearly isn't. I thought at first maybe they were gonna try to say that, like, oh, she's not actually a great FBI agent, but she's only really here because she's psychic. I thought maybe that was the angle they're taking.
Nope.
You know what I mean? No, not really.
Not really.
And so, Eric, get some blinds in your house or some
Yeah.
curtains, man.
Put up a
Something.
yeah. Put up
Nobody
some
wants to
curtains.
see that.
Yeah, like how. And I do wonder though, like Eric, do you have neighbors? And if so, have they asked about like have they ever come over and been like, "Oh, no blinds, huh?" Because they're telling you they've seen you naked. If so, I'm just letting you know as a courtesy. They're being polite about it. They're telling you they've seen your ding dong. So like, come on. But so anyway, she goes out into the woods, leaving the door wide open. Comes back. Of course, the door's open. You left it open. He's been in the house.
Wait! Before she goes back, she goes outside, pointing the gun into the random darkness of the woods. She sees nothing, and then she turns around and, oh my God, someone's in her house. Creepy man is inside of her house. And then she runs back to the front door, and she's like, oh my God, the front door is open. It's like, yeah, you left it open. That was you. You did that.
Probably. You're lucky he didn't just lock it behind you and claim squatters' rights at this point.
Yes.
It's a nice house. That's what I would have done.
Yeah. And so she goes back inside. Again, does a terrible job of clearing the house to make sure he's not still in there. So if he wanted to kill her, she's dead. She's dead. This is the second time where if the serial killer wanted to kill her, she would be dead.
But instead, he's left an envelope on her desk that says, "Lee Harker, do not open until," and it has like a specific date on it, right?
I think it's July 14th or something along.
Because
whatever
he kills
14th.
like it's always like birthdays on that day, right? Something like that. Is one of the MOs. That's how they've kind of narrowed down that it has to be. Apart from the letter, it's also the birthdays are always on very similar days.
Well, I think this is when she figures it out, right? Because this is when she cracks the code. Or is it earlier?
I thought he said that. Doesn't the FBI boss man tell her that? That they all happen around the daughter's birthday? I could have sworn that they said that.
No, they all have. Okay, it always happens on the daughter's birthday, and it all happens within 6 or many days from the 14th or something like that.
Yeah, she cracks the algorithm. But okay, so it says don't open until that day, right? And she immediately opens it.
Yeah, well, which is funny because I mean, you would.
Yeah, of course you would. But like, why did he write it on there? Like, so from a screenwriting perspective, why did he write it on there? Why even have that show up in the movie?
That feels very cheeky because you have to assuming he's not actually insane, assuming he understands human beings at all, you would assume that she would open it right away, and that's just sort of like a cheeky thing to do. You know what I mean? But it would have been funnier if he said, "Don't open till Christmas."
Don't open till Christmas or until your birthday or something like that. But like, it could be her birthday, couldn't it? Because it is coming up. She does got a birthday coming up. But
yes, but
you would also think too that would, and the reason that I'm bringing it up is like, why have it on there? If it is mostly because like, why have it on there if she's not going to assume that date is significant? She doesn't bring that date back up. She doesn't tell anybody.
She also doesn't tell anyone about this. We'll see why, but it's really
fucking
lame
stupid
excuse. Yeah. Yes. So she opens this, and so this is when I was like, okay, I really don't understand what we're trying to say about whether she's good at being a detective or not, because she uses gloves to open it. I'm like, okay, good. That's what you would do because this is evidence. But then she's not going to tell anyone about it, so it doesn't even matter if she treats it like evidence.
And what's in the envelope, Jamie?
It's a birthday card. It's a creepy like rabbit or something, or a mouse or some sort of creepy cartoon animal, and it's a 9th birthday card. And it's got messages inside of it.
And it's coded messages.
Yes.
It's coded messages, and what else is in this card?
Remind me, I can't
A
remember right now.
cipher.
Right.
To decode the messages. He just gave her the
Yeah,
entire way to
it's the
decode the
666
message.
it's the 666 triangle thing,
Yeah,
right?
it's the 666 triangle. That's how she decodes the message.
Oh, yeah, and then she uses that, okay, so she has a weird calendar graph thing, and then she realizes that they form a sort of triangle, so the shifting birthdays, are all within 6 days of a month because one of them's on the 13th, one of them's on the 14th. That way, if you look at it on this weird graph, it kinda looks like an upside down triangle,
Yes,
and there's a couple of dates.
and how like, so the message, she uses this immediately to decode the message in the card, which says,
Mhm.
and I think I'm remembering it right because it was a little silly, so it's stuck in there. It was, tell them how you got this, how it came into your head, and I'll cut off her milk tits and leave your and bleed your mommy dead. That's what
Yes.
that it's pretty close. That's pretty close. I feel confident. Pretty close.
I'm glad that stuck with you. Um, yes, so he gives her the clue on how to decode the messages that the FBI have not been able to decode yet, right? And so this is example number 1 of detective lady solving a big part of the case without any actual detective work because the villain just told her,
This would be
"Hey,
number
this is."
two, because her first case was solved because the guy surrendered inexplicably just to her, right? Like,
I'm talking about the main case, but yes, you're right.
yeah,
That wasn't really detective. Yeah, but you're right. This is the first big major example because this is the main mystery of the movie, and she's not going to just solve it on her own at all. The villain's like, "Hey, by the way, this is how you decode my code. Here's a clue to help you solve the clue, since clearly you can't get it on your own." Um, so he helps her, but he's like, don't tell anyone how you got this card because I'll kill your mother. And now, what you might expect someone to do is to call their senior officer man and say, the killer left a note in my house. He threatened to kill my mom if I tell anyone about it. We need to put her into protective custody, and you need to see this note he sent me. But no, she doesn't do that. What does she do, Hugh?
she she just hides it. She listens to it. You know, the other thing too is that you would expect that she would be like, how does he know I'm on the case?
Yeah,
How did he figure this out? Does he have a mole in the agency?
that's a question you might explore if you cared about detective stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so she doesn't wonder if anyone in the FBI that she talks to on this case, like there's only really 2 people other than her. She doesn't wonder if one of them leaked it.
Yeah,
She
like,
hasn't shown up. She hasn't shown up at a crime scene yet, so
no,
it's
it's all
it's
been,
not.
it's literally all just been like, oh yeah, you're on here. You're on the
Yeah.
case. Here's the file. Um, look at it. Oh, you fell asleep? Okay, let's go talk about it. Oh, okay, time to go home. Meet my family. Goes home that night.
Now the serial killer
He
has
knows.
left a note because he knows that she's involved in it and is threatened to kill her mom, but is also trying to help her solve the mystery. And she doesn't tell anyone that she works with. She doesn't suspect anyone that she works with for being involved, which is another thing you might do. Um, she doesn't do anything to protect
Her
her mom.
mother.
She should tell people. You should
She should
tell
tell
them.
people.
Yes, 1000%. And you would go to your superior officer who seems all right, and you would say, "He sent me this. He was in my house. He left me this note. He knows I'm on this case. How does he know that? How could he know? How could he have known that? Did someone leak it? Who knows that I'm involved in this case? He threatened my mother. We need to get her into protective custody. He gave me a clue to help solve the code, which means he wants to solve the code. So what does that mean about his personality? What does that mean about what he's going to do next?" There's so many questions that you would ask, and she asks none of them.
So many
None of
questions
them.
that you should be asking as a moviegoer in this situation too. Like, you should be
Yeah.
wondering all these things if you're sitting there and watching this, and not one of them is going to be.
No. No, I mean, we'll eventually learn well, no, uh, we still don't know how he found out that she's on the
We
case.
don't know how she found out, or how he found out that she's on the case. You have
Because
to just
what we
assume devil magic.
honestly, you do because obviously we're going to learn that she's connected to this case more than she thought from the beginning, right?
Yeah,
But
that's
hold on, I
that's
got a
what we're.
sneeze coming. Sorry. We're going to learn that she's connected to the case, but at this moment, there's no way that Longlegs should know she's even been assigned to it, unless he's literally stalking her, like following her. But even then,
But even then, like, even that, like, if you have figured this out, like, oh my god, wait a minute, this serial killer who, like, she doesn't give any impression of having really known about him other than like by uh infamy, right? Like she knows that this is an infamous case that she is now
does
involved
she?
in.
Is that even
Is that
clear? I
it?
don't think it is. No,
I don't know
I'm gonna
actually, now that I'm saying it.
I
Let's
don't think she hasn't heard about it at all. When she talks to her mom, she says, "They put me on an important case." She just learned about it for the first time, as far as I'm concerned. She had not heard of it once,
She
which
doesn't
is
say anything
weird.
in the car when they break down. I can't remember if she says anything like she's familiar. She might be. There's a slim chance that she might
I
be
don't think
somewhat
so.
familiar from like news reports. I
Well,
don't.
that would so here's the thing.
You would
This
expect.
would be you would expect that, but the movie treats it like she's learning about this all for the first time.
Okay, yeah, but so she, like, this guy, the serial killer, who she has just learned has been active since 1978, and that, like, has been leaving these creepy cryptic notes at these murdered people's, at these murdered families' homes for some reason, right? Um,
Yes.
she has just learned that he has a special interest in her, that he knows where she lives, and
Mhm.
that he is threatening her mother. She
And
should be
that
very concerned. This should be
yeah,
like cause to immediately go to your boss and be like, I need to, like, you need to put me somewhere. You need to put my mom somewhere. Like,
yeah.
like, this needs to be like, and I am involved here now. He's been following me. He knows me. He knows I'm on the case. She should be telling people this. This is a problem. She doesn't.
No, she
She
doesn't.
doesn't. She also doesn't go and decode the old letters that have been
No.
at the houses. She doesn't go and use the cipher that she got to
No,
decode
you're
this, to
right.
decode the code, to decode the letters and find out why the letters were put there in the first place.
Because she will decode a new letter
Yeah.
when they find it in the next scene, but she doesn't we never see her go back to all the old letters and decode them. Why? You think that would be important? So in terms of okay, so you might be wondering, or she should be wondering, why does he want me to solve this case? What is he trying to get me? Because he gave me the code. He
Yeah.
gave me the code to solve it. He said, "Don't tell anyone how you got it, but I want you to have it." What does that mean? What does that
She
mean?
should be
What is it?
asking herself this fucking question, and she should be looking through the old letters that she can now. This is a massive break in the case. There are dozens of letters that she could
Yes.
be decoding to find some pattern, right? But she does
Yeah.
bring an algorithm, like some kind of symbolic algorithm, to her boss that shows that, like, on a calendar, every murder forms an inverted triangle symbol.
Yeah.
Now, I don't remember really what the inverted triangle symbol means. I think it's some kind of like devil worship thing. Like, they don't. If I'm remembering right, they don't really give us like a lot to work with there. Like, why the
No.
triangle is significant.
No, it's not especially significant except for that it's like a downward facing geometric symbol. I'm surprised they didn't go with the pentagram, but they went with the triangle. Sure, it's downward pointing because it's satanic. It's all that's the most we ever get about it. Why he's so obsessed with doing this triangle diagram on a calendar? Like why they all have to
Hey,
be on a certain date so they make this symbol? It's not really clear at all. Doesn't it doesn't accomplish anything. Well,
does it? I don't know. I like
it gets stopped because eventually they prevent the final one from happening completely. So who
Completely,
knows?
completely, not entirely. They prevent
Yeah, I know.
the second leg, you could
You
call
know
it.
what I mean. Like they don't completely stop it. They stop it from being complete. Um, and so what would have happened if they completed the triangle? Who knows? Who really cares? I don't think the writer cares. Um, someone said
No,
upside down triangle usually means girl parts. um, yeah, I don't know. See, here's the thing about Osgood Perkins. I've seen in interviews him explaining why certain things are the way they are in this movie, and it usually just seems to be a vibes thing. Like why the name Longlegs? He just said he liked the sound of it.
I,
That's the whole reason from the director. That doesn't mean it doesn't have the capacity to be more meaningful, but that's all the thought he really put into it.
well, that's pretty present in in the finished product. I would say it does
Yes.
not have a good explanation or like even like I'm trying to think of like any little hint apart from just I wore my long legs today at the beginning. But even then, like, okay, so he calls himself Long Legs at the beginning of the movie. That's like sort of his code name, I guess. But what does it mean?
Well, let's save the "what does it all mean" conversation for when we're
For
at the
when we're
end,
I guess that's
because
fair.
I think when you sum it all up, this is an incredibly incoherent movie. But if you look at individual pieces, people have like projected meaning onto them. But the problem is, if you take the whole thing as a whole, there's a lot of contradictory stuff. So I've seen some interpretations, but I'm also aware of what happened in the movie and how it can contradict a lot of attempts at making meaning out of this movie. So, well, let's save that.
Okay.
Um, yes, so she doesn't do any of the things that you should do after getting this letter. Um, but instead, they get a call the next day and they discovered more bodies, right? So they go to a crime scene and another murder suicide has happened a while ago, and they're only now discovering the bodies because conveniently, for the sake of long legs and I guess the story, the family was supposed to have gone out of town right before they were discovered, like right before they were killed.
Yeah.
So their bodies are found and they've been rotting there for a while. It's the same sort of thing. It's a murder suicide. The dad killed the husband and the child and then killed himself. And he left another letter. And she takes this one and she decodes it on the spot. And her superior officer is like, "How did you do that?" And she says, "A hunch." Doesn't make
She says
any
something. I looked at it long enough or something.
Yeah,
Is
she
yeah.
doesn't make any mention of the fact. First of all, she takes credit for something that she didn't solve herself, which is kind of funny. Um, but then she never mentions, like I said, she never mentions that she got this clue because he left a note at her house. And so she just solved this. And he even says, our team has not been able to decode this for years by implication. It's been years, and we haven't been able to decode this cipher, and you just did it all at once. And he never goes like, "Hey, we need to send this to our team and check it against the other messages." And there's never any attempt to say, "Hey, show your work."
Yeah.
No, never, never once.
Never once. They don't even bother to ask it, like, because you would think, right, that like she last night, like literally less than 24 hours ago, she told you she got nothing out of looking at the stuff. She's like, I don't know, I have nothing, right? And then the
Yeah, and
next morning, she comes in, decodes a letter like on the spot perfectly without like she doesn't even like bring like the folded up cipher in her pocket. She just
no,
knows how to do it. And he doesn't go and then she just says, I figured it out. And he doesn't immediately just go, how? Like, how do you even know
how?
that this
Show
is
me
right?
how.
Like,
How do you know this is right? Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing. And then she presents what it says, and I don't remember exactly what it says, but we'll get to that in a minute. She presents what the decoded message reads, and how does he have any idea that she's correct? Like, what if she's wrong? What if she used the wrong cipher, and that's a totally garbled version of what it's supposed to say? How would you know?
great question.
The director doesn't care. See, here's the thing: in a better, because this is clearly ripped from Zodiac, the
Yeah,
real case,
the codes were
and the movie,
clearly
right?
ripped from that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so here's the thing: in the Zodiac movie, they explain how the code works when they eventually solve it. They talk about it. They talk about this stuff because it matters. And
Yeah.
this movie just doesn't care. Pretty annoying. Yeah, and she didn't tell them when she did it either. She waited till this moment. So she's acting suspicious in a lot of ways, but he never really questions her at this point. He'll
Oh,
question her.
isn't the code? It's just the chapter from the Book of Revelation, isn't it?
I
Isn't
think so.
that's what it is? It's like, and I stood on the sands and I saw a beast rise up from the ocean, and it was the devil, and he
And
came to,
horns and
yeah,
crowns and all that stuff,
yeah.
yeah.
Holy shit! It was Damien. It's all for you.
Yeah, so that's how she solved it. Do you remember what it says here exactly? You've seen this movie more recently than I have.
You like, what the letter says?
Yeah, the one they find at this new crime
I
scene.
thought that's what it
Oh,
was.
it,
Wasn't it?
no, I think that was later. One of these mentions the farmhouse.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think it's this one.
The
So
Carey family farmhouse or something like that will be filled with fun, or some, like, it'll be so super fun. Somebody
remember the fun we had at the farmhouse. Yeah.
God, somebody in the chat mentioned Detective Butters. I really wish this movie had like something like that, had something like that with like Butters like I'll cut off her milk teeth. Oh Jesus, Mom.
Oh, oh, jeez. And so
Oh
uh,
jeez.
there's mention of the family farmhouse and how much fun we had there. And so that leads back to one of the murder suicides that
Wasn't
is different from all the
wasn't the
others.
first, right? It
No, it
was.
wasn't the first. It was just one of the middle ones. And this one is unique, and this is weirdly the first time I think it's been mentioned. It might have been mentioned briefly earlier, but I think there'd be more focus on it before this point, but there isn't. One of the murder suicides wasn't complete because the girl happened to not be there, the daughter, that is. So the husband killed the wife and then killed himself, but the girl wasn't there, so she didn't die. And she survived, and she's horribly traumatized, and she's in the mental institution about an hour or so away. That's the thing that makes it feel like it's all in one region, because everywhere they need to go is within like a couple hours. So it's all just in the Midwest. You think this would be
Yeah.
more locally famous, among other things. But then they decide, well, we should go to the farmhouse. We should go to the farmhouse and look for clues. There's something about the phrase X marks the spot in this letter and the fun they used to have at this farmhouse. So they go to the farmhouse, and then they're going to go to visit the sole survivor. They go to the
Yes.
farmhouse.
Oh, right. He asks her. It's just like, that's not far from here, right? And she says like, it's 139 miles, sir. I'm like, that's kind of far. Like that's a long way to go. That's not very, like, that's a long drive. Like, even
Yeah,
even in America, that's long.
it's a waste. But yes, it's all in the same general region of the country, but not super close. Um, Matthew Leach says, "Hey Cap, when are you going to return to Mahler's Discord?" Not anytime soon. I was just spending too much time on Discord, and I was like, I need to spend less time on Discord. That's the only real reason. Other than everyone there is stinky and smelly. That's why I left. That's the real reason.
I'm
No.
still lurking. I'm still lurking. Don't. I see what you post, and
I see.
I
I see the
choose
things
not
you
to participate.
Yeah, maybe eventually. I just was spending too much time there. So then they go to the farmhouse and they discover some clues, in quotes. So they find some X's on the barn, and that leads them upstairs. Remember, X marks the spot. They go upstairs.
Yeah, and did you
On
notice that they're X's that sort of vaguely kind of resemble upside down crosses? Like, there's one line that's just a little longer than the others,
Yeah.
because Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of
We'll
them. There's a fuckload of them all over the place. So you wonder how they missed them in the first. Like, there's a lot of crosses drawn
it
on
could
this
be
barn.
recent.
I guess it could be
could be
recent. Yeah, it
recent.
could be. That's true. It could be. He could be literally leading them to solving his own crime. I wonder why he might do that.
Well, he wants God, he wants them to solve it so bad that he doesn't just put one X where the treasure is buried. He puts a bunch of X's.
They're
You can't
fucking
miss it. There's one on
everywhere.
the door. There's one on the stairwell. There's one when you get up to the top of the stairs. It just
There's like 5 of them on the front door of the barn.
yeah,
There's 5 of them all on top of each other. Like, you might
you
as well
can't
have
miss
drawn
it.
a bunch of arrows being like, crime in here, murder scene in here.
This way, comma detectives. Yeah. That's what I would have written personally. Well, because then he wants to be found, but they never address that. And so here's the other thing that annoys me. So if you're not going to do any of the forensic stuff because there's no physical evidence, fine. That stuff can be interesting for a detective movie as well. But the one thing I would expect, and this is definitely present in The Silence of the Lambs, and Seven, and Zodiac, and Mindhunter, the serial killer profiling that all this stuff is derived from, is that there's an interest. Obviously, there's an interest in the psychology of serial killers, why they do what they do, how we can understand their psychology to stop them before they keep killing people. That's a big part of this work, right? And they're just never having any of those questions about why is he doing this? Why the letters? Why does he want to be caught? What does that say about him? What kind of person would have the capability of doing all this? These are all over the place. So clearly he has a mode of transportation. Like none of those questions are coming up at all once. The
Yeah.
most the closest we get is, well, he must be pretty persuasive, I guess. And they say that kind of as a joke because they don't understand how he could be doing this.
What's interested Jay is mentioning in the chat is like, why even use a code or cipher if you're just giving it away? Was he bored? It's funny because I'm now trying to imagine, like, because this is the crime scene. This is where one of these families was, right? And
The family was actually murdered in the house, not the barn.
right, but
The barn
on the
is not the crime
property.
scene. Yes, yes, yes.
What you have to imagine, right, is that the detectives walked into this house on this property, looked at the letter, like the murders and the letter, went, fuck, we can't read the letter, and just went home. Like they didn't even look at the rest of the property for the X's on the barn, unless they're recent, of course. They could be, right? But they didn't look inside the barn for anything, any kind of clues. They didn't do a canvassing of the property. They just found the letter, went, fuck. I don't know what that says.
I can't read that.
I can't read this shit. Fuck. I guess we're done. Guess we're done for the day.
Like,
put it in the backlog.
it's like a totally different language.
What is this, Japanese?
That's pretty funny. Yeah, no, the detective work is
And
sorely lacking.
so you mentioned the thing about, like, if you're not going to do the forensic stuff, what's even worse to me is that you kind of have, in the period piece that you've set up, the perfect excuse for not focusing too much on the forensic part of this case, because this is Bill Clinton's, reign. This is the like between the mid and late 90s. Forensic evidence, DNA stuff, that's relatively speaking kind of new. Like that's the main reason why the DNA issue in the OJ case in 1994 was such a big problem, was because people didn't understand, like, the CSI. I don't think CSI had started at this point yet. That's not until like early 2000s. It's not forefront of everybody's mind. So the DNA evidence isn't really considered enough to get a conviction in cases like that, right?
Yeah,
So like you already have that built in by the time period that you're setting your story. You don't necessarily need to add in, like, oh, there was no forensic evidence there at all, like like to add that little corner to the side of the mystery. It helps for the mystery stuff if you're going to do something with it, which you don't.
Yeah.
But like, you already have that built in, so I don't even you don't even need to keep harping on that point. You can just have it be old.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, DNA evidence, if you Google it, was first used as evidence in the United States Criminal Court in 1986. It took a while to be ubiquitous, and it took a while for crime scene investigations to take good care of DNA evidence. Because any of these crimes that started in the 70s and continued into the 80s, they would not have good records of DNA evidence these days. They would have been fingerprinting and things like that, found no fingerprints, and they would not have taken DNA, cloth samples, and all the fiber samples and all that sort of stuff.
Oh.
But they would be recently. And if you wanted a way for this mysterious killer to suddenly be a bit more like we found a break in the case, instead of having it be that suddenly he's decided to be more overt in his clue giving, you could have had DNA evidence.
Well, to
That's
literally
something you
give
could have done.
away his fucking cipher. Like he
Yeah.
gave away a cipher
well,
to a
and-
thing that doesn't even play into catching him later.
Yeah, well, yeah. So here's the thing: why might a serial killer do this? Because the Zodiac killer, obviously in real life, he left ciphers and clues and coded messages. Right? They weren't
Yeah.
like his social security number or anything. They were messages.
My
and
name
stuff like that.
is Jim Parsons, or what was, I don't remember what the guy who the obvious guy who did it.
I don't remember either. But yes. So why would they do that? And it's like, well, a lot of times, psychologically speaking, a lot of serial killers want to be known for their work, right? And that's why if they don't get caught, there's actually something wrong with that for them, because it's not that they want to be caught, it's what they want to be known. So, for example, if, this has happened many times in the sort of heyday of serial killers, where, if there's a bunch of unrelated murders that aren't being connected by detectives, they'll give some message to law enforcement, planting the idea that they're actually connected. They'll leave a clue because they want people to know how great of a work, they want it's an ego thing, it's a pride thing. So you might expect that for Longlegs if he's leaving clues, because these cases, there'd be no real reason other than their sheer oddity to assume that somehow someone is responsible for making all of these murder suicides happen. But he's leaving clues because he wants people to know that they're connected,
Yeah.
and that there's a hand behind them, right? So you might think it's an ego thing. Keep that in the back of your mind when we eventually find out what Longlegs is up to and what he's like and why he's doing all this, and we'll see if that still makes sense. It doesn't.
It doesn't. Spoiler. Here's another interesting one. Maybe there's copycats. Now, granted, I don't know how you copycat force it, like getting a happy father of a happy family to kill his happy family and then himself. Like that's, I think, and you just
Arthur
like
Lee Allen, that's
some
the
kid
one.
just like
Yep.
drew some weird shit. Maybe like some random teenager drew some weird shit on a like totally different symbols on a piece of paper and dropped it in the house. Like I don't know. Like that's a weird. But yeah,
And then here's the other thing regarding copycats. The implication of this movie, and it's never made explicitly clear either way, is that this is not a high-profile case that everyone knows about.
Yeah.
There's no media in this at all, period. So it seems to be,
Which is weird for a story set in the 90s, just want to say.
It's so weird for a story set in the 90s, and it's so weird for any story that the FBI is involved in. So if FBI resources are flooding into this small, remote area in the Midwest to help solve a case, this would be news, right? But the implication of this story is that only the FBI has connected these dots, because unlike the Zodiac killer, he doesn't appear to have sent any of these letters to media. He's not trying to gain notoriety, which would make more sense when we find out what is actually happening here. When we find out what is actually happening here, it's actually kind of baffling that the intention was never to create a sort of panic in the wider world, and for this to be a national story to sow fear and division and all that sort of stuff. That never happens for no reason, really. And no one seems to be familiar with the case, so there wouldn't really be copycats because this isn't a story, even though it obviously should be. Very strange. Very, very strange. So like I said, we go to the barn where the murder happened, where Kieran and Shipka managed to survive. We follow the very obvious X clues up to the attic, I guess you could say, of the barn, and we find a cross on the ground, and underneath the cross is a little hatch, and they open it up, and there's a weird creepy doll inside. Oh my gosh, creepy dolls. What is this, a horror movie? And then they take the creepy dolls. I believe there's a coded letter in with the doll as well. I can't remember exactly. But they take this doll to their FBI forensic team. And of course, the guy is weirdly obsessed with the dolls. I think that was kind of a funny choice. We'll see what he thinks of it when he returns. The choice to have the guy at the FBI who investigates the doll to be kind of impressed with its craftsmanship. I thought that was kind of a funny choice. Loft, yes, loft is a better word than attic. Hugh, what did you think of the guy at the FBI who was like, "This doll is so good. It's such an amazing doll."
You mean the
Really is."
medical examiner that they brought a fucking doll to have an autopsy done? That was that was a
he
medical examiner. It was like they took X-rays of it, and he did a full autopsy, and he's like gushing over the fact it's like, oh, it's very masterfully made. It's like, why did you bring a doll to an ME?
Who would you take it to? I guess is a better
evidence.
question,
You'd examine it
yeah,
yourself, wouldn't you? I don't. Maybe.
Yeah, but who was the best? Who would be best poised to determine what it's made out of and any details like that? Just our main detectives, or someone more like a medical examiner? Obviously,
you would take samples and send it to a lab, probably. Isn't that like
yeah? I mean, definitely that's what they would do.
I'm a damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a doll maker.
Yeah.
That is exactly what he should have been like, though, because like this is in like a full on. It's in a morgue.
You're right. It is. Yeah, that is strange. You're right. I forgot he was a medical doctor. I just assumed, oh, this is their resident doll expert. That's kind of what my brain did with that. I don't know why.
For all your doll-based crimes, it's like the shittiest version of Psych. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm a consultant. I'm a consultant on cases that involve doll making. Actually,
yeah, and they should be like, why do we even have one of those? He's so weird. He's the doll guy. Yeah. But yeah, he seems to be a local medical examiner in this small town area, when surely you would send this or samples of it to your lab back in, is it Quantico?
Yeah, Quantico. It's like right up the street. It's literally right up the street from me. It's like where they do all this shit. Like yeah. You would.
Surely. You would. That would, I guess, be less cinematic than going to a guy in a room. Maybe, I suppose that's, yeah.
Where he has the X-rays of the doll, like, up on the... like, he's got them up on the board, like he's about to be like, and this is a contusion. This is probably the thing that killed her.
You know what's kind of funny? It's like, why would you take X-rays of a doll instead of just opening it up? I guess maybe you're worried about a bomb being in there.
But if you're worried about a bomb being there, you don't take it out of the barn and bring it to the fucking morgue.
I'm so glad you just said that, because I had the exact same thought. They just take the doll.
Just pick it up and print. Doctor,
a serial killer has led you by the nose with clues to this doll in this random barn. Creepy doll. I would assume it's a bomb.
And then there's
bring in the bomb squad.
And then they find this like weird round metal object in the doll's head, and he's like, I call it the brain.
He's so weird. It's such a strange choice to have him be so weird. He reminds me of, you know how in every Alien movie there's the one character who's obsessed with the alien.
Yeah, like very like telegraphing that they're obsessed with the alien, and then everybody's just like, I think you might be too into the aliens.
That's this guy, except with the doll. He's like, oh, the hair is made out of real human hair. It's really expertly crafted. I'm like, that's so weird.
Whoever made this is a really good doll maker. And also there was a brain inside. There's nothing in it though. Then he goes like, well, what could you open it? He goes, well, I could. But there's nothing in it. Like,
he's being really weird. But okay, there is a metal sphere that is hollow, and that is inside the head of the doll. And the guy makes some weird passing comment about, like, he put his ear up to it, and he could have sworn it was saying his ex-wife's name over and over.
I could have sworn last night I heard it whispering my ex-wife's name over and over. I guess it must have just been the wind. Like,
and then it's.
What are we doing here? What has happened to this movie?
And then it's one thing to have him say that, but then it's another thing to not really address it.
Yeah, you know? for them to just kind of go, huh. So anyway, where do you think it came from? What do you think it means?
You know, yeah, obviously it's weird that it's just a hollow metal ball, but if one guy swears he's hearing his ex-wife's name, your next thought would be, is this some sort of hypnosis device? It's like, is this how he's hypnotizing them, sending them subliminal
I
messages?
guess that would be your next. I mean,
That was obviously, if the guy is either, okay, there's either two things you would assume when the medical examiner you brought this doll to is gushing over how well it's made, and he's like, I could have sworn it was saying my ex-wife's name over and over. You would report him to his department, and you would say, this guy is unwell. He can't be working for the FBI.
He is not fit for duty.
Yes, that is one thing you might assume.
This guy has a security clearance. Let's just...
The other thing you would assume, let's say this guy is just a little quirky, but he's harmless and he's not insane. Let's say that because you've worked with him. What you would assume is like, obviously the only way this case is possible, assuming he is connected in all these cases, assuming he is involved, the only way this is possible is if there's hypnosis. That's what you would assume. Somehow there's hypnosis, psychic, or
in a
otherwise.
world. So here's the thing, right? Is that we still don't know exactly how deep the psychic mind control, mind reading, telepathy, telekinesis. We don't know how deep this runs in the world. So
no,
in real life, you would just assume that guy's unwell. Right? Like that something like that the guy is overworked and you need to send him on a sabbatical for a while. Like, go take a vacation, go enjoy yourself, do something, go, get a hobby, go garden for a little while, come back in 2 weeks, right? But in this world where they have a ready-made test for whether or not you're psychic, you probably would, I guess, think that they would assume that this is some kind of hypnosis device, maybe?
Yes. I think you would. I think you'd have to, based on everything else. Especially, our main character should think that and say that out loud.
The main character should have some kind of, maybe psychic relation to it, but, still,
Hold on. Because
okay,
there's a little moment, and someone asked, so the psychic just doesn't get anything from it? She does, kind of. Okay, this is the moment where, when we're seeing this little metal ball inside the weird doll's head, we look at Micah Monroe's character, Lee Harker, and we get these weird flashes while we're looking at her of weird abstract imagery. There's this snake bathed in red light, and there's some I think this might have been earlier, there was some weird blood viscous liquid in some sort of container or whatever. It's abstract. It's more impressionistic and metaphorical than literal. I don't think there's a literal memory she had involving snakes. I think it's just a vibes thing.
Yeah.
But she's getting something from it. She sees this metal ball, or she's close to it, and she's getting these weird psychic flashes. She's getting these weird instincts. Okay, so in terms of her psychic abilities, people have pointed to other scenes, I believe earlier in the movie, or maybe it's later, I can't remember exactly. There's one point where she's in the library, and because of one of the codes mentioning revelation, she looks up the verse or whatever, and she hears this weird whisper in the sound design that doesn't sound like it could actually have been coming from in the room, kind of this abstracted sound in the sound mix. And then she decides to pick up the book. So she's getting these weird little hunches and clues through the sound design, right? In a sort of stylistic, formalistic direction like that.
Oh, that's when she's decoding the birthday card. Yeah, because she has a Bible on her desk.
Yeah. And so when she is seeing these flashes, when she's looking at the metal ball, this is probably more than ever giving her weird psychic tinglies. Her spidey senses are going off. It's not giving her anything direct, but something's happening when she's looking at this, and she doesn't go, I don't know what that is, but it must be related to how he's convincing them to do it, because
she just says
I'm getting
nothing.
a weird she should say, I'm getting a weird vibe from it. This otherwise, I don't want to say otherwise normal, but this guy is clearly getting a weird vibe from it as well. I don't know how it's possible. I know it's strange because it appears to be a metal ball, but this must be some sort of hypnosis thing. She says nothing like that. Nothing.
No, they just leave. They just leave without he asks him can you open it? He goes, well, I guess I could, but there's nothing inside, so you won't find anything. That's exactly what he says. Like, oh yeah, I
You know
could.
what that feels? That actually feels thematically related to the movie. Like you could investigate,
You
you could
could.
investigate what it means thematically, but you're not going to find anything because it's hollow and empty.
There's nothing in
Um,
there. You won't find anything.
I think that's actually true. So after this is something of a dead end, they're like, well, I guess we should go see the soul survivor. So they go to visit Kiernan Shipka's character, whose name I don't remember.
Carrie
She is
Ann.
at a
Her name's Carrie Ann.
Carrie Ann. Right. They go to the psychiatric hospital and they meet with the main attendant guy, and who has a very sort of effeminate gay
Again, like right out of a
voice.
Psych episode, right? Like this
Yeah,
is,
it's kind of funny.
yeah.
He's enjoyable. They get a little tiny gold star for making me laugh a little bit because when they arrive, um, they're talking to this guy, and he says like, "Oh, like you're coming to see this person?" Like
How weird. She just had a visitor yesterday.
yeah, she just had a visitor yesterday. She had never had any visitors in all of her time here since the initial incident. Never had any visitors, but she just had one yesterday. And usually she's in a rather sullen, despondent sort of mood, but now she's in a
Catatonic
much
is like he basically says she's never even like moved, barely even like left the chair, you know, left the rocking chair that she sits in since I've even been here, and that's like 6 years. And he's giving this whole story in a really funny kind of like in a fun kind of way. Like he
yeah,
actually feels like a character who is talking to people, you know,
yeah.
and like a human being explaining this. And he goes, and then she had a visitor yesterday, and all of a sudden her eyes lit up bright, and she was, you know, she was just the happy, like happy as a clam, basically.
Because you got to think about it from his perspective. He's just a guy who's in charge of this like psychiatric hospital. It's not like for the criminally insane. It's just a little mental hospital in a small town, essentially. And there's this patient who's been horribly traumatized, and she finally got a visitor, and it actually kind of perked her up. Like that's a victory for him. You know what I mean? That's a good
Yeah,
thing.
he's like, wow, it was
So
great.
yeah, but then they're like, oh my god, who was the visitor? And then they look at the logs or something, and he signed his name Lee Harker. It was clearly Nicolas Cage. Oh my goodness! And they're
Doesn't
like,
her
"Did
boss
you?"
turn and look and go, "Did you visit her yesterday?"
I don't think he's. Did he say that?
I
Maybe
can't
he
remember.
didn't.
It's like it's somebody's like I feel like somebody says, "Were you here yesterday?" She goes, "No." Like, yeah, of course not. We
I
just
don't.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
remember that. You might have hallucinated
I
that,
might have hallucinated. I might have just
or
filled
maybe I'm
that gap.
misremembering. But what does happen here that was mildly amusing, and I'll give it like half a gold star for, is she says, "Do you check IDs?" And then there's this look on his face, and he goes like, that sounds like a yeah, actually no. Like
Yeah,
we don't typically do that. And I like that because it's of a different time, and I also feel like I like that you can realize on his face that like, oh shit, we probably should do that in the future, but we have not been doing that. No. That's kind of, I don't know.
yeah, that
It
was
was
pretty. It was
amusing.
funny. I laughed at that one too. So it's a good idea, but no, we've he doesn't. The security desk doesn't do that
They
actually.
don't check IDs. They just, they sign in, and so they can technically write whatever they want. Anyway, they probably should have had more security, but I can believe this place
Yeah,
doesn't have
yeah.
very
It's
good
a small
security.
mental hospital. It's mid to late 90s. You know, like
Yeah,
it
exactly.
just makes sense at that point.
So so they go to talk to her, and she's very weird. I don't remember everything she says, but she's very standoffish. Um,
Yeah, she's
and she gets especially weird when they start asking about who came to visit. And she's like, "I'm not going to tell you. In fact, I do anything he says. If he told me to bash your face in, I'd do it." Something along those lines. And they're like,
she
"Okay,
yeah, she's just like he's just like if he told me to kill you right here, I surely would. Like she's talking in such a strange way that I'm like, where the
yeah,
fuck is this, man? Like
yeah." Well,
why is she doing that?
it's very clearly the Midwest. But here's what's really happening: is that Kiernan Shipka and Nicolas Cage were just told to like have fun and do whatever they want. And the director never said, I don't know if that quite fits with what else is happening in the movie. you know, it's like Nicolas Cage. I should have mentioned, we should probably mention now that like cut throughout this, occasionally we go back to little moments from the 70s. And it's like one of the moments we'll see is that like Nicolas Cage is talking to the young girl who we're not really sure whether this is Kiernan Shipka or Micah Monroe. Eventually, we'll learn that it is Micah Monroe for back in the 70s. But he's talking to this little girl, and then a mom comes out and it's like, excuse me, who the fuck are you? Stay away from my daughter, please. And he does this thing where he's like, you'll, I forget exactly what he sings in a really weird glam rock sort of way.
Yeah.
Like, you'll let me in, like like let me in, or I'll come back not once, not twice, but then as many times as I like. But he sings it in this really crazy, weird falsetto, and the sound design is going crazy, trying a little too hard, I think, to make this.
I definitely think so, yeah. And there's also
Yeah,
interspersed scenes where we just kind of see the life of Longlegs, from his weird basement apartment, and he goes to like a fucking hardware store, and the young teenager at the counter, he goes into
that's right before he like turns himself in. But yeah, we see a little bit of his like weird everyday life interacting with people, being weird always. So it's not even like he's weird deep down, but he like hides it well. He's just always like, a lot of famous serial killers looked like normal people on the
Yeah,
outside.
look at the
That's kind of
BTK
how
guy.
they
He
got
had a
away
whole
with it.
family, right? Like Ted
Yeah,
Bundy
the
looked like a normal
BTK
guy.
guy, Ted. Yeah, you know, like in order to convince anyone to like get in the van or whatever it is you do,
Like, I just
you,
want to. I know that this scene comes a little bit later, but like it really, you could have thrown it in literally anywhere, and it wouldn't matter exact. Like this doesn't do
exactly.
anything, right? So I'm just gonna talk about it now. He goes into the hardware store to buy some shit, and he puts it on the counter, and the young girl working at the counter says like, "Can I help you find anything else today?" And then he crosses his arms over top of his head to cover his eyes with his fingers, and he just starts going like cuckoo, 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 and moving one off at a time in this like weird, in the weird makeup that he's got on. And then he just says something like, "Well, what's your birthday, little girl?" She screams out like, "Dad, that weird guy is back again," because she's seen him here before, I
Yeah.
guess. Like he just keeps showing back up. He gets in the car and he's driving away, and we do the fucking classic Nic Cage thing where he just screams like he just screams in that same way that he does at the end of, or like when he dies in Kick-Ass, where he's just like, "Now switch to kryptonite," like he's doing this like weird like singing upward thing, or like the
Yeah.
ABC, but he's like, "Mommy, Daddy, save me," like this kind of like scream as he's driving, which I don't understand why he ever thinks it's working. This is one of those things where I'm like, somebody needs to reel him in when he starts to do this kind of shit, because that is like at this point in his career,
Well,
that is a meme. That
here,
is like, it is too. It broke me out of it completely. Where I'm just like, is this like it's like he's trying to be funny, but he's doing the same thing over and over and over again. Like it's the same thing that he did in that. It's
I'm
insane.
gonna stop you right there. I feel like in a better context, I'm fine with it. There's a couple problems with all these clips we keep cutting to of Nick Cage just going about his everyday life being a total fucking weirdo and being obviously suspicious and strange. First of all, we much of the marketing and also the like the first half or the first third of the movie have been very deliberate about saving the reveal of Nick Cage, and then all of a sudden, we're just seeing him on his own doing random stuff that doesn't impact the plot. It's like, I thought we were saving him for a big moment. No, we're not doing that
No,
anymore.
we're just
Okay.
gonna have him being weird, like but not even like weird in a strange, like a strange new way for this character. It's just normal Nick Cage weird in makeup.
Yeah.
I think that's
It's
really what
just,
bugs me the most
it's
about it.
bad. It's bad direction. It's bad direction because Nick Cage is a very talented actor, and I will stand by that. Think you can get him to deliver a great performance. But it does feel like Oz Perkins just said, do whatever you want, and was like, oh, that's Nick Cage being weird. That's perfect. It's weird. And that's enough. And it's like, okay, first of all, these scenes probably just shouldn't be in the movie, for one. I think it undermines his scariness as a figure because, okay, we're going to do this big reveal when they finally meet face to face in a like interrogation room, but we've already seen him in pretty close up detail.
Yeah,
So it doesn't have any of the same impact because they shot scenes of him being weird and they thought, "Oh, this is too fun not to include in the movie." And it's like it's not serving your story at all. It's undermining it for one. It's undermining the effectiveness of like being deliberate with Nick Cage.
What little
And
story you have is being under. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And then the other thing is that some of his performance quirks here aren't working, and it takes a talented director to be like, "I love the enthusiasm here, Nick, but I don't think that quite works. Let's try a couple to, because Nick Cage is clearly just trying to throw shit at the wall. He's trying things, he's being weird, and he's committing to it, and you got to give him credit for that. But I think it takes whoever's in charge of this movie to be like, I don't know about this. Like, why are we just watching him driving in the car singing? Like, what does that accomplish? Absolutely nothing except to undermine the mystery around him.
Well, it's like it's that standard moment of like, oh, isn't he so crazy? He screams while he drives.
Yeah. Well, and then the other thing is, yeah, he's going over the top in a way that actually doesn't quite work for me personally because he's so obviously creepy. You know what I mean? If
Yeah,
anyone was aware of this guy, he should be a known suspect already.
and he
Oh,
looks.
hold on. I had a little brain blast there. All right, this guy lives in the area, clearly, right? This guy goes about. He's not a hermit. He's
No,
not a
he's not a
hermit.
hermit.
He does
That girl at the hardware store recognizes him. Like
has
he's
seen him multiple times, and his base of operations, as we will find out, is in town where most of the detectives live. Right? It's not even in a different part of the Midwest. He lives there, and he goes out and about and he buys stuff from the hardware store. Presumably, he gets groceries and stuff like that. But at the very least, he's going out to the hardware store to get stuff to build puppets, as we'll learn. He should be one of the first suspects. Everyone in town should know who he is, for one. And as soon as anyone is turning up dead and leaving cryptic notes, they should have taken this guy into custody. So I don't believe for a second that he was never a suspect. I think that kind of utterly breaks the movie
yeah.
because if they took him into custody on suspicion of murdering these people and had enough, because he's so fucking weird, you could obviously get a warrant. Like, I don't believe you couldn't get a warrant to search the house where he lives to find out where he lives, and then you'd find all the doll stuff, and you'd be like, "What the fuck?" Like, even if you never found any evidence, this should be the guy that you're like, "I think he's involved, but I can't prove it yet." That's what he should have been. But instead, no one seems to know about him at all. He's a total mystery, even though he isn't. It's
And this
nonsense.
is another thing where and you mentioning this is like, yeah, he lives in the town, right? Where he
Yeah,
lives in this town with a small town hardware store that's run by a dad and his teenage daughter. This is the
yeah,
same town where all the agents live, apparently, right? And it's like,
yeah,
I just visited a small town like this in Maryland. There's like one thing to do in the whole town, and everybody knows each other, right?
yeah.
There's 2,800 people show up at a baseball game in this town, and like they're all yelling at each other, like, "Hey, how's your wife? Is she still, how's your wife's foot? It's still bruised from the last time we played soccer." And people are like, "Oh no, that's all nice and healed. Is your dad doing any better with his, they all know each other. They all like
Yes.
this is how so this is a small town full of FBI agents and also, like small time hardware stores where the teenage girl, like, yeah, there's this weird guy who comes in and buys like, shit to make dolls and paint thinner and like weird shit to huff, right? And like
Yes.
nobody goes like, "Oh, maybe it's the freaky looking whatever he is who acts like a total fucking psychopath every time somebody interacts with him."
And
Yeah.
has a weird obsession with younger girls.
Yeah,
Yes, and he's a
and their
total fucking
birthdays.
psychopath. And their birthdays. Yeah, that should be an obvious clue.
That should be an
At the very
obvious
least,
clue.
it wouldn't fix the movie, but I think, like, honestly, this kind of breaks it for me.
It,
So,
like, yeah,
the
no, it could.
one
It's
change
something you have to include.
yeah, one change that a very simple change is you could be like, "This guy is obviously a suspect. We're aware of him. He's a total weirdo. Everyone in towns know him." First of all, Lee Harker should know him. She lives in this town. And he goes out and about. So either you have him be a total recluse, which would actually work a little better, because he does actually have someone helping him. So someone could be getting groceries and stuff if you wanted to hide. but he doesn't. He just goes walking about going, "Hello, little girl," and all this sort of
Well,
shit.
Lee Harker
So,
should know him
but-
too because she met him as a child. Except
well,
that,
well,
well, yeah, we'll get to that, right?
I
Like,
know we're good. Yeah, but even as an adult, even if she knows nothing about what happened when she was a little kid, he walks around town, and she lives in the same town. So, like, what? This is a small town in the Midwest, and there's one obviously very strange, weird guy that stands out. Everyone would know him and be wary of
but
him.
like
I
it's like
think,
it's a small town, but the family farm is the one of the family farms is 131 miles
yeah,
away.
they're killing people all over the place, but conveniently or inconveniently, actually, in this case, for the story, the main villain and the main detectives all live in the same small town.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like it. The movie has no idea. There's no sense of what the actual murder investigation, like what any of this
No.
looks like at
But
all.
so what I was going to say is that one way, the way it would obviously be is like, okay, because if there's no forensic evidence, you'd be like, we suspect this guy, but we have no way to connect him to it. He's
Yeah,
obviously
yeah,
weird.
no, yeah, I
We've
get it.
interviewed him. Like that. That would make way more sense. A couple questions in chat. Are they ever going to get us info on how we figured out the detective's lady's birthday? Yes, that will be revealed. Um, we're never going to get an answer at how he figured out that she was on assigned to this case in time to go visit her in the middle of the night, but we will find out how he knows her birthday. Um, so where were we?
Uh,
Yes. So, oh yeah. So
we're talking
when
to
she
Kiernan
sees,
Shipka. Yeah, we're talking to Kiernan
yeah, we're
Shipka,
talking
and she's talking in some weird so,
Southern dialect.
yeah, some weird what she thinks a weird Midwestern Oklahoman Southern person might talk like.
Oh no,
Um,
it almost didn't even seem like an attempt to sound like a real person. It was just like having fun. She sounded like an old Southerner.
yeah.
Like a little like Foghorn Leghorn, honestly, in terms of the accent.
I say, if he told me to kill you right here, boy, I surely would.
It's that's almost exactly what she sounds like. Yes. So, so this is a dead end. Essentially, it shouldn't be because it would raise so many more questions. You would go, "Why did he come visit her? Why now? What is he up to? What's different? He hasn't visited her since she got away, quote unquote. If he is involved in all this." Why is he visiting her now? What's different? What's he up to? None of these questions are even posed.
She doesn't.
So,
She barely asks any questions of the girl. Like she's asking her these questions about who came to visit you, right? Like that's the first one, and then she doesn't answer her. Just says some cryptic, oh yeah, I love him. I would do anything for him, kind of shit, right? She doesn't ask like what you would think would be normal follow ups. Like, what does he look like? Had you ever seen him before? Does she? I can't remember. Does she ask what do you remember about that day, like that had happened? I don't even think she does. And then this is where we start getting flashbacks of watching the murders happen from.
those have kind of been sprinkled in throughout, but yes, there's more of them here for sure.
Yeah,
Because we've seen some of these images before of a father murdering his wife in from a weird vantage point. We've seen a couple images of that, but now we're getting a little more context for the family because we see random images like the Kiernan Shipka says something weird about how her mother would tell her about how she tore her up when she gave birth
yeah.
because they had to do a C-section or something like that, and then we cut to her mother with a knife pointed at the C-section scar
It,
being creepy. That's in the trailer, but it doesn't amount to anything in the actual movie.
really, the
Um,
Kiernan Shipka scene. So this is I felt like this was a complete fucking waste of time, really, because there's
yeah,
not
it
even
is. We don't learn anything
we
from
don't
it
learn.
either.
She didn't. Yeah, well, we don't, and neither does the detective. She doesn't go in there. Lee Harker does not go into this scene with any sturdy objective being accomplished, and then there's no reason for her to leave except that the script just is okay, scene's done now. Move
Yeah,
on.
well, she gives up essentially.
Yeah.
She's here because well, she's here to see if we can learn anything from her. And then when we arrive, we learn that, oh my God, he came and visited her yesterday. And for the first time since this happened years ago. There's so many questions to ask. We ask a couple of the questions, and she gives a weird, standoffish, and hostile response that seems to imply that she's on his side for whatever that's worth in a Stockholm syndrome kind of way. She's sympathetic to, or,
Yeah,
has some sort of
somehow, like,
weird.
yeah, her brain has been washed. There has
And
been,
that's the implication.
yeah, there has been
And so
laundering that has gone on here. Now, how has that happened when she was out of the house when it all went down, and when he hasn't visited her in decades or years or however long
okay.
it's been? Yeah, that.
Okay, so let's examine this from three perspectives. From Kiernan Shipka's perspective, the movie just does whatever they want with her because she's crazy. She's been
Yes.
so traumatized that we can do whatever we want. She's not really much of a person in terms of understanding her psychologically. All we know is that she was catatonic and so traumatized by what happened to her, and then the killer came by and mind controlled or psychically influenced or just persuaded her to be like, hey, if detectives ask you anything, don't tell them, and also you're on team Satan now, right? And she's like, yeah, sure. So she's not really a real person, so we can that's the end of her perspective. From the
Yeah.
detective's perspective, we have a bunch of questions that we really ought to ask her, or even ask ourselves after talking to her. They don't do that at all. She asks a couple questions. When she gets a hostile, like, I'm not going to tell you anything response, there is no effort to break through that or sidestep that psychologically, which is obviously what you would try to do. You would try to appeal to her on other ways. You would, okay, so if this was a real case and
And a
everything
real
else made sense,
detective
they would
doing.
interview her for hours.
Yeah.
They would come back over, they would this would be a long conversation. They would take breaks and stuff, and they would try different strategies,
They'd buy her
and
a
they would try
Coke
to
and a cheeseburger from McDonald's.
they try yes. They try to trick her, they try to get her talking about something else to find another avenue into the information they want to learn. They'd get her to start, if she's in love with him or whatever, they'd ask questions about him, and like,
They'd get a
what do you
therapist. They'd talk to her doctor. They'd ask.
there's so many. Yeah, they don't even try. When she puts up a roadblock, they're like, "Oh, I guess we're not getting anything from her." The end. That's it. So more awful detective work. Not that it would have
She,
been easy, but come on.
she also says she would. She's like, well, if he told me to go upstairs and pitch myself off the roof, I surely would. Right?
They would, yeah, and they don't say anything like, "Hey, put her on suicide watch, please."
Yeah, like this is an important witness in a very important fucking case that we're working on. Please make sure that you keep an extra eye on her,
He
right?
has
Like,
seen the killer when no one else knows who it is for no good reason, but no one else knows who the killer is. But she's seen him firsthand. He came here. Well, the other thing is they should be asking the security guards what he looked like and everything.
yeah, yeah, which
Um,
they don't.
they don't, because he was there. Obviously, obviously he lied about who he was, but that doesn't mean the security guard didn't see him and couldn't say, "Oh, he looked like a demented clown glam rocker."
Yeah, like because he lied about his name. That's not even like really lie because he's not disguising himself wherever he goes. He
No.
looks like he looks like a freak show.
Yes.
He looks like this weird demented like you said, a weird demented clown glam rocker. He's not behaving normally. Like he can't even go into a hardware store and buy new paint for a doll without acting like a total fucking freak. So like there's no way they didn't remember who he was. Like,
yes, he would have made an impression. I'm not even sure, even with security being lax as it is. First of all, I don't believe he showed up and said, "Hello, I'd like to visit Kiernan Shipka, please.
hi,
My name is
Lee
Harker."
Harker. I'm here to visit Carrie Ann. She's an old friend. I just figured I'd stop by and say hi. I know she's having a rough time. Like, there's no way that he did that. He walked in.
He showed up and
acted
went,
like
"Hello,
oh,
let me in."
let me
That's what he
in to see this girl.
that's what he did.
Like,
1000%.
he 1000% walked in and acted like a fucking like acted like Eddie Van Halen on meth. Like there is
Yeah.
no way.
David Lee Roth on meth.
David Lee Roth on meth. That's better. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But yes. I'm surprised they let him out of the mental hospital. It's like, no, you're staying here permanently now, actually.
Yes, your name is, and what's your name again? Oh, Lee. Yeah. Okay, Lee. Well, why don't we
Why don't
show
you come in here?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they reported him to the police for even showing up there. But obviously that's a smaller thing. But the detectives don't even ask, "Hey, what did he look like?" That's not
Well, they
how
do.
we
They ask
eventually
the
catch
guy who
him.
wasn't there. They ask the guy, like, "Oh, did you see him?" He goes, "Oh no, I wasn't here." The security guard checked him in. They don't go and they don't go looking for the security guard. Like, there's not like
No,
we don't know where the security. Like, you could have invented a thing, right? Like, oh, the security guard just left on vacation for like at least give us that, right? Like, at least
or
give.
yeah, here's what they could do. They could just go to the person. It could have just been the person who was there, and he could describe him. That's
Yeah,
you could have done that. You could have shown your detectives being proactive, but instead, when they don't get any clear answers from this obviously mentally unwell young girl, instead of trying to trick her, instead of taking their time and really trying to force the issue, they give up. And the way we will eventually catch Nicolas Cage, aka Longlegs. We will take him into custody, but not from any of this. This is a dead end. And basically, when we get to this dead end, um, the way the plot moves forward is that her superior officer starts to get a little suspicious of how she knows all this stuff and decides to run a background check on Lee Harker, which he's never
she
done
hasn't done
before,
before.
apparently. Yes. He's like, you know what?
Uh,
Maybe I should run a background check on Lee Harker. So he runs a background check, looks into it, and eventually realizes that back in the 70s, close to her ninth birthday, her mother, Lee Harker's mother, whose name is Ruby, no,
no,
Ruth.
Ruby's
Ruth is her
yeah,
name.
Ruby is the daughter.
Ruth Harker reported that a strange man was on her property one night and scared him off and then didn't follow up about it. And so he says, "Hey, Lee Harker, did you know that around your ninth birthday on the 14th or whatever it is, that your mom reported suspicious activity?" And she's like, "No, that's weird. I never heard about that. You should go talk to your mom about it." Like that's
Yeah, that. Hmm.
and then there's a lot of questions about that.
Well, this is
So,
this is essentially where we get the biggest reveal, right? That like this is where we know for certain that the little girl uh who walked outside to take a picture of the Vista Cruiser that he pulled up in, um that's when we know for certain that it's her, right? Like this is where it's revealed.
not yet, not yet.
Okay.
We're
She
getting
goes
there.
to
We're
visit her
close.
mom at the next point, and her mom is just as batshit crazy as everybody else in this movie. Like this, talking around, talking in circles, in like weird cryptic messages that actually mean right. Much like the
Yeah,
ciphers, which have been forgotten. Right, they're not showing back
yeah,
up. They're gone. They're done. They haven't decoded any of them. It's done. The new
yeah.
lead is you might like your mom reported a suspicious man on the property near your birthday. That's the lead we're gonna follow up.
Yeah. So, really quick, Jay Jameson says no background check for the FBI. Thanks, script. I doubt that they didn't do a. Excuse me. I doubt that they didn't do a background check at all. It's just weird that the superior officer goes like, "Hey, you seem like you're oddly close to this case," based on really nothing except that the script needs him to do this. There wasn't she didn't admit that, "Hey, he actually left this note for me." She didn't admit
Yeah, he
anything
never
that
finds out about that.
he never finds out about it. He just has a hunch, which I suppose is reasonable, that she's oddly connected to this case and being weird about it. And so then he decides to look into her past and discovers that her birthday
Oh,
falls around the same time on the 14th or whatever. and that her mother filed a police report way back in the day.
He
So,
picks up on it because it's her name in the directory.
oh,
Yeah,
right. No,
that's
you're right.
why.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, so that makes some sense. He's like, okay, the serial killer
he knows who
clearly
you are.
he knows who you are. That should raise more questions. So I'm going to look into your background now, which it's just that he probably should have done this sort of thing before bringing her onto the case.
Yeah, he
But
probably like well, yeah, but like at that
it's also
moment, right? Like
tenuous
if
either
he had
way.
done this back at the beginning before he knew that the serial killer knew her, then it's just like her mom filed a police report, which is still close, right? It's still
Yeah.
there.
Okay. So yeah, okay, it's not so much that he should have done a background check earlier. So I take that back. But because presumably they did one, but it's
Yeah,
weird timing because
yeah, it's weird timing, and also like she should have told him that
yes,
that he came and found her. Like
and
that's
she never
really
does. But at least, okay, we'll give this character some credit for going. Something's weird about this. I should probably look into it, and then he learns something,
like a
like a
detective
detective.
might.
Yeah. So even if it's a bit tenuous and a little contrived for the sake of moving the plot along, at least because I was saying earlier that he probably should be more suspicious of the way of how she's acting about the case.
Yeah, well,
So
and if this movie followed any like logical flow, right? Like
yeah,
this is where he asks her the question like, "What aren't you telling me about this case, Harker?" And she goes, "Well, actually, he found me. He knows I'm on the case. He gave me the cipher. That's how I've been reading messages." And then he says, "Well, fuck. Like you better go and find out who that man was that your mom was so spooked about back on your 9th birthday. Goddamn." And then she leaves and goes and does that, right? Like that if that would be the point where that former reveal needs to get made.
yeah.
Instead, it just stays hidden and it's never brought up again for the rest. Not like
You know what? I was trying to refresh my memory about the exact order of operations here. Um, the Wikipedia plot synopsis for Longlegs mentions, and I had forgotten about this, and this kind of changes what we were saying about the doll. It says inside its head they find a strange metal orb that emits high energy readings despite apparently being empty. You
What?
remember that? Do you remember that?
No.
I don't remember that either, but I can't. Anyone else in the chat, if you've seen this movie, do you remember if they actually say that the metal orb is emitting energy readings? Because I don't remember
I
that,
don't
but
remember him
Wikipedia.
saying that. I remember him saying is like, "Oh, it's like a weird metal orb that I'm calling the brain." I could have sworn it was whispering my ex-wife's name, last night while I was working.
I'm trying
I
to
don't
remember if
remember
that's
him
accurate or
talking
not.
about energy waves. If but so okay, so if he does say that it's emitting strange energy waves, that's
Then
an even bigger problem, right? Like then like that they don't ask, like they don't immediately go like, what the fuck is it? Like we need to figure out what this is. They just say, can you open it? No, there's nothing in her. Okay, and then they just leave it there.
yeah, I mean, the Wikipedia plot synopsis says that Lee theorizes that each family received a similar doll and that he's been infusing the orbs within each doll with some sort of evil energy that can possess and influence those near it. I don't remember her
I
saying that
don't
in
remember
this
her
scene.
saying that in that scene either.
I think if I think Wikipedia might be lying. 'Cause I
That
don't
sounds like some.
I don't
Well,
remember.
I mean, like that. So as it turns out, that's what he's doing. Um,
Yeah, that is what. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I'm investigating this because now I feel like I'm crazy and I need to. Do. Soon after, let's see. This is not a good synopsis either.
don't remember. I don't remember them saying that it must be. I feel like I would have remembered that, right? Because like at this point, I'm still confused as to whether or not like psychic powers and evil magic are
Okay,
like
something here
a
says when an
known
ultra
quantity.
When an ultrasound, why an ultrasound is performed on the orb, it emits whisper-like noises and triggers Harker's psychic abilities. Yeah, I don't remember them saying, and I don't think they say that it emits like a detectable and measurable energy output of some kind. So if they did, that would obviously make them go, "Oh, he's doing it with the dolls somehow." But that I don't think it did that. I think it's more vague in the psychic department. But anyway, Wikipedia,
Yeah, I
useless.
like that. I don't remember that happening. I remember the ultrasound and the whisper like noises, right? But like I don't remember her immediately going like, "This is
Yeah.
yeah."
It's weird because what you would do in that case, if you were like, "Okay, obviously the doll is relevant. The doll has a weird psychic orb in it, perhaps. We need to figure out who could be making these dolls." They don't really do that either, which you would think, like, who has the you would look up hardware stores. You would look up, like, where people can find the materials to make this stuff, and you would see who's going to those stores, and you would see what kind of person in town or in this area would have the technical know-how to make these sort of things. Maybe someone who worked in theater productions, whatever you would do. You would chase down all these avenues, but they don't really do that.
No, they just
They,
and
they're-
it's like that's also assuming that like the voodoo magic that he dismissed earlier as being like it can't possibly be that, right? Is like a known quantity in this world that like you can harness dark evil Satan energy and
is that
turn
a
it
known
into a
quantity?
ball that then
It
can
doesn't seem
mind
to be a
control.
known thing, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be known that that's
Well,
possible.
no, like in the Wikipedia summary, it says she theorizes that this is how it's happening, right? But like you would like that would that would necessitate that she has some sort of like that she's not just pulling stuff out of her ass, and that like there's
Maybe
some
it's a
precedent for
theory.
doing something like
Hey,
that. I guess
it's
like
just a theory. It's a hypothesis.
just a game theory.
um, Exhumed Legume asks, "What are they citing as a source?" Wikipedia has that stupid no primary sources rule, so maybe that's pulled from some review. It's not cited. The plot synopsis is not like cited from anything. Someone just wrote it, and it's somewhat accurate. Maybe it's
I don't
definitely
remember
somewhat
her
accurate.
actually saying that. Like I don't think that
I don't
that
either. I feel like later she theorizes the doll's involved, but I don't remember how explicit it gets. Anyway, it doesn't. It's not ultimately consequential either way because they don't track down any of those leads. And it doesn't really help the story to
and
make up that she
it doesn't
said
no
that.
it doesn't help the story at all because later on when the doll when later on when getting rid of the doll might help solve the issue before it starts, she chooses not to do it.
Yes. Oh, I can't wait to talk about how retarded that scene is. Anyway, it gets this movie, has some dumb things already, some potentially plot breaking dumbness already, but it gets even worse. It gets so much worse. Okay, because they go to Kieran Shipka and it's a dead end, and then
And he sends her to her mom. Yeah.
because he signed his name Lee Harker, he's like, you know what? You're oddly connected to this case. I have a hunch. I'm gonna look into your backstory. And oh, what do you know? Your mother, when you were 9 years old, around the 14th, when your birthday was, reported some suspicious activity. So go talk to your mom about that since you don't remember. And so she's like, okay, I'll go visit my mom. She goes to visit her mom, and she's a weird hoarder, and she's obviously behaving strangely. So it clearly runs in the family, I
Yeah.
guess. So Lee goes to visit her mom. The mom does not remember anything
Or claims not to.
suspicious, claims not to remember anything of any importance about her ninth birthday. And but says like, hey, if you want to look through stuff, I haven't thrown anything away. You can, like, your room is just as how you left it, which is like a weird non sequitur, but you'll see why the script has this line in here. Um, there's going to be clues in her bedroom because the mom never throws anything away, very conveniently.
Very
So,
conveniently, and also why.
and
Especially
also,
once we get to the end of it. But also, real quick, I just want to ask you, how did you feel about so in the first scene where she has the conversation with her mom on the phone, her mom asks her, "Are you saying your prayers still, son?" And Lee says, "Yes, Mama, I'm saying my prayers still." And she goes, "Good, because our prayers keep us safe, you know." And then they have that whole incident where she
From the
hangs
devil, but keep
from
the
the.
devil away. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that's
yeah.
literally what she says.
That's what she says. And so then she comes to visit her in person. They have some weird conversations about, like, I don't really remember nothing, but I don't throw nothing away, kind of thing. And then she asks her at this point as well, are you still saying your prayers, Lee? And Lee goes, "No, Mama, I didn't say my prayers not even once. I don't reckon I've said my prayers once, not even." That kind of thing. And her mom
Yeah.
starts laughing and going, "Good. Prayers don't do goddamn shit. Or our prayers don't do a goddamn thing. They don't do nothing or help nothing."
It's baffling. It's baffling.
Why?
Why does she flip on a dime? Because I think to answer those questions, we actually do need to find out the full scope of what's happening here. But yes, keep that in mind. The mother was very religious in the initial conversations with Harker, and then like a day or two later is actually like, haha, just kidding. Prayers don't do anything, actually. And the Harker is not especially weirded out by this. She doesn't go, wait a minute. Like nothing happens as a result of that. And it's like, why the flip? There'll be much to discuss when we get the full reveal. So she goes to visit her mom, and you know what? I'm just gonna say we'll eventually find out, but not here. But it's going to be important to why I make this criticism. We will eventually find out that the mom is the accomplice. Oh my
Oh
goodness!
my
The mom is
god.
actually helping Longlegs kill
She's
people.
she's been doing the thing. She
She's
goes.
the she's a bad person. She's bad. She's evil. And so with that in mind, and she doesn't want to stop. I want that to be made clear as well. She's helping kill people, and she doesn't want it to stop and shows no signs of wanting to stop. And yet, she's also been hiding this from Harker, obviously, because Harker doesn't know that she's murdering people. Harker comes like, hey, she comes asking questions about the person who you are helping murder people, and you don't tell her, because you know what she's asking about, and you lie, and then simultaneously you're like, but if you wanted to go look upstairs in your childhood things, maybe there'd be a clue there. I don't
I
know.
don't know, wink.
That's basically what she does, because the plot needs her to go upstairs, go to like a box of things in her room, and eventually she finds a Polaroid picture of Nicolas Cage from when
Oh
she was a
my
kid.
god! It's
Oh my
literally
goodness.
the retarded version of the scene from Silence of the Lambs, where she comes to, like, Clarice comes to that woman's house and goes, "Well, I don't know, I haven't changed my daughter's room, and I haven't done anything with it since then. But there's been investigations and investigations, and nobody's ever found nothing. And you're welcome to look, I guess, if you want, but like you're probably like I don't know what new you could find up there." And she finds Polaroids of the girl in the room. It's literally the exact same thing, just worse.
Worse, yes, worse for a number of reasons. But what we learned is that back that initial flashback that started the movie that we've been coming back to intermittently, that's Lee Harker when she was a kid. She almost got by Longlegs, but she didn't. Why is that? Who
Who
knows?
knows?
So
Maybe we'll find out later.
so maybe we will. But in that initial scene where Longlegs shows up and is like, "Hello there, little angel," she had a Polaroid camera on her and she took a picture of him. And because the mom's a hoarder, that picture is still up in the room. So Lee Harker finds that picture and it gives her the big, "Oh my god, that's him. I remember it all now, or I remember a lot of it now." And then she uses that picture. It's kind of like the connective tissue in this movie is thin, if not there at all in many cases. So we just hard cut to Longlegs standing at a bus stop with two suitcases, and the police are coming to arrest him. So what we are meant to infer is that
God,
using
that's
that
right.
description, they tracked him down.
That's right. I forgot about that because he's got suitcases at a bus stop, and then there are cops coming, and I was like, oh, they're gonna go right past him. Like that's what I was sitting there thinking. I'm like, oh, we're gonna do like the thing where like they're just wee wooing after somebody's speeding. Like we're gonna get like a little bait and switch, and he's gonna get on a bus or something like that because he's on the lam. No, no, they just found him.
They found
Midwestern
him, so
bus
they
stop in the
used.
middle of a fucking cornfield. They just found him. They
Yeah,
knew
so
exactly where he was in the 90s.
that's okay. So here's the thing. That's what's really weird about this. So I can understand they have a picture of the guy or one of the suspects, and then they ask local law enforcement, and someone is like, "Yeah, I know that guy. He's the super fucking creepy weirdo that always makes women feel uncomfortable."
Yeah, who's like always being really strange around my underage daughter who works at the hardware store. Yeah.
Yeah. For example, though many people would have this sort of relationship to this guy because presumably this isn't the first time he's left his house. But for the sake of the story, because there's a big old stupid reveal coming that he can't be at the actual house where he lives when he gets caught, um, for dumb reasons. They have the writer decides to have him standing at a bus stop along the side of the road, and that's where he's caught. But there's no indication that like he gave himself up. Obviously, he was willing to get caught, but why was he at the bus station? Where was he intending to go? It's unclear.
Why does he
Like,
have the
if he,
suitcases? Where like
how did they know he would be there at the bus station? Because they all show up at
they
once.
all show up at once from both sides of the road, so they're converging on this bus stop. So and station is rich. Like that's a big descriptor. This is literally like a bench and a rain shield in the middle of a 2-lane highway in the Midwest. In the 90s, we don't even have full, like security vision CT on that shit now. How did they know that he was there?
I don't know.
And they show
I
up,
don't
and
know.
the one guy gets out of the car and just points a finger at him, kind of does like the whole and like
Get on the ground.
get on the
Whatever.
ground, and then he immediately just gives himself up. Why?
Yeah. Well, why he gives himself up? Obviously, they wanted to ape things like Seven, where the turn is that he gives himself up, but they can't really do that because they did find him, and then they went to arrest it. Like he didn't just turn himself in because in Seven he just
He
goes
walks in, yeah,
like detectives, that, which is a great scene, by the way.
yeah,
Instead, they find out where he is. You know what would have been better? It would have made a little bit more sense of the hardware store scene if they came to arrest him there. If he
yeah.
was there, like timing wise, he was still there. Because otherwise, that hardware store scene is just kind of useless and doesn't really add anything, as far as I'm concerned.
It should be gone. There's no point. Like, what's he doing? Buying the materials to make Satan balls for the like? You can just buy that at a hardware store in this universe. Like, is that really how this works?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't
You
know.
have a
That
better
metal
reveal of him and his creepiness later if you cut that Nic Cage acting fucking psychopathic from the early part of the movie. Get it out of there.
Get it out of there. It's funny, and I would argue, I'm very inclined to believe that one of the editors told him he should cut that and he didn't listen. And I'll tell you why I believe that is because I watched a clip of Oz Perkins and he was talking about how, so the box of things where she finds the Polaroid
Mhm.
in her mom's house. It's called like the bits box. I don't know if that's what it's called, if it's written on the box in the movie or whether that's what they colloquially called it in the production, right? The bits box. And there's weird stuff like the mom has saved her teeth,
Yeah.
Harker's teeth, and nail clippings and hair and weird stuff like that. And that's the kind of the implication that like, oh, that's where some of this real hair is coming from, whatever. That's a bits box, and Oz Perkins is talking about how like I came to them with this idea, and the production designer, the props maker was like, oh yeah, that's great. So they like had a break for the holiday for Christmas and all that, and when they came back they were going to resume filming. So over the holiday they asked like a bunch of people in the props or the art department, whichever one it was, were asking a bunch of their friends and stuff like that to like not trim their nails and stuff like that, so they could clip them off and use them in the movie. Which is just a weird,
Yeah.
quirky detail of movie production. And so they did that, and Oz Perkins is like, "Isn't that so weird and fun?" when it got to the editing room, the editor was like, "You should cut this scene." And he's like, "No, no, 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 like all that work they went into it. It's just too weird and interesting not to put in the movie." So I demanded it be kept in, even though it really adds nothing of value, really. So he seems to have that attitude. Honestly, he cited how much work they put into collecting all these things as a reason to keep it in the movie. So I would not be surprised at all that the scenes that they filmed of Nic Cage being weird and fun, one of the editors was like, maybe
Maybe we should cut this.
we
He's
should
like, what?
cut
But he
this.
spent all that time in the makeup chair.
Yeah,
Look how good he looks.
honestly.
This is like
Look at
Mystique from X-Men.
and that's like, it's like that's one of the sort of bog standard advice you get about filmmaking is that sometimes you have to like, kill your babies, as it's called. Sometimes
Yeah.
you can't be precious about the things that you spend a lot of time getting, or you worked really hard to get, or you really like in isolation if it doesn't fit the overall picture. And I would not be surprised at all if
Just did, yeah.
someone recommended, oh, maybe we cut this stuff out because it'll make the impact grander when we finally reveal him in the interrogation room. Nope. Nope. Like, I'm keeping it in. We spent all that time making it. Well, of course why wouldn't we keep Nic Cage singing in the car by himself? Why wouldn't we keep that? Anyway.
Yeah. And so they catch him at the bus stop, and then he's in the interrogation room, and they're taping him. And really, not much. Like they tape him in the interrogation room. He's not revealing anything. He says he wants to talk to Lee. Wants to talk to Lee Harker, and then he starts singing "Happy Birthday to You," like doing the Nic Cage, like glam rock over the top falsettos, and he go like "Happy Birthday, Lee Harker," like doing the whole 9 yards. And then they pause the tape after that, and they go. It goes on like that for about 20 minutes.
Well, first of all, they would watch the whole thing. They were detectives. They would watch the whole thing. It doesn't take them that long. It's only 24 minutes. If they said like it goes on like that for about 3 hours, you might be like, okay, I get the idea. But like, come on, 20 minutes, you watch the whole thing. You're a detective working on the case. Because maybe you don't trust that lady to be like, nothing of value was said later. Because you might be like, oh no, there's a certain word he said that like, gave me an idea, gave me a brain blast.
He writes fucking coded ciphers. Like, this is the kind of person who's gonna, like, symbolically charge every word he says, you would think. I mean, like, he's not...
You would think.
Think, anyway. That's how the police are gonna treat him, because he's been getting these people to kill each other and leaving these coded ciphers. Like, they want to... And they finally caught him. He's not saying it's not him. He's not lawyering up.
No, he's being obviously weird and going on long satanic rambles. So clearly he's not concerned about looking suspicious. So yeah.
But he only wants to talk to Lee. That's the thing that they're like, oh, well, he'll only talk to you.
And that's another trope that feels less justified here than it does in a lot of other better movies.
Agreed.
But
because we still have no idea really, like, apart from the fact that he visited them when she was younger, right? Oh, one thing that I forgot we should mention with the scene with the mother is she gets really mad at Lee for asking questions about the man who came to visit around her night. Right? She gets really mad. She starts saying stuff like, "You were allowed to grow up. So many little girls in this world aren't allowed to grow up." That's what basically like the justification that she about, like, and as it'll turn out, that's why she's helping, right? Is because it was to allow Lee to grow up,
to live, essentially. Yeah,
when others were killed.
Yeah, why is she so annoyed? The mom makes zero sense as a character, even less than some of the other non-people populating this movie.
Yeah.
Her motivation makes absolutely no sense. We'll keep going with that in a second. I want to respond to Mr. Redhead in the chat. There were several times throughout this movie I was reminded of your tweet about how movies have to bash you over the head to tell you this is a scary movie because of how dark it is. Yes, I've seen worse. But this movie is very sort of dark and underexposed to let you know that it's a horror movie. No rooms ever Ra rarely, I should say, not ever, but rarely feel as bright as they would be naturally for people who actually have to live and work in them. For example, Mr. Redhead mentions that every house they go into during the day is dark and they all have their lights off. All the outdoor shots are also underexposed. It's just a very common filmmaking style these days, and I'm really quite sick of it. It's the least of my problems with this movie, but this movie is it falls directly into that camp. Like if you compare this movie visually with Silence of the Lambs, which I would put forth as a much scarier movie, not least because it's actually an effective story about really intense things. Silence of the Lambs is a much scarier movie, and there are scenes that take place in the dark, and so those are appropriately dark. But Silence of the Lambs is a much more brightly lit movie than this, and it looks way better. When you walk into rooms, the lights are on in a way that makes you think, ah, yeah, this is how bright it would be if people actually had to live and work in this place. Not so in Longlegs, not so in most modern horror movies, unfortunately.
Oh,
Very,
what I
very.
think. Sorry, continue.
No, I was just gonna say it seems to be it's just a common style nowadays, but especially for horror movies because they go like, oh well, it's a horror movie, so it's dark.
I was gonna say, I think one of my favorite bits of set design and lighting, like bad set design and lighting in this movie, is when they go to the barn, the Carrie Ann family barn, and
Oh, I know what you're gonna say. Yep.
it's fucking like it's dark and stormy outside, but then they get up into the loft of the barn, and there are these two big beams of sunlight shining through the windows down where they need to look.
Yeah.
Like, where
Well,
did that come from?
it's definitely not sunlight. I was thinking about it when I watched it because it's very distracting, which is just the number one thing you want to avoid. Is for someone to watch the scene and go, "Where the fuck is that light coming from?" Um, but so it's very distracting. The only justification I could think of is that like that's supposed to be like like a light outside of the barn that's shining through, but it's so bright and it's shining through kind of like it's sunlight, even though it's not really daytime anymore. Not so like,
Yeah.
but it can't be a street light because it's just a barn on a farm in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it didn't
And
really make
well, it
any
can't be a
sense.
street light. It's too bright for that. It's like it'd be like if the
Yeah,
street light
you're
was
right.
literally right outside both of those windows and was
Yeah.
huge. What it looks like is somebody set up a fucking spotlight outside the windows and blasted
Yes.
light in.
Yes. That is exactly what it feels like. It wouldn't have been too hard to just have lights in the barn, but I guess I don't, or just have it be dark. Have it be really dark, and they have flashlights. I don't know. It felt like that scene should have been darker logically than it was, and yet it wasn't dark. And then other scenes that should be much brighter just aren't because it's supposed to be spooky. I've said this before, and I'll probably say it many times. This is very much a hobby horse of mine. Is that horror movies just used to look like movies, except that scary things happened in them. And now horror movies have to look scary visually, or else they're afraid you won't be scared. It's really kind of cringe, and I'm sick of it.
Yeah. I just swapped over to the mom's face as she sits in her hoarder room, and I realized that it looks almost identical to my Con Air Nic Cage.
It does. Oh, that's good. That's really funny.
A rare
I love
dual
that.
role for the Cage man himself.
Yeah, that's
Very
funny.
nice.
Where the fuck were we? Okay, so she goes to visit the mom.
He's
Finds the
been
picture.
captured. He's been captured,
He's
and
been captured.
he's
Yep,
singing
I was
"Happy
getting there.
Birthday" in the interrogation room for 24 fucking minutes.
Yeah, he's a big Marilyn Monroe fan, and so he's singing "Happy Birthday" like a weirdo. And then they're like, "Okay, now he only wants to talk to you. You got to go talk to him." So she's like, "Yeah, I'll go talk to him." I think the superior officer is against it at first. Is that right?
I had something.
Or did I hallucinate that as well? I can't remember.
I don't remember if he I really don't remember. But yeah, like even if he is, you would expect him not to be, right? Like,
Yeah. I don't remember. Maybe so. You forget that. So she goes in to talk to him, and
alone.
he says, "Yeah, he says the same thing he said when he saw her when she was a little girl, which was, go ahead,
There
you."
she is, the almost birthday girl.
Yes, okay, and before we get into this scene was weirdly hyped up in the marketing. Now, I've seen a couple comments to the effect of, like, they didn't get a lot of marketing or hype around this movie. I definitely did.
Oh,
I
I
know
did.
certain audiences got a lot of marketing for this movie. The marketing campaign has been lauded as quite effective, and I would say they did drum up quite a bit of excitement for a movie that it definitely didn't deserve it. But good for them for getting interest in the movie. It's very hard to do these days, so props, right? But one of the things about the marketing that I actually found kind of embarrassing and cringe was the way they marketed the movie based on this scene. So, um, Oz Perkins has said that, and Micah Monroe has also said that they didn't allow each other, that is Micah Monroe and Nic Cage, to meet on the production until this scene. They didn't show her what he looked like in his full makeup or anything of the
Oh
sort
no.
until this scene. And this was a big moment. They wanted to keep them apart. Essentially, they had never met in real life, and she hadn't seen any images of what he looks like. So the way they marketed this scene for the movie is like, oh, Micah Monroe's resting heart rate is 78 beats per minute. And then in this scene, they had, like, I don't know, a heart rate
They
monitor
put
on
a
her.
okay, wait a minute. Hold on.
Or either they put a heart rate monitor on her, or you could just hear it in the lav mic, which you can often hear people's heartbeat in the lav
Yeah.
mic depending on where you put it. But it was loud enough that it felt kind of fake. Either like they used a real heart rate monitor on her, or they kind of dubbed it in post. It was weird, but they like made it seem like, oh my god, this was so scary, even for the actress in the scene. Oh my god, it's so spooky. If she's so spooky and she knows it's fake, imagine how spooked you're going to be. You're going to throw up and piss yourself. It's so scary.
You're
Like
gonna shit
that
and
was the
piss. This is so scary.
yeah. That's how they marketed this scene, and I found that kind of cringe. It did not work on me. It didn't make me get super excited. I was like, oh well, that's lame. That's just
It's
that's
it's
just
it's even lamer that you revealed what he looks like in the movie to the
yes,
audience
yes.
before
So
before you showed
you
the
don't even
scene.
get to share. You don't even get to share in the character's experience because you've already seen them. Oh, it's so bad. So I'm gonna take a bite of my sandwich. Hugh, tell them about what happens in this scene.
I He says some stupid shit. Basically reveals that her mom is the accomplice, and then he starts bashing his own face against the.
God damn it, Hugh. There's
What does he say
I
that's important? I was so done by that. Like, this is one of the points where I was legitimately about to walk out of the theater. I was like, I don't care. I don't want to see how this ends. This is not
yes,
going
okay.
anywhere.
You are not wrong to feel that way, but what you said, first of all, just isn't true. He doesn't say, "Hey, by the way, your mom is the accomplice." That's
He
not what happens.
clues in, doesn't it? Like he does clue into it, right?
Yeah, he gives her a clue, but okay, oh, fine. I'll take a bite of my sandwich later. I'll describe what happens in this scene. So, he's being really weird and creepy and muttering satanic shit under his breath. She's asking him questions about the accomplice, and he says, like, why don't you ask your mother? Right? That's the clue he gives. And then he starts being more explicit about the man. He starts talking about the man downstairs, which is for a while what this movie is calling Satan. And I actually appreciated that they weren't just going with Satan. I'm already annoyed that we're bringing Satanism into this, because I should mention this right before this interrogation is the first time the movie just drops out of nowhere and without seeing any evidence that, like, is that, oh, he's a Satanist. And I'm like, wait, did we confirm that? And it's like, I guess they gathered that when they interrogated him before Harker shows up. So
Yeah,
like they
she does say that. She's like, he's a Satan. He worships Satan. There's no doubt about that. The Asian woman says that as she
yeah,
plays.
it's so funny. It's so funny because I'm like, wait, he does? Oh, we just dropped that very nonchalantly. He doesn't even get to reveal that himself. And I'm like, do we know that? How do we know that? Is that real? Does he actually just, what does it mean to worship Satan exactly? Like, I have so many questions. Does he believe he's possessed by Satan? Is Satan actually real? Does he worship Satan like a god, like some weird cringe people do? Like, I don't understand what this means. And then like it came out of nowhere for me that it surprised me hearing it said so nonchalantly without any evidence for it. And then in the next scene, he's literally saying "Hail Satan." So I'm like, oh, well, I guess he is then. All right,
Yeah.
fine.
And he says it right before he starts bashing his own like, okay, first off, no way this works. Like, I'm sorry, no way they did not secure this guy to the chair enough that he can't do this shit to him, right? To this level. You know, where, and like, because he straight up destroys, kills himself by bashing his face into the edge of the table at the end of this conversation. And the fact that he says, like, oh, why don't you ask your mommy? That is like the biggest, okay, that's the mom. It's the mom. The mom's the account. It's not cryptic.
Obviously,
Like,
I'm not.
it is so like, okay, yeah, no, mom's the accomplice. I fine.
Obviously,
whatever.
I'm just saying that he doesn't say it was your mom because reasonably he could be like, "Oh, your mother knows who it is." You know, I know. Obviously, it's the mom from a
Obviously,
narrative
it's the mom.
perspective. I was taking issue with how you blew past this scene because there's so much to talk about.
And then, he says "Hail Satan," starts bashing his face into the wall or into the table in front of him, and then they start trying to run in to stop it. Like, she just freaks out, right? She's just like, "Oh my god!" Freezes up, and actually, we have the picture right here. She just backs up against the wall as this is happening, and stands there like, you know, the autistic person that she is, just like like freaking out, while the rest of them pound on the door, like knocking on the door as if it's locked from the inside to come and get her, or to come and stop him from doing this.
I didn't even notice that, but you're so right. There's no reason. There's no reason.
There's
Just
no
go
reason.
in.
Just
It
open
couldn't
the
be
door.
locked
There's
from
no
outside.
way it's locked. It's an interrogation room. That's why you put them in there. It's because it locks from the inside but not the out. That's the whole thing. It's not locked.
Yeah, so she does nothing and watches him. So the only thing I take issue with is that, like, there's no way he could have bashed his own face against the table because, like, he wouldn't lock him up in a way that he can't do that naturally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that criticism, but I definitely agree that she's kind of useless and does nothing, and they take forever to come in and try and stop it. Also, does anyone really have the willpower to smash their own face into the table until they're dead? I don't know. Maybe they do. That one's a little on the cusp for me.
Well,
I'm not really
it's
sure.
not even just that. It's like smash your face into the edge of the table until your head explodes. Like all that blood spatter along, like all on the wall in this picture that we're seeing right there. That's like that's the final pop of his head on like the third bash. Like that's fucking insane. That's
the blood
crazy.
splatter. It is crazy. It'd be one thing if he got. I could imagine someone really committed to killing themselves in that way could just give one good bash, but I feel like it would be so disorienting to get one good bash in and then try to do 2 or 3 more. Like, but then here's the other thing, Hugh. Why are we thinking about any of this? Because there's going to be devil magic, and so he, that just possesses and controls people. So
yeah, and what? Okay,
who cares about character motivation?
He's gone from the movie after this. Well, not entirely, I guess, but like he's dead. You know, essentially, like the serial killer Longlegs, who's been building the dolls and leaving the cryptic messages and all that. He's dead. Why? What was his plan? Get caught, kill self in front of FBI agent?
Step 3, ? Step 4, profit.
Yeah,
yes.
What was the plan? Why did he do this?
Yes. Okay, so a couple things he mentions here. First of all, he's talking about the man downstairs and serving the man downstairs. I like that enough as an alternative name for the devil that this person would come up with on their own. But then later he just says "Hail Satan," so I'm like, yeah, okay, well that
we've already thrown it out. Yeah.
So the man downstairs, it's totally obvious who we're talking about. He says some stuff like to bow down all the way down. I get it. You can stop. Like, I know,
we
I
got
get
it.
it. Thank you, movie.
She just said in
he
the
talks
last
about-
scene, he worships Satan, no question about it. We get it. Okay.
Yeah, and then the movie just asserts this is true now, and you believe this, and there's no real interest or nuance there. He just firmly believes in Satan and is doing his work. So he talks about the man downstairs and doing his work. And I don't remember everything he says here, but he mentions something about being free. Like he's like, that's why he kills himself, is to like be free.
He says
And,
like a
like,
little part of him will live in every piece, or like something like that, right? Like yeah.
So okay, let's talk about. Well, actually, no. We're gonna keep pushing forward to the end, so we get the full motivation from everyone's perspective, and we'll talk about how awful it is. It's horrendous.
Yeah.
But it is weird to notice that the big serial killer they've been hyping up for this movie is dead now, and there's still like half an hour left or something. There's quite a bit of time left. He's dead now. Ultimately, he was just the servant of the devil, who's the real villain.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of undermines him as an interesting person. As far
What's
as
even
I'm
worse is he
concerned.
just had regular sized legs.
That's such a dumb joke.
How do we even know this is the guy? His legs weren't that long.
So he kills himself, and it's like, okay, now what? I guess because the movie has declared without any real motivation or evidence that there must be an accomplice.
And that we should ask
now it's
Mom what the accomplice is, or who the accomplice is.
Now it's time to go. You know what would be really funny? Just it would make the story even worse, but it would be funny if there never was an accomplice and Nic Cage was just being like, I don't know, ask your mother. like just to be an asshole the same way it was like, don't open this until Christmas. Like if he had that sort of attitude, that actually would have been more amusing, I think. So yes, now we've concluded there must be an accomplice. It's time to go find out who it is. And after that traumatic experience, where everyone who's watching this interview heard him say, ask your mother about the accomplice, her and the Asian detective lady go back to the mother's house. And the Asian lady's reasoning for accompanying her is only because not after what you just went through in there, you're too traumatized to drive.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, she asked about the accomplice. The guy killed himself, so he's a dead end. All that's left maybe is an accomplice. And he said, go ask your mother. Why don't they all go?
Why is it just her?
Why isn't that the motivation? Never mind. Who
knows
why.
Who knows why? But now Asian detective and Micah are here. We are at Mom's house. Where's Mom?
Oh, she doesn't appear to be there.
She's not home.
So she's walking.
What the fuck? This is weird. She never leaves the house. She's a hoarder.
Yeah, she walks around the house. Earlier, I should mention that in a previous scene, there was a door that it wasn't quite obvious where it went, but like a bug crawled out from under it, and she didn't kill the bug, which I found distracting.
She didn't kill the bug. Well, she went to try to open the door. The bug crawled out from under it, and she just immediately went nope and like walked away from the door.
Well, not quite, because then the mom calls her name, and then she walks away. Otherwise, it seemed like she would have gone there. But it's like I mentioned it only because the movie's like, oh my gosh, what's behind that door? Well, we're gonna find out soon. She goes to the house, and she doesn't see the mom. She goes upstairs. Or maybe she doesn't go upstairs, but she's walking through the house, and then she looks out the window, and oh my god, her mom's outside with a gun, and then she kills the Asian detective lady.
I love how the Asian detective lady too, right? She's sitting in the car, just staring at the house, like staring forward as the mom walks up beside her with a shotgun. Like doesn't move, doesn't do like she's not looking. She's just staring straight ahead, like almost like she's in a movie and she knows her character's about to get killed off.
Yes.
Like, not granted, okay, like, she doesn't have to, like, look to her side and, like, react in a way that's, like, gonna save her, right? Like, that's not the, like,
yeah.
But she could react in a way of, like, somebody who knows they're in trouble, right? Like,
Yes.
she could act like a human being, but she's
a prop.
She's a prop. A prop who gets blasted in the face by a shotgun. And then she, like, Micah looks out the window and sees her mom in a nun costume. We forgot to mention this. She's in a nun costume with a shotgun, shooting her new partner. It quotes, like, just killing another federal agent on this case. Jay in the chat asked, "Imagine the media circus after this event." This is the same era as Waco and Ruby Ridge. Like this is the same track, like FBI track record, like as Waco and Ruby Ridge, and now there's this like crazy satanic serial killer.
Well, yeah. First of all, like if this ever got out at all, the details of this case, it would be a national story. It'd be like actual, because this is like right in the throes of like the satanic panic. And if there was an actual satanic serial killer, this would be huge news. But the media doesn't factor into the story at all. Literally not one bit. The media basically don't exist in this world for all intents and purposes, or else they would have been here already. And it's not just like lazy writing to not think about how the media might be, like not like have media show up at the FBI headquarters asking questions or anything like that, or even to show news reports talking about the case. It's not just lazy writing to try to avoid any questions that might, arise. It's even worse because it undermines the thematic idea behind the story. We're so close to the end, and we're almost ready to talk about it. But you would think the impact this has on the larger society would be part of the reason that it's happening at all. But without that aspect, there is no good motivation for any of this. So, I'm going to plant that seed, and we'll come back to it in a minute.
So Lee Harker goes outside to confront her mother. And she reveals, she's basically just like, "Mom, why are you doing this? Oh my God." And her mom's like, "We have to, because of Longlegs, basically." And she goes, "No, he's dead." And she goes, "Oh, then you're free." And so she shoots this doll. She shoots a doll, right? Like that she has out there that she's pointing the gun at. She shoots the doll in the brain, and the little orb of dark, evil Satan energy that has been packed into the doll by the master craftsman, Nic Cage, that explodes out of the back of Lee's head. Some like weird dark psychic energy fizzles out of her brain.
You can actually visualize. You can see it. It's like weird CGI smoke that comes out of the back of her head once the doll gets shot.
And then she passes out. It's so traumatizing that she passes out. She falls down and she falls asleep. And I think this is where the story of her mom comes in, where she says, like, she does the whole, like, once upon a time, there was a girl and her mother who lived on a farm, and nobody ever came to visit until one day a man did, and he was evil. And in order to keep her daughter alive, the mom agreed to help him. And how to help him, you ask? Bring the dolls into the houses.
Yes. And if you do that, and if you're my accomplice to help bring the dolls into the houses, then I will let your daughter live. So the mother has been his accomplice the entire time. And so what she does, and this is all revealed in like a flashback montage, she dresses up as a nun, carrying with her a big box that has the psychic Satan-infused dolls. And she goes, "Oh, hello. Happy birthday, little girl. Here's a gift from the church."
No, it's not even that. It's congratulations. You've won a gift from the church.
Right. Yeah, you're right. It's even worse.
It's not even a birthday present.
Well, that's the implication because it's on her birthday. But yes,
I guess that's the implication. Except that they keep saying you've won a gift from the church, and it's not like it's always like in the flashback. She's talking to the mothers, not to the kids. Right.
Oh,
so,
you're right.
So which is not the birthday.
And congratulations, you've won sounds more like a lottery thing.
Yeah, and so my main problem with this, right? All of these people, the same church. Like none of the like in the 90s too. Like none of these people, none of these families have been like, I don't recognize you. You don't go to my
Yep.
church.
Yeah. So that's the thing. So to be clear, she's dressing up as a nun because the movie thinks that, like, well, if a nun comes to your door with the big giant box and says, "Congratulations, you've won a gift from the church," when is that ever a thing? First of all, like the church asks for things mostly. They're not randomly giving you like, you won the church lottery. Here's a present for your daughter.
That you didn't
like,
even know you probably didn't even know you entered. Your church is your pastor, who I have no affiliation with, your priest has never mentioned the lottery that you've been entered into. Like what? None of the like this is the ultimate fundamental misunderstanding of how churches like it clearly written by somebody who doesn't understand churches like at all. Doesn't understand how they function.
Or Satan. More on that later, but yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yes, she dresses up as a nun and says, "Oh, congratulations, you've won a gift from the church." And so here's the thing, Hugh. We're eventually going to see the effect the doll has on people, and they lose all agency and autonomy completely. They're completely mind controlled by the devil. So the question is, why the ruse at all? Why the ruse? Like, why can't the effect just start as soon as you come to the door?
Because you have to be invited in, like vampires, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's not like symbolically that makes no sense for a number of reasons. But like, okay, so the movie thinks the reason she's useful to him as an accomplice is that she can dress up as a nun that people trust, and then they'll let them into the house and accept the gift from the church. Like you said, no one questions, wait, I go to church, I've never seen you.
Wait, my church doesn't have nuns.
Yeah, there's that. I guess they're all Catholic, right? Or they're all are there any Protestant denominations that have nuns?
I'm not sure.
I'm
not an expert.
Catholic, so
yeah, I was raised Catholic too,
well.
so I don't know. Like
but
you know, there are Buddhist
don't.
nuns, but like this is very not Buddhist. This is I know a lot.
I know there's a lot of Protestant denominations that don't really have nuns and convents and things like that. So they just all accept the doll, and no one goes, "Hey, I don't recognize you from my congregation." No one is ever like, "I'm sorry, I'm not religious. Who the fuck even are you? What are you talking about?" She seems to have one nun costume in every flashback scene. It's always the same one, so it's not like she's changing it up for different people. It's like she's not like, if they're Jewish, showing up like with the shawls and everything. Like none of this is like making any real sense as a strategy.
Well, of course there are of course there have never been Jews in the Midwest of America, so you can't pick on them. It would never work.
So Jay Jameson says the investigation didn't turn up any creepy dolls. No, never once, because she always successfully retrieved them and I guess disposed of them. The only one they ever found was the one in the barn that he specifically led them to for reasons. We'll talk more about those reasons.
Yes.
So in the flashback,
yes, we will.
Okay, to be clear, there's some very strange details in the flashback that kind of I don't understand. One of them is that he comes by to say hi to the girl, Parker, when she's a child, and the mom comes out and like, excuse me, weird creepy man, stay away from my daughter. And he says like, he does the weird singing thing at them and then presumably leaves, though we never saw that part. Later, he comes at night and ties up the mom. That has never been part of his MO before. So one has to assume this is like the first one he ever did before he really found a pattern. Because what was his plan before he had the help? Because he like went in at night and tied her up. And so the other thing is
he didn't bring her a doll. He didn't come in with a ruse of like, you've won a gift from the church. He just showed up and acted like a fucking psycho.
Like an actual just normal serial killer, I guess, if you will. So that's weird. Why did he do that? Why was this before he developed his MO? What was his plan initially? Because he's the doll maker from the beginning, and he sort of there's a line where he says like, "Congratulations, you've won." Like he's practicing that line, like that was something he was going to try to do, and the only reason he uses her as an accomplice is because she'd be better at making people feel at ease because he's an obvious crazy psycho. Um, that's odd.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that with her. He doesn't do that with Harker, even though she's supposedly part of the pattern. Part of the whole implication is that like she had a birthday on a certain date and it didn't happen, so eventually he's going to fill in the last gap on his triangle with whoever's next, right? Um, that's
Well,
the
yeah, but
implication.
if it didn't happen with her, then it would have been an upright triangle, not an upside down one.
Whatever that means. So he his strategy was to go approach Harker and say, "Hello, little one." And then when he's told, "Get the fuck away from me," he's like, "No, I'm going to come back in the night and I'm going to tie you up." And what's unclear is whether it was his idea. Okay, so here's the thing that annoys me is that like it's presented in the movie. Someone says this. I can't remember if it's Nic Cage or someone else that like they had a choice. They had the same choice. She had a choice, the same choice they all do. That's a line someone says. I think it's Nic
Wait,
Cage.
what? I don't.
I'm,
I don't
I'm pretty
remember
sure.
this.
Or is it the mom or something like that? Someone says that they like that there's a choice involved, but it's entirely unclear what the choice is. Because the other thing that's confusing to me is whether Nic Cage said, "I'm going to kill your daughter unless you help me," or whether the mom said, "Please don't kill my daughter. I'll do anything." And then he said, "Okay, you
He
can
said, "Oh,
help
wait,
me."
wait, really? Anything?" Well, nobody's ever said that to me before.
Well, it is National Handjob Day, so. So I don't that's not made clear at all. But the movie's logic is that the mom goes from a normal, well-adjusted mother and a nurse to a creepy weirdo hoarder who like and she used to be religious and now she's a creepy weirdo hoarder Satanist, all because a guy came in the middle of the night, threatened to kill her family, and she was like, I'll do anything you want, just don't kill my family. And then instead of like once she's free and like out of his sight going to the police, which is what any like, normal or good person would do, she has been for years just helping him kill other people. And the movie presents it like, I did this to help you and you don't appreciate me. And it's like, who would do this? Here's the thing I don't believe about the mom. The mom is obviously crazy and fucked up and morally bankrupt before this happens. Otherwise, it makes no sense.
It has to be, but
Yes. But the movie implies that, oh, she was somehow corrupted and she did all of this just to protect her daughter. And isn't that like kind of sad and tragic? Like, no, she's just murdering other people. They even show a scene where after the first time she does it, she leaves with the doll and then she throws up because she's like, oh boy, is it hard to stomach that.
and
Then
then
go to the police.
she goes to a graveyard and like basks in the blood.
Yeah, I don't. She doesn't make any sense to me as a person. She's obviously already evil. There's no other explanation for it. Oh yes, okay. I think he referred to the mom as the seventh or something like that. Crimson or Clover. Yes, there's a point where it says they all have a choice: Crimson or Clover. It's very vague and non-specific, but he implies that they all have a choice, right? To like, oh, okay. The line is coming back to me. It's something like, um, it's like accept the gift and be destroyed or like something. Oh god, how does he phrase it? I can't remember. But I've seen a video where like someone tried to do like a Longlegs explained, and one of the things he tried to argue was based on those cryptic lines, so that each family was presented with the choice to either accept the doll or not accept the doll. Like if they don't
That
accept the doll, they're destroyed. But if they accept the doll, they're destroyed. It's like this is what I mean when people try to like project a coherent meaning onto this movie. They have to ignore certain details because it doesn't make any sense. Like the gift, if they accept it, they're murdered, and no one ever doesn't accept it except for the mom who makes a deal with the devil to help kill more people.
by giving other people the gift, but they reject. Like, but the whole thing is that he needs her to get into the houses But what if they said no? Then it's not like
Yes.
they would
Sorry. Thank
join.
you. Thank you to Dislodge in the chat for remembering what I couldn't. Destroy it and destroy yourself. Accept it and bow low. So here's the thing. The people who destroy themselves are the people who accepted the doll. So that's nonsense. It's like actual, utter thematic nonsense.
Yeah,
Like,
because
if you
killing the
accept
doll doesn't destroy. Killing the doll doesn't do anything, but it knocks Lee out eventually when she blows the doll's brains out for some reason.
Well, the implication is that keeping the doll had some sort of weird influence on her. Some people have theorized that the psychic powers comes from that.
That's what I figured.
So the only reason she has psychic powers is because the mom kept the doll around because she accepted the devil into her heart and now worships the devil and is doing his work. And so she keeps the doll, and instead of the doll causing them to destroy themselves, because she has accepted the devil into her heart, the doll has given Lee psychic powers that lead her specifically to solving this mystery. Why?
But it's not psychic powers that leads her to solving the mystery. It's Longlegs himself who gives her the keys to solve the mystery.
Yeah, the movie tries to say both, because the movie says that her psychic powers is kind of how she ended up here at all. And like she's had some psychic clues that involve her stumbling onto things. So it's a little bit of both. But yes,
Yeah.
none of this happens without Longlegs specifically leading her, like, come on, follow me. You can do it. So here's we're almost to the end, but I have questions about what the devil is up to. Like what he really wants.
Oh, I have big questions about.
Yeah, so that's the thing. The idea, like, accept this gift and bow low, or destroy the gift and destroy yourself. Like, no, that is not what happens in the movie. That's what
That's
he
what he
says.
says, but that's not
But
what
like the
we see.
people who accept the gift don't become Satanists. They destroy themselves because that's what the devil wants them to do. That's not what the devil wants the mom to do, and that's not what the devil wants Lee Harker to do for reasons. It's unclear, but anyway, that's her plan, and so that's what she's been doing for a while. She's been uh, uh, taking the dolls that Longlegs gives her, bringing them into the house, watching to make sure that the psychic effect of the dolls causes them to kill themselves, and then she leaves with the dolls. And she's been fine with doing this for a while because she's a terrible, terrible person. And she kept this from Lee, and presumably now Lee remembers. Lee wakes up from this flashback, which the implication of delivering this in a narrated flashback and then Lee waking up is that, like, she regained her memories after the doll was destroyed. That's the implication, and that's what a lot of people are assuming. That the sort of fog in her brain that leaves when the doll's head is blown off is like a fog preventing her from remembering what happened. But here's the weird thing about it. The devil wants her to forget, and also to remember. Why? Why?
I've been trying to puzzle out too why Longlegs wanted her to catch him. Like, why did he give her the cipher and let her solve this fucking puzzle?
That is a great question, because ultimately all we get from the movie is that Longlegs himself is doing what the devil wants him to do because he's a true believer, and everything he does for the devil. We have no reason to assume ever that he's doing anything that the devil doesn't want him to do. So any question about why he's helping Harker solve this case ultimately just gets pushed on to the devil. But the devil is also the one who's caused her to forget all of this stuff from her past anyway. So
And
he
it's
wants
not
her.
that he wants out either of it. Like, it's not like he's doing this because he wants out of his contract with the devil, right? Like, he's
Yes.
not, because
Never. No.
he kills himself by, like, right before he kills himself, he says, "Hail Satan." So he's going to the grave as a believer, right?
True believer. Yep.
And then
So
what is the plan for, because the mom doesn't seem to think that it's gonna stop, right? She's like, well, I mean, we got to keep going.
yeah,
Obviously we're gonna keep
it's
going.
going to go on forever.
How?
or at
He's
least, oh, here's okay.
who's making the
Actually,
dolls? He's
well,
gone.
that's a good question. But she also makes it seem like, okay, he killed himself, whatever. But there's still this one last one, because she still will take the last doll he made and deliver it to the final family in order to complete the triangle. So here's the other thing. It seems like they only want to complete this pattern. Why? What's the what? Why? Like, what happens when they complete the pattern? What happens when they finish the triangle? No one even asks the question. It's just sort of like, and so, like, I guess he goes to the grave as a true believer. He kills himself. He must think his work here is done because he built the doll, he set everything in motion, he scouted the family or whatever. And so now he can kill himself because he's done, and this is all the devil wanted him to do, is to kill this many people on these specific days in this way, and he did his job, and now he can die, and he's going to live on somehow in a little bit of these families in hell. I don't fucking know. And it's unclear what he thinks he's going to get out of all of this in the afterlife, but he kills himself. And then the mom is like, well, he died. That means you can be free. Question mark. What the hell does that mean? Like, now you can know what happened when you were a kid, but she still wants to go deliver the doll to the final family. So why would she do anything that helps her daughter solve the case and stop her and remember what happened? Like, what?
I yeah, she's
Literally,
like, oh
we'll
well, if
talk
he's
more.
dead now, you're free, which would mean she could stop. So she decides she doesn't. So she shoots the devil ball inside the doll, which removes the brain fog from Lee, and then she goes and does another to complete the pattern for
Yeah,
some reason.
let's just keep going because we're so close to the end, and we can just talk about all the why of what's happening here. So Lee wakes up from the flashback montage in the basement where Longlegs' lair and workshop is. And what does she discover? Oh my gosh, that's actually the basement of her mom's house the whole time.
Oh,
He's been living in the basement of the house she grew up in
I think I
ever
went. I
since
think I
that
went to
day.
the bathroom because I brought a flask into this movie. I think I went to the bathroom at this point because I don't remember that happen. I don't remember that.
Yeah, when she wakes up, they go, the camera does the whoa, we're upside down thing, and she's in the basement. Don't you get it, Hugh? He was literally the man downstairs.
Oh no. Oh,
Yep.
oh gosh. Okay. All right.
I'm happy to be here for the realization of that detail.
He was living in her house. He was there the whole time. It,
Yeah. So here's so by implication, the devil's psychic magic in the doll kept her from remembering or noticing or seeing him at all ever throughout her entire childhood, or remembering that moment of when when she saw him outside. It's unclear. A lot of things are unclear, whether, because all the movie ever shows us that she sees is him when he comes to the house. So if that's all she ever saw, then what is there to really hide psychically? Let's think about this for a second. She's about to turn 9 years old. One day, a creepy man is at the house and he starts talking to her. She doesn't even seem all that creeped out by it. So just a strange, silly man in a clown face is like, "Oh, hello, little girl." And the mom says, "Hey, stay away from my daughter." And he sings something weird and he runs away. She's like 20 whatever now, like 20 years later. Why would she remember that? It was just a creepy guy she saw once and nothing happened. Like, why do you need psychic powers to cause her to forget that? I don't know.
because she was
Um,
the attempted first victim for some reason, or no,
but
no,
yeah,
not even the first victim, the seventh victim. Like he'd already killed people before this.
yes. Right. Okay, so yeah, so he did kill people before this. No, you're right. You're right. So what does that mean about how was he making this all happen before, and why did he change the motivation for her? Is that the first time anyone was ever like, stay away from my daughter? I doubt
Is that the
that.
first time that anybody ever said, "Please don't kill my daughter"? Or, "Please don't kill my
That's
family. I'll help"?
That's the other implication, because like surely, okay, because if you're using, we see what happens when the doll is introduced and it has a psychic effect on people. They're totally mind controlled, so they're not going to say anything a normal person would say, like "Please don't kill my family." So, like, why in this one case did he not use the doll to mind control them into killing themselves, and just said like, "Hey, please don't kill me"? Like he tied her up. He never did that to anyone else. It's so strange. Anyway, I don't want to get distracted by that dumb thing, because the dumb thing I'm focused on right now is, oh, don't lose it. It's fuck. What were we just talking about?
She wakes up in the basement, and it's
Oh,
Longlegs'
yeah,
basement.
no, yeah.
Oh,
Okay, okay, I remember. I remember now. So if the devil's spirit in the doll that looks just like her is causing her to not remember things. If all she ever saw was the creepy guy that was outside once, then there's no need for that. Like a normal person might just forget that. It was a weird, innocuous, because she didn't even react to him like he was creepy. So she would just probably forget about a random stranger she met for 2 minutes once. There's no reason to do that. But the movie never shows us seeing her see any of the crimes or see him around the house or in the basement. But I guess what you have to assume is that the devil's magic is the only reason she never knew that there was a creepy man living in the basement her whole life, because otherwise she obviously would have noticed at some point. It's so weird. I don't get it. I
I,
don't get it, Hugh.
I, I just took a bite of bread. Might be some mouth sounds here.
Okay, well, I'll keep talking then. We'll avoid your mouth sounds. So, he, okay, so wakes up from the flashback. Oh my god, it's the creepy lair, and she goes up, and then the phone rings, and the mysterious demonic voice. One assumes it has to be the devil, because I don't know who else is making this call. Says, "You're late for the birthday
You're
party."
late for Miss Ruby's birthday.
And it's like, oh my goodness, who could have foreseen that the captain's, the detective, his daughter, who had a birthday on the 14th. Oh my gosh, I can't believe no one saw this coming. There's a serial killer who's targeting families with young daughters that are about to turn 9 on the 14th. And the main detective is like, hey, wait a minute. He never says, hey, wait a minute, I have one of those. Like that, he never puts that together, because on the day, oh my god, Ruby's birthday party, which, oh, here's the other thing that drove me crazy, especially when this reveal happened. Early in the movie, she's like, "You want to come to my birthday party?" And she says, "Yeah." Instead of what a normal person would say is like, "When is it?" If she said, "When is it?" then we'd know that it's like on the
Doesn't the little
14th.
girl ask the mom, "Can she come to my birthday party?" And she goes, "Well, I mean, if it's okay with her." And then she just kind of goes like, "I'll be there."
Yeah.
And then like I'll be there.
If someone invites you to a birthday party, you would ask when it is.
When's your birthday? How old are you turning? You know, like anything that you might ask a child who just invited you to.
Okay, Dislodge is correcting me on something. I didn't remember this, but she does watch him tying the mom up and backs into her room and closes the door. I couldn't remember if she saw that or not. I guess, okay, so that sounds right. I misremembered that. So I take it back. So the devil magic in the doll must be causing her to forget the time a creepy guy tried to break into the house and kill his mom. Um,
Yeah,
so she,
and then he moved into the basement. That's
yeah,
what
and so
it's
it
forgetting
must have
all of
helped
that.
forget that as well, or not notice that. So, okay, sure. That makes more sense. Okay, so now, oh my gosh, it's Ruby's birthday, and what do you know? It's on the 14th, just when we thought the killer would kill again, except no one thought about this. So they go to the senior officer, detective Captain Man's house, and
And
it's
he's
like too
Catholic
late.
too. Who would have thunk? He's Catholic too, and he let a nun in his house because he's like, "Oh shit, I want a gift from the church. You fucking kidding me? This
Hell
is
yeah,
a red
dog.
letter day, and it's my daughter's 9th birthday on the 14th. Hell yeah! Wow, everything's coming up, Millhouse. I
Yes. So she arrives. and the mom and the doll are already in the house, and um they're acting creepy, and she tries to say like, "Hey, stay away from there," but it's too late. They're already being mind controlled. The mom says they're already dead, which basically just implies like, "Ah, it's too late. You can't do anything about it." Um, because they're being mind controlled by the doll, and this is
Yes,
the
they're
first
being mind
time.
controlled by the doll, which has an orb in its head, which she is well aware of because she brought a doll to a medical examiner to have an autopsy where he pulled a metal ball out of its head. And then she watched her mom shoot one and blow up the metal ball in its head.
Yes,
So
she
she
watched that
knows
happen.
that she watched that happen. She knows she
Why
knows
didn't she
exactly
just
what,
lead with shooting the doll? Hostman's Lounge asks. That is the
that's the
question to ask.
question. That is the
Yes,
biggest question. Why
yes.
does she not just shoot the doll?
Because she is terrible. And you know what, Hugh? You mentioned earlier that you think she might be one of the worst detectives in a detective movie ever, and I was like, "Meh, I don't know about that." I agree. No,
No, yeah, she is. She
yeah,
is.
she is one of the worst. I forgot about this detail. She has a gun. She knows that you can kill the doll and destroy its effect on people by shooting it, and she's trying to save the detective and his innocent family who are being mind controlled by the devil into killing themselves, and she doesn't shoot it.
No, instead she waits for him to walk his wife to the kitchen where she knows he's going to kill her.
Hmm.
And then when
Then
he
he
comes
kills her.
back, she
Then
shoots
she shoots
him
him.
and then shoots her mother and then tries to shoot the doll, but she's run out of ammo.
So there's so much that I love about this, Hugh. Okay, so why didn't she shoot the doll from the beginning? Great
Great
question.
question. No good answer.
When the dad comes in and he's going to kill the daughter, and so you dispose of him. Sure, you probably should have shot the doll, but sure, you're trying to, And then the mom's like, she's pleading with the mom, and the mom says, "Don't call me that," which is like, okay, but we'll talk about that more later. But she seems to be like kind of in kind of possessed by the devil in this moment in some sense as well. Um, she resents her in
Wouldn't it be
some.
an interesting experiment, you would think? Like, wait a minute. There's a mind control ball inside the brain of this doll. What if I shot that? You think my mom would go back to acting like normal?
There's that too. There's that too. But instead, the mom tries to kill her, and so she shoots the mom first, and then she says, "Hey, Ruby, get away from that doll." Ruby's, I will say, I'm going to give a slight point to this movie. Devoid from all the stupid context surrounding it, the way that people are acting in this mind control scene is kind of funny. Um, there is something kind of amusing about the way the girl is like looking up with loving eyes at the doll. Like that's I don't know. There's some kind of like the way they're possessed and they're like totally fine with what's about to happen and they're being very casual about it. There's something mildly amusing about it, but it comes out of left field because the movie is not funny really much at all except for a line or two. So tonally it comes out of left field and it's completely stupid. But so she says, "Hey, Ruby, get away from the doll." And she's like looking up at the doll, like
Nah, I
she's in
think I
love with
like
it.
it.
She moves her away, and then she's like hearing weird voices and sounds, and then she tries to shoot the doll, and she's out of bullets. Hugh, why is she out of bullets? She shot twice.
Didn't she like? Doesn't she shoot the dad multiple times?
Does okay?
I thought she shot. I thought she just basically
Maybe she did.
unloaded on her
Maybe she did.
dad,
Yeah.
and then she unloaded on the dad, uh, popped one in the mom, and then turned to shoot the doll again. Though you should have gone for that first.
Yes, but it's just kind of comedically contrived that she's totally out of bullets here because she wasn't in a big shootout. Like, do they not carry extra clips on them, or magazines?
She's using a
I don't know
revolver.
guns.
She's using a
Was it a
revolver.
revolver?
Yeah, she's using a revolver.
Okay,
So she's got at least she's probably got 6 shots,
so she put 5 in the dad, 1 in the mom, and then
and
it's
then
like, oh
ran out
damn,
of
now I
bullets.
can't.
Yeah, that's
Well,
exact.
here's the other thing. Is the other thing.
She doesn't have a
Obviously,
revolver in the first scene though. Like in the first scene when she busts into the house,
it's like a
she's
normal
got like a
like
normal 9
police
millimeter,
gun.
like a police gun, and she's got a revolver in this last scene.
I don't remember how she gets. Oh, it was in the car. It was in the car because she steals Longlegs' car. and she's driving that, and there's a scene of her also like yelling in the car to like mirror
Yeah, to
him for no
mirror.
good
Yeah,
reason.
yeah.
Questions like what guns are notoriously hard to understand though. Questions like which end do the bullets come out of? Where do I put the fire into? Many such questions. Yeah.
They call them
So
firearms, but my arms have never set on fire.
they she only had that many bullets, which is a shame. And she put like 5 of them into the dad for no real discernible reason. Just so she and the other thing I was gonna say is that like can't she just hit it with a blunt object? It's a doll. Just hit it with something.
The fact that it goes down as a
Hit it
result
with
of a
the gun.
shotgun blast means that if you put a sufficient amount of force into it, it will break.
Yes. Yeah. Just hit it with the gun, if you will. The mom had the shotgun, didn't she? Just hit it with that a bunch of times. You think you'd have the emotional motivation to do that, but she doesn't. She just looks at it. She can't shoot it because she's out of bullets because she didn't think to shoot it until after she killed her own mother. And then she's like, oh, damn, what am I going to do? And then it zooms in on her face, and we cut to Nic Cage in the interrogation room back from when he was still alive, and he says, "Hail Satan!"
And he
And
blows a
then it
little
cuts to the
kiss
credits.
and he winks at the
Yes.
camera. Blows a little kiss too and winks at the camera, and then it cuts to the credits.
Hostman's Lounge is saying she put 4 or 3 into the dad, then 1 into the mom.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
so
so she just didn't fully load her clip. Yeah, she didn't put.
or the whatever. Conveniently and for contrived reasons, she can't shoot the doll afterwards, just so we can be like, oh no, now
Oh
what's going to happen?
no. Yeah, and it's funny
And
because
then
she has a unique opportunity here to like to put the doll's face on a curb and stomp it like that scene from American History X.
yes,
Which would be, yeah, like objectively, that's the funniest way to do this, you know? Like
yes, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do to destroy a doll other than shoot it. There's a whole bunch of them actually, usually involving like blunt force or like run it over with your car. That'll probably do it. Put it under the wheel and back up. Who
she plays reverse
it's
Russian roulette. She keeps
and
one
so
empty.
and then we cut to the person who already died and he says "Hail Satan" into the camera, which is something no one has done at all in the movie really. And then the movie's over. That's the ending. That's how it ends. It's really, really stupid. Let's talk about it. So, we have a couple different characters to assess this from. I think we already kind of talked about Longlegs. I think we've established that he was a true believer in Satan and did whatever Satan wanted him to do. And so all questions of motivation ultimately just get
They just
a
boil
buck.
down to, well, Satan wanted it that way.
Yeah, Satan wanted it that way. We've already talked about how the mom makes a deal with the devil to keep her daughter alive, and then just commits to murdering other families. And she doesn't even. She starts off religious, and then a evil killer comes into her house, threatens to kill her, and she says, "I'll help you if you don't kill my daughter." And instead of going to the police, I mean, like, you need to protect us. Someone tried to kill me. He said he
He's
would
living
only
in
let
my
us know.
basement. My daughter's at
Yeah,
school right now. This weird
there's
squatter who dresses
yes,
like David Lee Roth and acts like him. It might just be David Lee Roth, or is living in my basement. Please
yes,
come and help me.
yes, and so she doesn't do that. And instead, she just helps murder other people because she's a terrible person. Like, and then she
And then he
eventually just
starts
becomes a
writing ciphers, or maybe he did that the whole
hold
time. Who
on,
knows?
hold on, because we're still in the mom. She eventually uh, just becomes a true believer in the devil. She talks about how she planned to keep doing this to protect her until she sees a beast rise from the sea. Blah blah blah. So like, I'll do whatever it takes. She says "Hail Satan" at one point. So she's just a true believer now. Um, I don't believe that doesn't make any sense to me as a character arc, but sure, whatever. She's the accomplice that apparently we needed. So she's doing most of the work of actually watching them get killed, and she seems to kind of weirdly enjoy it by the end. So whatever, that's her motivation.
But
All
all the
to
work is literally like her whole thing is like Satan's plan for her is like just go there and watch it happen. Like that's her role to play. He
And
builds the
also,
dolls with the weird mind control devices inside them. She gets them into the house and then watches them happen. And then what? He shows up, writes a ciphered letter, leaves it on the ground, disappears, and then goes and does something. We don't even know what the letters say.
no, we never find out what any of the earlier letters said, which is pretty funny. Um, and then, like you said, she the movie thinks her reason for being there is because, oh, people will let her into the house so the devil can mind control them into killing themselves if she's a friendly face, because obviously Nick Cage is too weird, except that he had already done it successfully 6 times before. So I don't know how necessary it is. But she's doing most of the work while Nick Cage just builds stalls. And she's willing to let innocent people die to protect her daughter.
Well, and again,
Even
we
though
talked
that's
about this as like this is a weird case of like it's a small town, right? And we have to assume that it's all, except that I guess we don't, because in some instances the murders happened 130 something miles away, which is not
yes.
the same as a small town, right? But like
But some of them happened in town.
some
Yeah.
of them happened in town, and like like, but when she knocks on this is a small town, they all live near each other, right? When she knocks on the door, people don't know who she is. They don't go, "Why are you dressed like a nun?" "Hi, Mrs. Harker. Why are you dressed
Yeah.
like a nun?"
Yeah. We haven't
When
seen
did
you
you?
in a while.
We
What
haven't seen
happened?
you in a while. What have you been up to? "I didn't know you
Yeah.
were Catholic. I don't go to the same church as you, actually. You know, I go to St. Thomas's down on the other side of town." Like, nobody, like, this is brain dead.
Yeah.
The script is brain dead.
It is.
It's like a
Let's talk.
hodgepodge collection of good stuff from other movies with a vibe check thrown on top. There's nothing. There's no substance here.
Yeah, it's as someone said, it's a hodgepodge of various ill-formed ideas. Jay, I totally agree. Satan can't be scary when he's this stupid. Yeah, let's talk about Satan. Let's talk about what Satan's up to in this movie. So Satan has come to this weirdo doll maker guy and is like, hey, you know what you should do is you should build dolls and put a little metal hollow sphere inside of it, and you should give them to people, and I am going to mind control them through the dolls so that they kill themselves. Why? Why?
Why?
Satan has magic mind control powers, and he uses them to
But only
just
if this guy builds a ball that gets into the house.
I don't even, I don't believe that. I'm just going to say that. I don't believe that that's the only way he can influence people, because that's really stupid.
But
It's
that's
really,
what the
really
movie. That's what
stupid.
the movie's telling us. Basically, is
No,
that
I don't think the movie has done enough to convince me that otherwise the devil can't influence anything on this world. I just the movie seems to be telling me that that's just how the devil wants to do it for some reason. Because the devil has mind control powers, and what he wants to do is get families to kill themselves. But here's the thing that drives me. This is the thing I probably hate most about the movie on a sort of thematic level, is that this is not Satan as a character. This isn't. This isn't the devil as a character. There's been plenty of stuff over the years with demons and devils, and even like minor demons from sort of like, I don't know, the pantheon of demons and stuff like that. It's always about corruption. It's always about trying to prey on people's fears and desires and to like manipulate them into going down a path of evil, because you're trying to like the devil as a character is often trying to prove that humanity is evil, right? So that's what the devil does in
it's a little bit.
Job.
It's a little bit like the Joker in The Dark Knight, right? Like his whole
Yeah, yeah,
plan,
honestly,
yeah,
yes.
is to
It's a
get
lot
is to
more
show.
like
Yeah,
that.
he's like he wants to show that people, these normal civilized people, will eat each other when when
Yeah.
they're forced into it, right? Or when
Yes.
somebody puts the right conditions in play, they'll act like monsters. That's
Yes.
that is the devil.
Yeah, so
Symbolically speaking. Dislodge
and
real quick.
among other things, yes, that's what he does. You know, in the classic sort of stories about a person selling their soul to the devil and any sort of Faustian bargain, any sort of like meeting the devil at the crossroads and making a deal to become a better musician or whatever. Like all of that is about like making a deal to get some sort of power and then paying the cost for it, right? It's about like in terms of what the devil wants, the devil is always trying to like corrupt people and like push them down a path where they're like corrupted by their own like worst impulses and fears and desires and all that sort of stuff. In this, he's literally mind controlling people. They have no agency at all. So like what if you have magic psychic bullshit powers and all you want is people to die, why like what are you after? Because the other thing, the reason I mentioned this earlier is that the only explanation that could make some sense for why the devil would want to kill people in this way is to like wreak havoc on the world and society, you know, with stuff like that. But like no one ever really finds out about it except for a couple
We never see the
detectives.
ramifications of it on the society or the town at large. So that like that if that's what the devil's going for, we wouldn't know based on what the movie
Yes.
shows us. And dislodge. This is the second time in that he's mentioned this. Is that somebody said that this was all just leading up to getting Lee put a bullet in her own mother's head, basically just to say, "Yeah, I did that."
Yes, I
It,
saw that.
yeah,
I've seen basically that theory, and I think that's abjectly moronic.
like
I
it.
think
Yeah, it's. I
because
like
okay,
it as
because
a
think about
concept. I like it as a concept.
no, 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 no. I'm not giving this movie any credit in this regard. I think it's absolutely like vacuous and brain dead in this regard. So what the devil is doing is he finds some crazy guy and he's like, "Hey, you're going to help me mind control people into killing themselves. And you're going to find one woman who you're going to offer to like, hey, if you let your like I won't kill your daughter if you help me, and we're going to convince her to help kill people too, just so she will accept a doll that I specifically made to mind control the daughter into forgetting all the evil she's seen. Simultaneously, I'm going to have you send a whole bunch of clues to the daughter so when she's an adult, so she'll eventually learn what evil her mother's doing, so eventually she'll be forced to kill her own mom."
Yeah, no, like
Why?
the ex. So what I was gonna say is I like the idea that the devil is like, oh, I want to turn mother against daughter or daughter against mother, right? That fits with what we're talking about as is like
Broadly
traditional,
speaking, yeah.
broadly speaking. If that's the case, the way this goes about it is so this movie goes about it is so insanely convoluted as to be completely devoid of any actual interesting ramification of
Or
that or
meaning,
meaning. Yeah.
meaning in the first place, yeah. There's a couple comments I want to respond to. There's no need for the nun thing, yes. Also, because like, what's the point of having it be a nun and saying, "Oh, it's coming from the church"? That's such a stupid variable that makes things make less sense, not more. Let's see. Where is it? Sorry, there were more messages I
Satan
wanted to
needs to
read.
tidy
Kind of.
up his Rube Goldberg machine.
We can therefore presume his argument for
uh,
the kind of weird that God doesn't protect the religious people if Satan exists. So that's another thing.
I hate
Satan,
that
and
happens in
he's
every
just
horror
called.
movie.
It happens in so many horror movies these days, where it's like, the devil and demons are real, but there's never any mention of like the other side of the coin. And it's just like, why not? You would why is the devil real but God isn't in this? Really stupid. And don't get me started on people who think that's actually an interesting idea. If you go to hell for killing yourself, I feel like there has to be a clause for Satan mind controlling you into doing it. That is a very good comment. Thank you, Dr. Diddler. And I agree, because one of the reasons Satan is often after souls in stories where he's a character who's actually acting in the world. And one of the reasons like how he can get your soul is by you agreeing to do
Yeah, whatever
something
happened
that
to
it
just
all
being like, hey, what if I teach you to play the fiddle real good?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, so like you sell your soul for knowledge or power or whatever it is, and you pay the price for it eventually. It's always about agency and you making choices. right? He offers you a choice, and if you make the wrong choice, then you pay the price for it, and then he gets your soul. If he's after souls, which is usually what he's after, all these families were perfectly innocent in every regard. In every regard, you know what I mean? It's like usually in this sort of supernat, like you would expect there to be something like, oh, well, they did something to bring it on them, or they, they were given a choice and they made the wrong choice, and then that's why they died. Even if it's flawed reasoning, like you see in like the Saw movies, for example, like dumb shit like that. Like there's always like at least the choice is there in part of it. In this, all the families who were killed never did anything wrong whatsoever, and the only reason he wants to destroy this like nuclear family is uh is to eventually cause one woman to kill her mother.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's really stupid to think that that is like.
Yeah, and as Dr. Diller follows up, that's just obviously cheating. Like, yeah, you don't. It's almost like as mythologically, just like symbolically and thematically speaking, the devil cheated, and like, no, you don't get to kill those people because they didn't do anything. You know what I mean? Like it's just like, and also, what's the choice that Longlegs made? We never find out. He's just a minion doing his work in the world. And the only sort of thing that comes close to like a Faustian bargain is the mom, but we already talked about how stupid and incoherent that is. The only way she makes that choice and does what she does is because she's already kind of evil. So no, I don't. And he had already killed like half the people to complete this triangle before he even got to her. It's just if this was all leading up to just killing the mom, then Satan's stupid. Satan is a stupid idiot.
It's brain dead. There's nothing there.
Yeah,
it's brain dead. It's he liked a couple of serial killer movies, and he just took the best aspects of them all, mixed them up in this dog shit script, and was like, yeah, look, what if I shot it kind of neat?
Well, I saw a quote from him where he was talking about horror movies he likes, and he mentioned The Omen, and I'm like, that's interesting because I kind of like The Omen too. I don't love it, but I like it enough. And he was like, I like the way The Omen plays with religion, but not seriously. Like, I don't actually give a fuck about religion. It's like this is the second movie you've made about Satan, about the devil, not a demon, not a demonic force. This is the second movie you've made about the devil, but like you don't care at all to sort of like approach him as even just as a symbol or as an idea with any sort of like seriousness. Like, why are you so obsessed with the devil if you don't care about religion? You know what I mean? Like, it's such a weird thing. Obviously he doesn't care because I mean I watched the movie. Obviously you don't care about how this all fits together, but like, shouldn't you a bit? Why are you saying that like as a point of pride? Why are you trying to compliment the movie like The Omen, which is much more coherent in this regard, I should say? And I feel like you shouldn't insult The Omen in this regard by comparing it to your own dog shit movie. Yeah, as someone I was talking about this, and someone said, I can't remember who said it now, but they're like, having Longlegs just be a Satanist feels like a cop out and a lame way to like finally conclusively reveal Longlegs, the serial killer you've been hyping up. You know what I mean? Because in like Silence of the Lambs, Buffalo Bill is his own unique person with his own warped and twisted view of the world and his motivation for doing things and what he's after. In like Red Dragon's probably a good example because you've seen Red Dragon, right?
Yeah.
In Red Dragon, he like thinks of himself as becoming the devil in some sense. He's becoming the dragon, is what he keeps saying. It. He's obsessed with the William Blake. Is that his name?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's obsessed with that painting, right? And he sees himself as transforming into the devil, essentially. And I'm like, that's interesting. He's still just a guy. There's no actual magic. In this, there's actual magic, and the big bad serial killer we've been building up is just actually he's just a devotee of the devil. None of this is really his idea. There's no real imprint on it. There's never a point where he does anything the devil doesn't want him to do. He never has any second thoughts about it. He's never like putting his own spin on it. Really?
Well,
Because all just
why
with the
the
devil.
algorithm with the fucking upside down triangle and the
Well,
references to the day, like to the day the Antichrist is going to be born? Like at the very least in the Antichrist movies, the whole thing is like, oh, it wants to usher in the end times, right? Satan wants to usher in the end times by having his child, like God did in in the Bible, right? Like that's the
yeah.
weird inverse of it, right? The upside down triangle pointing to the murder on this day. Like, what's the point? Is that the day that the end times begin?
Would the end times have begun if they finished the pattern? And why? So there's a lot of things about it. It's like why are families being destroyed and without any sort of like agency on their part?
Was the
Okay, so
code
let's
was the
it,
code to the cipher or to the was the trick to deciphering it really just 666?
that's the implication, yes.
And nobody thought of that?
No, it's so funny. That's really funny, especially in the middle of the satanic panic. No one ever checked that.
Yeah,
No one at the
nobody ever just like in 20 years just followed up on, hey, what if this guy's just kind of a Satan worshiper?
yeah. Donald's angry. Yes, the painting is called "The Great Red Dragon and the Woman Clothed with the Sun," which is a really cool painting. But Red Dragon is actually a pretty. I really like it. I think it's a good movie. It's nowhere near as good as Silence of the Lambs, but few things are, especially not this turd of a movie. Um, yeah, he seems to like I said, he's wearing a detective movie like a skin suit, a la Buffalo Bill, but he doesn't care about anything that goes into why those movies are good. He even said in an interview that the allusions to Silence of the Lambs were a way of like getting an audience to feel comfortable and familiar in order to go in a different direction. So it's like a trick, essentially. He said
Fuck
that.
you.
He said
Fuck you,
he
Oz.
didn't he didn't say it was a trick, but he said, "Oh, it was a way of getting the audience immediately comfortable and familiar, and then we went in a different direction with it."
Yeah, and then
So
not
it's
doing
like,
anything like it at all.
yeah. And so, okay, so let's think about a couple contradictions here. So the devil um wants people to accept the doll, right? They want them to accept the gift and bow down, because if they destroy the gift, they will be destroyed. Except for everyone who receives the gifts and accepts it into their house are the ones who are being destroyed. Meanwhile, the mom, it decides to agree to do the devil's work. Were they all given the choice to like, you can live? No, no. Sorry. The implication is that all the people were given the choice, like, hey, come help me kill other people if you want to live. That's sort of implied, but then everyone else just seems to be mind controlled. So like it's so strange. It doesn't make any sense. But the contradictions abound, because she keeps the doll but doesn't kill her family, and then that doll has a psychic influence from the devil on Lee, preventing her from seeing all this evil stuff that happens.
But giving
And then
her
later,
a superpower that allows her to rise to the through the ranks of the FBI to
yes,
eventually solve his murder spree.
yes. And then yeah, so he wants her to solve the case in order, yeah, because to the person
Maybe,
who
because
put,
we don't know if that's true. We don't like. I just want to point out that like it seems implied that that's what happens when the doll gets blown up. Is that her psychic power leaves her, but we don't know for sure if that's the case.
no, because after like halfway through the movie, we never see her have any psychic moments at all.
Yeah,
So it's like you would expect it to have a bigger role, and it just doesn't. Don't know why.
why'd you even put it in the movie, Oz?
That's a great question. Half of the stuff in this movie, it feels like, why the hell did you even put it in here? Because he did. It does feel like throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Like the Zodiac Code, creepy dolls, psychic powers. Like
Yeah, psychic
it's
powers.
a sort of satanic possession and like mind control, and also deals with the devil, and also
A
you
weird
know,
transgender looking serial killer. Like
yeah,
we've got all the makings of like a bunch of good movies. Any one of those ideas would have been like it has been a good movie, like Silence of the Lambs or Zodiac or Seven. Yeah, like
yeah.
The FBI were pretty dumb in the 90s. That is true.
In many respects, yes. So the devil, the devil was behind all of it, and he wanted all these families to die. He didn't want to corrupt them into doing it, a la something like The Shining, where in The Shining, the ghosts or demons, or basically it could just be the devil. It's all the same sort of type of story. Basically, the devil finds this guy who already resents his family, and he manipulates him into acting on that and trying to murder his family. Like that's The Shining, and this has the dad kills the family. Why did he do it? Oh, no reason. He was totally brainwashed and had no control over what he was doing. So,
because he accepted a gift. Because in a lot of cases, actually, as it seems, the moms accepted a gift from the church, and the dad.
But how is that a sin?
Well, I mean,
Go on.
I figured you would fill it. I figured you would fill this question mark in. Either way, deserved.
So
They earned it.
So they just and okay. So let's think about what is
okay.
what is the devil after? Like if the devil, why is he destroying these families? He's not are you trying? Because you might wonder why the writer has decided to have it be that what the devil is doing is destroying healthy two-parent households. Why? Like, what is that? Like, if it'd be one thing if the devil was trying.
Are his parents divorced? Is this his version?
Oh wait, do you not know anything about Oz Perkins?
No.
Okay, so Oz Perkins is the son of Anthony Perkins, who played Norman Bates in Psycho, among other roles, but that's what he's most famous for. And his mom was an actress whose name I can't remember. Anthony Perkins, famously kind of gay but closeted. He died of AIDS complications, and his mom died on 9/11.
Interesting. Did not know that.
That's a true story. So one of the things that Oz Perkins has said was the main inspiration for this movie was that this movie is about lies parents tell their children to protect them, and how he doesn't think those are good. So it's not hard to read something into that, the whole protecting him from his dad's homosexuality and whatever fractures in their relationship. There's something of that in here, but even that is incoherent in the movie, right? As an idea.
Beware Trojans bearing gifts, but Trojans got the gift.
So
wait. No, hold up now. The Trojans were doing just fine until they decided to accept the gift. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's the devil is a Greek.
So
I think we've solved the problem. Nuke Athens.
So that idea about parents who lie to protect their kids, that obviously comes in with the mother telling her daughter but it's not even a lie. It's just literal devil mind control. The devil is preventing the daughter from seeing the evil happening around her, only to deliberately try and show her later. Why does that what does the devil want out of all this? I don't get it, man. It's really stupid. Really stupid. Brain dead.
I don't think there's much we can puzzle out from here. I think that he wanted to make a spooky movie, and so he aped off of other spooky movies.
I could open it up, but there's nothing really in there.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. With that one.
Yeah.
It only gets worse the longer you talk about it too.
Yeah, it's horribly contrived in every literal regard, in terms of how the plot connects, how things happen, how we go from one plot point to the other. Character motivations are inconsistent
or just not non-existent completely. You know, like I
Yes.
what she doesn't really have a character apart from just being kind of scared. She's led by the nose by the world around her into sort of solving the crime, but everybody around her dies anyway. So what did she really accomplish?
She didn't prevent. The only thing she prevented is like the completion of that triangle, but we never get any indication of like what she did there and
I mean, if it
why they were
follows
going.
Stranger Things logic, she didn't really complete it when that girl dies eventually of natural causes. Then
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I want to respond to Hostman's Lounge, who says the logic behind it might be that the devil resents the nuclear family as their God's ideal unit. Uh, Definitely, that's what the devil would do. But the idea of just like, why would the devil would be more concerned with corrupting that? You know what I mean? Like trying to manipulate the dad into like actually taking actions of his own accord or something. You know what I mean? It'd be more that would make way more sense thematically than just, oh, I it's you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Midsummer. I'm not gonna spoil Midsummer for those who haven't seen it. But in the final act of Midsummer, there's a big choice that the main character makes, um, but she doesn't really have any agency because she's so drugged, and the person that she's making a decision about was incredibly high on drugs that were given to them by the cult. So the final decision of the movie should have more narrative weight than it does. Um, but they decided to remove the agency from the characters, and so it kind of undermines the moral weight of the choice they make. This movie feels like it never had any moral weight because no one really makes decisions. Like the only person who's making evil decisions really is the mom, and I don't really believe her as a person, but like no one in the family ever made a decision to do anything wrong. They're just being killed. We're watching it happen and we're like, why? What's the point of all this?
and you know, Dr. Diddler pointing out a good point. If the devil can mind control people, then why is he not trying to mind control the president into starting World War III or something like that? Why is he focusing on a bunch of, you know, otherwise inconsequential families who live in this? I You have to
In the
assume
Midwest,
so,
yeah.
like, yeah, the Midwest, in the Midwest of America. Why does he care?
Yeah, he just seems to want them dead, and it doesn't really matter how they end up dead. But he has magical bullshit powers. I do not believe, based on how this movie has presented things, that he couldn't just snap his fingers and they would be dead. He just seems to want to watch this play out this way for no discernible reason, even though it doesn't really have any impact on the wider world. He's not proving a point the way the devil is often trying to in other stories. You know, with Job, he's like, oh, Job's your best guy. I bet even I could corrupt him. So the whole thing of Job is that like, oh, he's your most devout guy that you have. Well, what if horrible things happen to him? I bet I could break him. That's the whole thing of Job. He's trying to prove a point, same way the Joker was trying to prove a point.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
by
Like,
pulling Harvey Dent down. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And this is such a deeply rooted trope, and he totally missed the mark on it. And it's like, and it works this way thematically for a reason. Otherwise, you don't have a character really, because Longlegs isn't really a character. He's just a minion.
He's yeah. I also I do like this comment about, like, I can only imagine the end of Burn after reading for the FBI. Just like it should have just ended with that. Like, what did we learn? Uh,
I don't know. I guess we learned never to do it again.
Whatever the hell it was we did. I don't know. Just
I love Burn After Reading's so fucking funny. I love when he's like he's on a plane to what is it, Ecuador? Something
Venezuela.
like that. He's on a plane to Venezuela.
We caught him
He's
on
like,
we caught him trying to get on a flight to Venezuela.
and he's like, but we don't know why. He's like, you don't know why he's trying to go to Venezuela? And he goes, no. And he goes, we don't have extradition with Venezuela. And he goes, oh,
So what do we
should we
do?
stop him? Like, no, just let him go.
Put him on the next flight to Venezuela.
Exactly. I like it was like she says she'll talk if we don't pay for her cosmetic surgeries. And he's like, how much do they cost? And he's like, it costs a lot. Whatever, pay it.
Pay it.
Yeah, as Dr. Diddler mentions here, this is a big sticking point I have with honestly a ton of horror movies. It's what stops a lot of horror movies from becoming great horror movies, and it's something that all the great horror movies have, is that the antagonist makes sense and has rules that it obeys. You can understand what the horror antagonist wants, what it's capable of, what it's not capable of, like why it's doing all of this. That's what makes a good horror movie fundamentally more than anything else. If it's something as simple as a monster that wants to eat and kill and they have to face up against that, it's coherent, it makes sense. When you get into supernatural horror territory, this is when they start to go wrong the most, because if they have, supernatural bullshit powers, as I often call them, like they can do anything at any time. It really matters what they're doing and why. And this movie utterly fails in that regard, as far as I'm concerned. There's no discernible motivation or point to anything the devil's doing here, and he's the ultimate big bad. So
Yeah.
worthless, worthless story as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Pointless movie. Don't waste your time.
Yes, I think it's quite bad. I think it's very, very poorly written. I think the hype and good reviews are entirely undeserved.
People
Um,
will forget about it in a couple of months. It'll disappear. It's just because there's not much else coming out at the moment. But Biden just
I
dropped
also
out of the race, so
oh yeah, I saw that in the chat. Did that really just
it
happen?
really happened. Yeah, he's
Did
gone.
and he endorsed
He
Kamala?
endorsed Kamala. Yes, he did.
Oh boy, what wonderful times we're living in. Maybe that's what the devil is trying to do this whole time. I don't know.
He
I don't
was
know what that means.
distracting us with Longlegs, so we wouldn't
Yes,
notice. Oh
yes.
my god!
It's so funny to me how many people like think that's a deep thought when they like, oh, it's just all just a distraction. Like, it's so funny when people have that sort of thought, like, oh, they want us arguing about movies instead of caring about what's really going on. They want us talking about long legs. But anyway, yeah, long legs. I think long legs will disappear, especially because I don't understand what the rewatch value is once you know where everything's going. Good.
Nowhere. Like yeah, you're not going to be able to pull. You're not going to be able to go and rewatch this and pull any deeper context or meaning out of it. You're going
Well,
to
I'm going
rewatch.
to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there because it won't stop people from doing it. It never has.
Yeah,
Because
I'm sure. Yeah,
here's here's what people do when it comes to interpreting a movie like this: is they come up with a theory they like and they ignore anything that contradicts it. You see
yeah.
it all the time. It's the reason anyone likes Annihilation, is they think it has a coherent message or thematic idea, and it doesn't. This is that I've seen people talk about this movie. Oh, it's an elaborate metaphor for like child sexual abuse, and the idea is that like, oh, he abused her as a child, metaphorically speaking, and like, the evil is like re- represented like repressed memories or whatever, and she needs to like find all these clues to like unrepress them, and then all that sort of stuff. But then if you think about the movie as a whole, it's like, well, nothing. The whole idea was that the mother was protecting the daughter. The mother made a deal with the devil to protect the daughter. The daughter is one of the only people in the story who wasn't symbolically, assaulted. You know what I mean? So it doesn't work, but it won't stop people from trying. They always do it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You can try. It-
so Dr. Diddler asks, okay, but for all of us Airbud enthusiasts, somewhere earlier he asked, oh, I think I speak for all of chat here when I ask, when are you reviewing all 14 Airbud movies? Are there really 14?
I
Are there more Airbud movies and Airbud spin-offs, or Land Before Time movies? That's the real question.
or Fast and Furious. I think Fast and Furious is catching up.
I don't think so, man. I think there's like 20 Land Before Time movies.
Oh, wait, really?
I think, well, there's a lot. I don't remember the number, but
All
when
right,
are we
there
going to
are
review?
two theatrical films of Airbud, '97 and Airbud Golden Receiver.
Hell yeah, dog. You know what? At some point, I wouldn't mind watching and talking about the first Airbud.
I'm down to do like a sports movie stream. Airbud and Miracle.
Oh, I remember seeing something recently about like the people who wrote Airbud. Like one of them went on to do something else I was watching that was very much not. Hold on, see if I can find it.
Written by Paul Tamasay and Aaron Mendelson. Oh, Aaron Mendelson sounds familiar. Hold on.
Oh, okay. So one of the writers for the Air Bud movies also wrote The Fighter, the David O. Russell movie, The
So
Fighter.
Airbud, but with Mark Wahlberg.
If anyone here hasn't seen The Fighter, I think that's a great movie. I really like
I
The
like that
Fighter.
movie a lot. Yeah.
What a picture! And so yeah, same guy who wrote Air Bud. So maybe we can do a double feature. Oh, he also wrote the screenplay for The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, which was a perfectly okay movie.
Oh, did you have a recent horror film?
Oh, good question. So that's tough, honestly, because as Jay Jameson has said, horror is in such a state right now. I haven't seen a new horror movie that I really liked in quite a while. I was asked this not too long ago, actually, and I was looking back through my letterboxd where I don't actually review things there. I just log what I've seen. But the last new horror movie that I saw that I thought was actually good, not just okay, but really good, was probably the Hellraiser reboot.
Yeah.
I liked that movie. I think that's a solid like 7 out of 10 movie. Speaking of deals with the devil, that movie understands that
Yeah.
thematic idea quite well.
Better than the original
Really,
one.
most certainly better than the original one. If this is a new hot take for you, you can go check out the stream rather, where we talked about the original Hellraiser, which is bad, and the new Hellraiser, which is actually better. I know it happens sometimes. It's crazy. That's
Wild.
one of the last. That's one of the last new horror movies I saw that I was like, you know what, this is actually good,
I
and
thought
not
Talk
just
to Me was okay.
Talk to Me was all right. It was
Yeah.
okay.
I would not. I don't think you waste your time giving it a look, giving it a watch. But Hellraiser is better. Talk to Me is fine. So because I can't say
So
Hellraiser again, I'm gonna say
if you haven't seen the remake of or the reboot of Hellraiser, it's check it out. It's actually no one really saw it because everyone naturally assumed it would be terrible, but it was actually pretty good,
yeah.
pretty all right. Um, here's hoping Nosferatu is good horror.
Oh
Yes,
my
I
god,
hope it is. Sure hope it is. I saw
fingers.
the trailer and it looked pretty. It looked pretty interesting. So
It's got all the Robert Eggers film. The classic Robert Eggers um, shot composition.
it looks
Somebody
very
comes running up to the camera, and then the camera spins around to reveal where he's going. Beautiful, love it.
yeah. I
Not too many other people do shit like that. I think it looks good. I am excited.
The movie looks a little dark for my taste in terms of lighting and everything, but I trust him in all other respects. So
It
I'm
is
looking
about a
forward to
ninth of the budget of the last one. So
it. Yeah. Well, is there anything else to say about Longlegs? I feel
uh,
like we've
I think
we've
we've
hit
I
the
think
major
we've
points.
really eviscerated this one
Oh, it sucked when the only character that I felt like was a real person died because he was mind
because he got
controlled.
mind controlled, and she didn't even try to stop it by shooting the doll. Yeah, that was pretty
Yeah, that kind of sucked.
fucking lame.
Yeah, very lame ending. Oh, last thing. Well, we'll end on this note. I don't know if I told you this, Hugh. I made a tweet about it, but I don't think I told you. So when I was walking out of a packed theater, it was a packed opening night crowd Thursday night in Atlanta, and there was a guy coming out of the movie theater with his friends, and he goes, "Dude, I'm so dumb. I didn't get that at all." And I heard that, and I was like, "Oh no, you poor guy. It wasn't you. You understand? It wasn't you. It was the movie." And it made me honestly a little sad that a lot of people's natural reaction when watching a movie like Longlegs and not understanding it is to assume that it's their fault and not the movie's fault. So that's an unfortunate reality we live in. That a lot of people have that assumption that movies are smarter than them if they don't make sense.
Yeah.
And the other thing that was kind of funny is when I was walking out of the theater, there's some people behind me as we're like going down an escalator, and all I heard of their conversation before I walked away was one guy goes, "Yeah, but I don't understand why the doll possesses them. Like, what's the point of that?" And I was like, "Yes,
Yeah.
we're asking,
Good. Yeah.
right? Yes, we're asking the right questions." as despite a lot of the positive reviews, people like, oh my god, it's the scariest movie ever seen. Oh my god, it's a metaphor. A decent amount of people are like, that was actually really disappointing. The hype was way there was way too much hype, and in the end, like, what was the point of any of that? And I think that's the appropriate reaction to have. I think it's a bad movie. I don't think it's any good.
Yeah. It's funny because one of our friends texted, I'd let you know about this. One of our friends texted me after she got out and said, I quite liked Longlegs. And then as soon as I started asking why, all of the answers were, I actually don't know. maybe just maybe just the vibes and the editing and the atmosphere. But as soon as I started asking questions, who's gonna make the dolls moving forward? Like, why would you stop? Why would you kill your doll? Why would you tell your doll maker to kill himself? Why does he want to get caught? Why does any of this happen? The answer was, oh, actually, I don't know. Maybe it actually sucks.
Maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
I think that'll about do it. We've said all I really have to say about Longlegs. Thank you very much for hanging out with us in the chat. A lot of good stuff in chat today. You love to see it. Thanks for that. Thank you for the super chats. I do believe we got all of them, so that is good. We will be streaming again next Sunday. I'm not sure what we'll be streaming about yet. We got a couple options. Just got to figure out who anyone can join us for a certain topic. If not, we got plans.
We got plans.
More streams in the future.
We got plans that definitely don't involve twisters.
Yeah, he was such a jerk for harassing his friends, asking for details about why they like something. Such a mean person.
I know. I should have just let it vibe, but I couldn't. I got out of this movie very very upset.
You were demanding answers, and I get that.
I need answers, okay? I need to know.
Well, yes, thank you for hanging out. Thanks for saying good stuff in the chat. We will see you next. Oh, Devs episode 5 when? When the beast rises up from the sea, and on its head there were 10 crowns, and on its around then, roughly speaking.
On its teats were 8 episodes. All directed and written by Alex Garland.
Yes. Oh boy. So roughly around the end of the world.
That's when it's gonna happen. See ya. Bye. Have a good one.
Bye. Toodles.